Hi guys, this is Shadow. Your help is needed to keep this channel going. Please support me so I can work more. Donation link below in the description. Chapter 351, Wrap Up. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. On the top floor of a luxurious hotel, a pool party was suddenly interrupted when a fat young man fell out of thin air right into the infinity pool, creating a huge splash that drowned many of those sitting around and nearly pushed some of them off the building's edge. Liam didn't care as he quickly stood up and checked his status. Name, Liam Ashflint. Level, 0. Class, Lascivious Bard, S. Authority, 2. Strength, 21. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 24. Luck, 11. Charm, 12. Order, 10. Skills, Charm, S. Enchanting Scent, S. Corrupt Memories, A. Ultra Thick Skin, S. Unlimited Manhood, S. Enchanting Voice, E. Hooray! He yelled. He was now a full fucking player. It was time to go fuck that cousin of his. Wait. He paused. Could this mean that he owed an unpayable debt to that stupid emperor? Impossible. How can a mere man control a dungeon? Getting those attributes was a mere coincidence. He just needed to find 10 extremely fat girls and wait for the emperor to throw them at Vic and let him drown in their fat. Liam chuckled as he quickly started trying his skills, but stopped as suddenly there was a tap on his shoulder. Looking back, there was a macho man dressed in black latex and wearing a studded black collar. He was looking at Liam in a very strange way as if he was about to eat him. Ah. Sorry, Liam said as he looked around and realized the situation he was in. He was surrounded by semi-naked macho men dressed in all kinds of strange feathery and latex fashion. Some were in very ambiguous poses. He had just interrupted a gay pool party. Damn it. This didn't matter, as the most important thing was that the way those men were looking at him while licking their lips indicated that he might have accidentally used his skill on them right now. No, he definitely used it on them. How else would those men be looking at him as if he was a Prince Charming? Can his skills be stopped? Of course, they can. But their effect would not fade for another 10 minutes. No. The three girls looked at the tribesmen that surrounded them in a challenging way with spears pointing at them. How dare you enter the sacred moon and attempt the trial? The chief asked as more men surrounded the girls, entrapping them. Where are the rest of the warriors? He asked again. As I told you, they are dead. The demons killed them. One of the girls took a deep breath and said, "This dungeon is all a trap." Lies. The chief yelled. Women cannot be trusted. It is the truth. Another girl said, remembering the emperor's mission and warning. Now I have a letter for you from the emperor, the one who saved us, she said nervously as she extended her hand with a piece of paper. The chief didn't even try to take it. He just shot the girls a cold glare, looking at the rest of the warriors. They nodded. Take them to the breeding pit. See how long they survive, he said, turning his back to them, making the girl sigh. The emperor was right. Those people were monsters who had been brainwashed following the demonic way. She should not have asked him for this letter. She glanced at her companions who nodded. Then as the men approached them, they slowly took out the machine guns hidden in their new storage ring, aimed them at the frowning men, and then began the massacre. For the emperor, they shouted as the smell of blood and bullets filled the air. That night, most of the men at a certain moon-worshipping tribe were killed by the women, technically ending the tribe. In its place, a new forbidden village was born. A village that had one mission, to train an army for the emperor and wait for the reckoning. In a lake in the middle of nowhere, a girl suddenly appeared falling straight into the water. Harper sighed. She couldn't believe that this really happened. Victor was telling the truth. He really made her a player. Name, Harper Wiseman. Level, 0. Class, Esper. Authority, 10. Strength, 36. Agility, 35. Intelligence, 39. Luck, 2. Charm, 24. Order, 10. Skills, telekinesis, S. Charm, S. True sight, S. Camouflage, S. Flight, A. Meditation, B. At last, She no longer had to be controlled by others. Now, she was not sure what to do. What if Victor was right? Damn it. She slowly headed toward the lake shore where she left her things before going for a bath a few weeks ago. They were there. She quickly took her phone and turned it on before slowly dialing her father's number. Beach, where are you? His father asked immediately. I am going to the heavenly sect, she said. I have just become a player, she added immediately, making her father not know what to say as she hung up. Victor sighed as the moon dungeon got empty. Poor Ain had no idea that Victor was the one orchestrating the entire thing behind the scenes, making the nearly impossible battle the players had to fight to defeat the demons 10 times easier by taking out the rabbits beforehand. Rain didn't even realize that the master demon was not killed by him, as that thing didn't need its body to survive and wanted to attack from the shadows, but Victor used the cauldron to refine its soul just at the right time, ending the battle and earning a ton of levels. Did you really have to sacrifice all those attributes for those players? Lily asked. Those guys will be working for me. Us. From now on, I have to give them some benefits, he said as he looked at the remaining attributes that he got after distributing some to the 215 players who accepted to work for him. He got those attributes from the cauldron after making it consume all the demon bunnies and corpses of the dead. Although it only had 10% efficiency in extracting attributes, those were enough to collect a lot, as there were about 50 rabbits in addition to the dead players and hundreds of demon souls. Authority 912, Strength 147, Intelligence 121, Agility 177, Charm 121, Luck 111. Now I will give some attributes to the two of you, Victor said. The rest of the points I will keep for future use, he added as Lily and Lynn closed their eyes and began to feel the power in their bodies climb up. Strange. My luck only went up by 5? Lynn suddenly said. Why not give me more? She asked. Her luck had always been abysmal. I gave you 50. Victor said with a frown. Was this cauldron broken? The same thing happened to him. He gave himself 10 luck points and only got 1. Luck works in strange ways. Lily interrupted. Usually it depends on people and has a hard limit where it will grow stronger after that. Oh. Lynn frowned and then nodded. So did Victor. Regardless, all that is left now is this blood. Lily said. Can we use it to grant people bloodlines? Lynn asked. It is not advisable. Without that blood moon jewel we can't really control which bloodline might transfer, and combining those might have adverse effects. Lily interrupted again. Did you really have to let that tattooed girl take it? Couldn't you replace it like you did with the shard Rain took? No. Do you want me to mess with the Lord? Victor glared at Lily. That girl was definitely sent here to get it. She even knew its location. I am not going to risk having another Lord after our ass. Another? Our? Lynn and Lily asked at the same time. We will talk about this later, he said as he transferred them outside of the cauldron, making them appear right where they left, on the edge of the pool inside of the gym. They now just had an extra cauldron at hand. So you're out at last, a girl suddenly said. It was Zoe who was waiting for him. Cuz, didn't you go home yet? It's 3:00 a.m. Do you want a girl like me to go out this late? She asked as if she was offended by him mentioning such a thing. What do you want? He went directly to the point. This cousin of his seemed to have become a little cheeker ever since they got collaborated to take out that demon in the skeleton dungeon. You got some benefits inside. I want some, she asked directly. Don't tell anyone, he said, tapping Zoe's shoulder and transferring 10 more points of each attribute to her using the cauldron in his hands. How are you doing that? She asked in shock as she saw her attributes grow. She thought he got some weapons or artifacts. This artifact in my hand. It can be used to extract attributes and I used it on the demons before. Just be sure not to tell anyone unless you want me to die, he said as he continued to walk toward the villa as if telling her such a secret was a trivial thing. Come with me, I will let the girls prepare a good room for you to spend the night, he said as Lily and Lynn followed. Ah, okay, she said as she quickly ran after him. By the way, did you see Alex? She suddenly asked. Didn't he exit too? Victor paused and checked the cauldron. It was empty. Strange. He sent Alex out the first thing after getting rid of the rabbits, and according to the world rules, when someone exits the negative space he should appear at the same point he left from. I didn't see him exit, Zoe said, making Victor frown, then close his eyes and connect with Alex. She was in the middle of the jungle fighting off a group of wolves while yelling for help. Ah. Did her bad luck activate, sending her to another location? Victor wondered as he checked his phone, using the location function to pinpoint the tracer he left in Alex's bag. He seemed to have something urgent to do. He should be back in a month or two, Victor said to Zoe as he resumed his way toward the mansion with a weird look on his face. Alex was not only far away, she was on an entirely different continent. Technically, she was on the opposite side of the planet. Did this have anything to do with her gender-swapping ring? Probably. Victor quickly decided that this was not his problem. As a dark scion, Alex needed her share of miserable adventures every once in a while so that she would be able to recognize how good he is to her. He will send someone to pick her up in a week or two. Reaching the mansion, Victor slowly walked in. Victor! Someone suddenly shouted. It was none other than Monica, who couldn't sleep and was watching the moon on the balcony when she noticed his return. Why are you still awake at this hour? Victor asked as he hugged his wife, making Zoe, who was behind him, blush a little. The dragon rider is lonely without her dragon? He asked in a low voice. Shut up. She hit his chest bashfully as she blushed. I just couldn't sleep, she said as she buried her head in his chest. Something on your mind? He asked, brushing her hair with his fingers. We will talk in the morning, he said. Where are the girls? Asleep in your room, she said, blushing. The girls rarely used their rooms in the last couple of weeks. Oh, then I will have to go wake them up, he said with a depraved smile, turning to Lily. Lily, take Zoe to the guest's room, then come join us. Give her the room with the large balcony, he told her before dragging the blushing Monica away toward his room. Not only his wives missed him, but he also missed them. Let's go, Lily told Zoe as she bit her cherry lip and watched him leave with his hand around Lynn's butt. Damn, pervert husband. Just wait. Sorry for bothering you, Zoe said while blushing, imagining what Victor will do with his wives. It's okay, Lily said, sighing as she walked. She had long realized that Zoe was on Victor's dinner menu. Too bad the girl had no idea she was getting cooked slowly. What do you want the next arc to be? LDPMV equals yes. The tournament ARC includes a lot of pervert young master act votes. 0.0%. Grandma's birthday, long ARC, includes Rita's story and some family troubles, votes. 0.0%. The Demon's Crow's ship, include some quality time with the girls and slice of life vacation, votes. 100.0%. Total voters, 1 input type equals hidden value equals 11,498 input type equals hidden value equals 1. Chapter 352. Meet again. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was already noon when Victor slowly opened his eyes and discovered a very disturbing fact. He couldn't move. His pretty wives, who seemed to have missed him too much, were surrounding him, with each insisting on being as close to him as possible. Some of them were hugging parts of his body, while the shameless Margaret was on top of him. He sighed as he slowly used his disguise skill, making them think he was still beside them as he slowly pushed them away, untangling himself before he stepped down from the bed. Looking back, he smiled at the girls' satisfied smiles. Last night was wild. The girls seemed to have used the time he was not here to train their techniques, and Lily and Lynn seemed to have stopped fighting with each other, and seemed to have tacitly agreed to give the other girls some more time. So naturally it was perfect. Poor Margaret, who preferred to be a lone wolf, had to go the extra mile to compete with them. Maybe he should dedicate some time to each of them alone. He licked his lips as he slowly headed to the bath, where he took a quick shower and then quietly left after getting dressed in a white suit. The girls deserve their rest. So you are awake at last? A cold voice startled him as soon as he reached the ground floor. It was none other than Alpha. Yes. Have you been waiting for me? Victor asked as he walked toward the dining room, surprising a few little maids who were doing house chores in the process. They hurried and bowed to him as they blushed. They had seen his photo before, but the real thing was 100 times hotter. "I just wanted to give you a power progress report," she said as she watched him head toward the basement. "Oh, okay," he said. "Are those the girls you brought?" he asked, pointing to the little maids. "Yes, I think they are adjusting well here. Their bloodline has been upgraded, but now we need to find a way to make them players. We need an awakening artifact," she said. "I will awaken them once they have had enough training as maids. I believe a League of Swords maids will be invincible," he said. "Is that a class?" "Yes, it is a very balanced one." "Now, why didn't you follow me into the dungeon?" he asked, not elaborating on his plan for the girls. "The gate didn't work," she replied coldly. He frowned, then shook his head. He needed to investigate this, but the moon dungeon was using an array to arrange its entry, and this array was in the abandoned dungeon that Rain and Tulip were exploring. Now was not the time to go there. "Did you give the Nightshade the massage I left for her?" he asked. "She is not here. I left her in the Shadow Village. She is tasked with gaining Nova and Jane's trust." "Who is Jane?" He frowned. "Jane Armstrong, the journalist who is on the run from a psychiatric hospital after exposing the existence of players and no one believed her," Alpha said briefly. "Oh, that one. So you gave Nightshade that mission?" He frowned. "Although I had another plan for her, regardless, it has to wait." "No, maybe I can merge those." "That would be interesting," he pondered to himself as he descended into the basement and headed to the rooster's room. "What is interesting?" Alpha asked. "I will send you the details once I am sure of everything. This is going to be big, so just make sure the three girls become good pals," he said as he opened the door of the rooster's room and noticed that Alpha turned around, not planning to enter with him. "Aren't you coming too?" Victor asked. "I don't want to meet that bastard again. The last time I went with the girls that thing started screaming and then spat on me," she said as she gushed her teeth. She wished to grill that rooster with garlic and then feed it to the dogs. "Oh. Wow, even Margaret didn't get that treatment," he said in surprise. "Did it say why?" he asked. I don't speak Cockish," she said, shooting him a strange look. "And I am not that shameless to act as if I do like that Margaret was doing." "Oh, okay. Wait for me in the study. Tell the little maids to prepare a meal for me and the girls on your way there. They need to replenish their energy after last night's play," he said as he entered the room, ignoring Alpha's glares. She didn't need to know that last piece of information. Inside, the cock that was reading a porn magazine was nearly unrecognizable. Its feathers had become all shiny and he had a huge fluff of feathers on its head. It was as if it was ready to get married. It just looked up when it heard someone entering, then cocked when it realized it was Victor. "Long time no see," Victor said. "You look more handsome than the last time we met," he added as he tried hard not to laugh. "Coo." The cock nodded to Victor, greeting him while also trying not to laugh. Or that's how Victor felt. "This is natural for guys like us," Victor finally said. "Your summoning time is over, right?" Victor asked. "I thought you would rush home to bang some chicks with all the qualifications you got." "Why are you still here, risking world tribulation?" Victor asked as he sat beside the cage. "Kuukiakut," it said, glaring at Victor, meaning that it wanted to tell him about something. "What's so important that you had to delay your mating session to know?" Victor asked. "What? 3 things?" Victor asked, frowning. The cock nodded. "I also want to ask you one thing," Victor suddenly said. "Kuo, why did you spit on Alpha? Car, the one with the strange eye. Kayak, why wok?" The cock said. "Just because she looked at you like that, quack." The cock said. KW quack www. I know. Conservative values and such. Victor quickly regretted asking. When Alpha entered the room, the rooster was arranging its trophies, and her casual looks of disgust and killing intent must have turned it on. That's why he spat on her, calling her a filthy whore who tried to seduce an honest cock like himself. It is a good thing she didn't understand it. Quick! The cock nodded, appearing extra cool with the feathery fluff on its head. "So what did you want to talk to me about?" Victor asked. "Quack quack quack it. I understand. The phoenix thing will be between us, not a soul will know." Victor nodded. The cock was obviously nervous about that phoenix they attacked. "They will be more interested in Alex than you though, quack." The cock nodded. "Quack it quawa, quacko-aqua." The cock said, making Victor surprised. The cock was warning him about the reckoning. "So you already know that this world will be unlocked?" Victor was surprised. "Don't worry, I am preparing for that." KWWW, quicker. The cock said, warning Victor to be ready because the demons and the other races are already setting their eyes on this world and preparing their armies. "I know. Thanks for the warning," Victor said, feeling a little touched. "By the way, can I summon you again?" Victor suddenly asked. KWWWW. The rooster shook its head. Kitwak toit cow KWWWW. It said, meaning something like that it will be entering mating mode soon. Its honorable chicken mother already found it a suitable mate from a respectable family. That chick girl was just very cocky. That's why the rooster accepted the summoning to come to this world in the first place. It was desperate for some good bloodlines to impress the bride. Now he can go show her who is the boss. Oh. Victor sounded a little disappointed. "Your kind uses arranged marriages?" he asked. COO. The cock nodded. This was natural. They were a very traditional race. A chick can never approach a rooster without their parents' mutual approval. "Ah, cool I guess." Victor could only say that. Kawa the cock suddenly spat out a white feather that flew by itself and fell in Victor's hand. "Qui-I, quatched, Kawa," it said, meaning that this can summon him, but he better not try it during the next 2 years. The cock will be busy. "Oh, don't worry," Victor said. "Thanks, man." Quack-a-wiki-wiki-I. The rooster said goodbye, reminding Victor to bring him hot girls next time, and then began to slowly fade away until it disappeared. Victor smiled and shook his head, especially after noticing that all the magazines that were in the room were no longer to be found. He put the feather in his storage space, then turned to the empty basement heading to the study where Alpha was not sitting alone. Elise, who had dark circles around her eyes, was accompanying her. "Elise, why didn't you come to greet me last night?" Victor asked innocently. "I was asleep," she spat, looking away with a blush. "Oh, I really missed you," he said with a smile. She didn't answer. She didn't even dare to look at him after what she saw him do with the girls. "Stop bullying the girl," Alpha said. Lately, she was spending some time with Elise and the two seemed to be getting along well. "Fine. Did you review the files I left you?" Victor asked. The plans are fine, but they will depend on who will be implementing them," she said. "I don't think we have enough suitable personnel," she said. "Most of Victor's manpower now consists of young girls in love." Sure, love can create miracles, but those girls' minds were already occupied by some very stupid thoughts that would get an R rating if they were to be published. "I am still collecting, and we have time," he said just as Lily and Margaret entered the room. Their hair was still wet from the shower too, and they carried a tray full of sandwiches which they placed in the middle of the table. "Though we will need those," Margaret said as she sat on her chair and raised her leg, revealing that she was not dressed properly. "We do," Victor said. "Did the others wake up?" "Only Zoe and Hannah. They are having a late breakfast together with the alphabet girls. The rest are too tired to move," Margaret said. "Oh, don't the two of you need some extra sleep?" he asked. "We are fine, and there will be visitors tonight, so we need to finish with this," Margaret said. "Visitors? Who?" Victor asked. "The same group who wanted to meet you for the last 2 weeks. Martha von Rosen, and your stupid maternal grandfather." "How did they know I returned?" "I told them yesterday night while Arya was trying that shifting snake position with you." "You did what?" Lily asked angrily. "Don't be angry. Those two bribed me a week ago. They gave me some expensive gifts so that I would tell them when you returned before anyone else knew. Many people want to meet our husband, you know," Margaret said. "And after consulting Elise we decided that as a beach I have to play the part," she added as Elise nodded. "You could have told them tomorrow." Lily said, pouting. No way. I have my credibility, and our dear husband is probably planning to go to the company tomorrow morning anyway. They would have discovered this sooner or later. She said as she finished one sandwich and then took another one. I am planning to go to the company? Victor asked in surprise. He had no idea. Yup, not if you are planning on missing the opening for Myra's new movie. You were the one who specified the opening date. Margaret said. Ah, I totally forgot. Victor nodded. He better not let Myra know. You did well. But next time inform me beforehand. At least give me a hint. He said. Next time. We will see about it next time. Margaret spat, making Victor realize that she was holding a grudge because he didn't take her with him into the dungeon. Okay. He could only sigh. I will take you next time. He said. Then now what? Alpha asked, feeling like an outsider between those lovebirds. Victor quickly took out a few files from his ring. They were the same files from the previous briefing but with some extra info. He placed them in front of Alpha so that she could take a look. Where did we stop last time? He asked. You were saying something about some very important sign and then left us hanging. Margaret explained as she grabbed a sandwich. She was famished after the action last night. Right. Yes. It is about Caspian. Victor said, turning serious as he grabbed a sandwich, handing it to Lily, then grabbed one for himself. He also used a lot of energy last night. What's about him? Didn't you say you already had a plan for the heavenly sect? Lily asked, frowning as Alpha remembered that Elise briefed her about Victor's plan before. This matter also concerns you. Victor said to Lily as he swallowed. First of all, what do you know about lords? He asked the rest of the girls. Lords? Elise and Alpha asked with a frown. Lily? Victor said. Tell them everything we know. Lily nodded. The lords are in a sense the worldly kings who rule over secret domains. They are very strong, almost undefeatable, and highly respected and feared by all races. Even the demons seem to be extra wary of them. Lily said. They usually act through agents, keeping away from politics and working toward hidden agendas. Oh, and they like to collect strange treasures, paying great prices for them. She tried hard to remember. That's pretty much it. Yup. Victor nodded. Then we basically know nothing about them. Margaret said. Yup. Then why are we discussing them? Margaret asked. Simply because there is one after Lily's ass. Victor finally said it. Chapter 353, Briefing, 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. She has a pretty ass. Margaret commented, making Alpha unconsciously turn and look at Lily's ass. She quickly shook her head as Victor chuckled. What lord? Lily asked, feeling a little annoyed. The Fate Lord. The one behind the Fate sect. Victor said. Who do you know? Lily asked directly, frowning a bit. She knew some things about that guy who likes to always send self-fulfilling prophecies with the help of his minions. Well, I am not 100% sure, he said, as I had to make a lot of educated guesses. But during the last month before the wedding, the Fate sect seemed to have placed a misfortune curse on this entire city. Everyone with any degree of bad luck was struck really hard. Oh. Margaret opened her eyes wide. She did feel that her luck was pretty shitty lately. Why would they do that? It was as if they were searching for some anomaly or someone to surface. He said. You mean Lily? Alpha asked. Why? It has to do with her fate. Lily here has an SSS-ranked fate to rule the world. Victor suddenly said, hiding the fact that Lily's fate will probably become X-ranked later. What? All asked at the same time in shock, including Lily, who opened her mouth wide. It is as I am telling you, Victor said, but was interrupted. You mean one day Lily will be an empress or something like that? Margaret asked as she looked at Victor and then at Lily. There is a 99% chance. You better start licking. Victor but was interrupted. Then why the fuck are we here? Margaret asked. We just need to wait for Her Highness to achieve her fate, she said, feeling a little jealous, as if she lost some beauty pageant before it even started because the other contestant slept with all the 70-year-old judges. Logically, she was not trying to compete with anyone for Victor. She knew her place. But Lily was so damn overpowered that she had to feel a little sour. Simple because fate is not absolute. In the old timeline, Lily died long before she could achieve her fate. Victor said, looking at Alpha, who should have been told by Elise about the fact that they are all here as time travelers. Alpha just frowned. It was clear from the disdainful look in her eyes that she didn't buy any of this. Never mind that. She will get it in time. Even if Lily lived, she might become a puppet empress or only stay on the throne for a few hours. Victor explained. Get to the point. Lily finally said, shooting him a very dangerous glare. Well, with that kind of fate, Lily was supposed to be a scion. But after she was born, her fate power was suppressed by her family. Then she was sent to survive in the world alone in an attempt to strengthen that fate. Victor said as Lily, who already witnessed this firsthand, nodded. Holy shit. She is a von Krona. Alpha asked in shock. She almost stood up. Elsie forgot to tell her this. Yup, and her uncle is the patriarch. Victor said. We will talk about that later. Sit down for now. Fine. Alpha spat as she sat while giving Lily some very dangerous glares. She always hated Lily for her stupid, unreasonable devotion to Victor, and now she had a second reason. The von Krona left her family when they most needed help, choosing to go into hiding. Relax. The past is the past. And we still don't know the whole truth of what happened back then, Victor scolded. Now, the Fate sect seems to already know that there is someone destined to rule the world. But they couldn't tell who. If my guess is correct, this was possibly because of the interference created when Lily's fate power was restricted by her family. He said as Lily, who was the only one in the room who fully understood him, nodded as her mind began to turn. No, they failed to locate her because her skill interfered with the timeline. Her trip created too many echoes as her fate was connected to Victor's. Why are they after me? Lily finally asked. Does me being destined to rule the world hurt their plan? Yup. The Fate Lord seemed to have used his power to already choose a world leader. Who? Margaret was the one who asked, beating Lily to it. Caspian. The Fate Lord was probably also the one who made him a scion. Victor said. Oh. Lily frowned. So it was him. That's why you didn't kill him in the wedding as you were planning to. She said, realizing some things. Yup. If my guess is correct, Caspian's fate is not stable, and the Fate Lord doesn't know why. That's why they are investigating every fate anomaly. And by changing the timeline, we have created plenty around Vane City lately. Did they send anyone? Elise asked, squinting her eyes. Yes. At the wedding, there was that woman, Mirage. She is from the Fate sect and was scanning everyone's fate at the venue. Victor shrugged. Thankfully Lily took my place, and as I have been scanned before, she was skipped. Oh. Margaret nodded. So, are they off Lily's ass now? She asked. Temporarily. At the wedding, I made Mirage follow a false trail using the priest, and when I left after that I scammed her to think that the anomalies around Vane City were being created as a diversion by the real imaginary emperor. So I guess we are safe for now, but we need to act more casually from now on. Victor explained, pinching Lily's hand under the table. The moment Lily here gets back to her family and regains her true fate power, Caspian's fate will collapse. And they will not be able to do anything. Their enemy will be someone else. Oh. Elise frowned and then nodded with the others. So that's the hot potato you ran away with back then? Margaret exclaimed as Lily on the other hand sighed in relief, feeling grateful that Victor was holding her hand under the table. He was really looking after her all this time, or she would have died long ago without knowing how and why. Who did you put the blame on? Lily asked. A secret organization called Dark Chamber. Their agent was at the wedding too, so I thought it would be convenient. Victor explained, making Lily open her eyes wide and then nod. What is Dark Chamber? Elise asked. A secret organization. Lily was the one who replied. Their goals are unknown, but they use the tactics of implementing agents in other powers then taking control of them. Are they after you? She asked Victor. I already took 3 of their men. 2 of them were high-ranking agents. So I guess they are suspecting me, he said. Wow. So what do we do about those? Margaret asked, feeling strange as she discovered that she was already in the middle of a grand battle for supremacy without realizing it. We can't do a thing, so for now we just play dumb, appearing weak as we absorb everything they throw at us. Victor shrugged. The way they work is that they communicate with their agents using those mirrors, so even if one agent was caught, He would have no idea who his boss is. They are really good at cutting their tails and running away, Victor explained. Lily nodded. Even her imperial father, despite eliminating many of their agents and pushing them into a corner, failed to locate where their real base was. So that organization remained shrouded in darkness until Victor returned. So for now, we will just find ways to collect info about their agents and try to figure out their goal, Victor said to Alpha. They might have some info about what happened to your family back then, he added, making her nod. Now, since we reached this point, let's talk about the world's other hidden forces, Victor said, taking another group of folders. Hidden forces? Margaret asked. Yes, like the Fate Sect and Dark Chamber. There are plenty of those around. I don't have a lot of data on them though, they are hidden for a reason, Victor said, placing the first folder in front of him. First is the von Krona, Lily's original family. We didn't talk about them earlier, he said, turning to Lily to do this briefing. The von Krona is right now the strongest family. Lily started talking. 20 years ago there was a great disturbance in the world when the former officially greatest family, the von Richter, was eradicated overnight after the von's wife fabricated evidence against them with the von Rosen. The von Krona, who were the second strongest, found threads of an internal plan to destroy them, so they decided to withdraw willingly, seemingly giving up all of their wealth and influence, she said, glancing at Alpha, who just nodded. They knew about the reckoning? Elise asked. Yes, 100 years ago there was a prophecy about the world's destruction. Many chose to ignore it, but others didn't, she said. The von Krona was a part of the first camp until they found some evidence of the weakening of the world's will in some dungeons. Feeling the upcoming storm, they chose to back off, conserving their forces while starting to make connections with the other hidden forces who believed in the prophecy a long time ago and were preparing. Oh. Margaret was interested. Then, what about you? She asked. As Victor explained before, the von Krona has a way to boost their heirs' fate, to produce scions if possible. Lily said. You mean all your heirs are scions? Elise asked. Of course not. They can only boost someone's fate by 1 degree. Lily explained. The method is to lock the heir's fate, then send them to the world to suffer until they are an adult, when they would be taken back and given back their true fate, pushing it to a new height. It is like training with weights, Victor explained. Oh. Margaret nodded. Most of the family has an A or B ranked fate. Only a few of them are scions, Lily explained. Sometimes being a scion is not a good thing, as with great power comes great responsibility. She added, as we said before, the von Krona are destined to rule the world after reckoning. The power they have amassed is not something that any force can face, Victor said. So our strategy toward them? Elise asked. We will let them be. They might be the elevator we need to put Lily on the throne, Victor said, looking at Lily. They will probably take Lily back by the end of the year, he added, making the girls, especially Margaret, look at Lily with a frown. You don't plan to tell them that she is your wife? Elise asked. You are going to get separated? She asked. Will depend on the circumstances. But we need to do whatever needs to be done to save our powers. Lily was the one who answered, fully aware of Victor's thoughts. If they knew that she was Victor's wife, they might want to kill him. She was their trump card after all, and they wouldn't want her connected to some lousy young master. Still, her uncle might try to get rid of her if she was too powerful, so her marriage to Victor might be a useful thing if used correctly. Oh. Margaret nodded, feeling somewhat sad yet relieved that Lily was leaving. She was totally unaware that Lily was holding half of Victor's soul in the necklace around her neck and that Victor held her mark on his soul. Next is the von Richter, Victor said, looking at Alpha. Do you want to do the explanation? He asked. Nope, she said directly. Okay then. Victor sighed. Alpha was still resisting him. He needed to find a way to tame her once and for all. Maybe some dangerous adventure, possible. Wasn't the von Richter destroyed? Elise asked, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Yes, but they left a seed. Before their destruction, they collected the best of their heirs and then gave them all the memories of their family before scattering them around the world, Victor said. Alpha here is one of them, and so is Hana. What? Elsie asked, looking at Alpha in surprise. In the other timeline, Their plan failed. I believe all of their riches went to Sebastian. He has the fate of collecting the von Richter treasures. Victor shook his head, ignoring Alpha's glares as he spoke. He was getting tired of her. Should he spank her? Wait. What? Alpha suddenly stood up again, interrupting him. She was not an idiot. With everything she knew until now, she finally realized why Victor always tried to get her away from Sebastian and why he acted like an ass at the spider dungeon back then. Although she didn't want to believe that Victor was from the future or could see fates, his actions could all be explained by those facts. He was fucking stealing Sebastian's fates, including her and Hana. You believe me now? Victor asked. She just glared at him, not knowing what to think. Don't give me that look. You and Hana were destined to be a plaything, at least with me. You are free to go around and build an army to seek revenge, he said, exposing her thoughts. She sat down and looked away. She needed time to digest this. What is the plan for the von Richter? Elise asked, feeling the tense atmosphere. Leave them to Alpha and Hana. As long as they swear fealty to the Empress, we will let that family survive and rebuild itself. Victor said, making Alpha shake a little. His word also meant that if they were to stand against Lily, he would kill every last one of them. Good. Elise nodded. Next is the demons. Victor said, those vermin are two types. The first is the ones who are trying to invade this world from the outside using promises and persuasion. The second is the ones who already exist in this world, hiding in their bastions and biding their time as they also slowly try to take possession of some agents. You girls heard Yin's tale about what happened to her family, right? The girls nodded. Are you going to make Yin fight those? Alpha asked, finally turning to face Victor. She felt sorry for Yin. She wanted the girl to be happy after what happened to her. Not in the next 5 years. The girl is thirsty for revenge, but she deserves a childhood. Victor said, making Alpha sigh in relief. The plan, for now, is to keep off their radar, destroy if discovered, and maybe explain their existence to the other forces if possible. Victor said directly. Oh. Alpha nodded. Monica was invited to a cruise trip lately. I believe it is a demon's trap to attract many VIPs and possess them. You plan to go there? Lily asked. I considered it. The girls need to go on a honeymoon after all. But with the recent events, I decided to leave this to others. I already gave Tulip some info about them. With that girl's hatred of demons, she would do it herself. Oh. True. The cruise is near the Sankan Empire's gate. Lily nodded. But wouldn't we be missing some info? Then send someone to keep watch. Victor told Alpha, who sighed and then nodded. Who is Tulip and what is the Sunken Empire? Margaret asked. She felt as if she was catching up on a show at the last episode. Tulip is Lily's sister. Her mother belonged to this hidden force called the Sunken Empire, which used a great artifact to build a giant city under the sea. Victor said, they are a part of a group of hidden kingdoms and empires who hide using such methods. I am not really sure about most of them. They usually have some very old heritage and have some very powerful bloodlines. They are usually slightly weaker than one of the oligarchs. Our strategy for them is to try to recruit some of their men, and maybe try to infiltrate them to use them for our cause. What cause? Umgrit asked. World domination. Victor answered shamelessly. Noted. Elise nodded. Now the last force I need to talk to you about is the Free Players Association. The FPA. I heard about those. They are a new thing. They began their operation 10 years ago collecting rough players from around the world. Alpha said. The player council is turning a blind eye because they are keeping those players in check. Yes. Victor nodded. And they are going to get bigger and bigger in the next 5 years after they discover an awakening artifact. Victor said. The player council will try to eliminate them but fail after they threaten to reveal the truth to the world. There were simply too many of them at that point. You want to eliminate them beforehand? Elise asked, feeling that such a move would be a little evil, especially after knowing about the reckoning. Although they are annoying and have a thing against noble families, eliminating them is an irresponsible act for all humanity. I plan to confront them by 2 methods. The first is to fill their ranks with my agents, and the second is to make Theta and the Alphabet Girls build a competing organization called the Player Guild. He said, it would be a shame to leave all of those players to be eaten by one force. That might work, but you need an awakening. Right? Alpha asked. Those players will want to awaken family members and such. There will be a chance to get such an artifact in a few months. It is a very low-ranking one, but it would provide good publicity as it would be a good chance for the girls to announce the establishment of the organization at the same time. Victor said, "We will talk about this later. Now look at the documents and see if you have any questions." Victor said as he gave the girls all his files. Organizations to be established, Golden Dragon, Margaret and Arya. A merchant guild that will control the world's finances. Semi-secret. Private. Fragrant Shadow. Alpha and Camellia. Generally an information network. Spy and secret ops capabilities. Secret. Purple Crow. Lily, Yin. Assassin Girls. Assassins organization with a secret mission to eliminate demons. Semi-secret. The Master's Fist? An underworld conglomerate of criminal gangs. Semi-secret. Free Players Guild. Thitu and her sisters. An opposite to the Free Players Association. Public. Bright Shadow. Myra and Monica. A conglomerate to manage different media entities. Semi-secret. The Nutcrackers Cult. The Nutcracker? For the Nutcracker. Top secret. The Emperor's Army. Vic, Lily and Lynn. An army to face the demons when the reckoning comes. Secret. The Throne Knights? Protect me and my harem in the future. Secret. The Shadow Root? Top secret. The Sweeping Shadow? The Twins? Hilda maybe? An organization to train trusted maids and staff. Private. Families and powers, Power. Plan. Von Geldstadt. Use the Victory Merchant's skill to absorb. Von Zwei. Use right to steal the awakening artifact, then plant a bomb in the main family and try to take out the top echelons. Von Wise. Use Mike, Ritu and the Von Geldstadt formal spy network to control them from the shadows. Use them as a cover. Von Rosen. Give them the rust blood and wait. Von Astrom. Ignore and keep watching. Von Kroner. Play along. Von Richter. Absorb their powers. Ice Sect. Ignore. Keep in touch with Windy, then control them. Sword Sect. Ignore. And get the girl. Heavenly Sect. Disturb them for now. Wait for the right time to control. Other sects. Weaken and infiltrate. Mortal countries and royal families. Infiltrate and control from the shadows. Minor player families. Control, raid or neutralize, depending on allegiance. 10 Flint families. Find a weak heir and give him support. Free Players Association. Infiltrate, try to control. The Dark Chamber. More info needed, eliminate or take advantage of. Demonic organizations and cults. More info needed, eliminate at all costs. Sunken Empire. Wait and try to weaken. Ring Empire. Wait and try to weaken. Skytree Empire. Wait and try to weaken. Other hidden forces. Ignore until info is available. Other hidden sects. Wait until info is available. Lords Afflicted Sects. Hide, play along or scam. Signs and S-rank fate holders. Name. Danger. Relationship. Plan. Tom. 1/10. Slave. Already under control. Alex. 6/10. Slave. Find a way to reverse fate, then add to harem. Sebastian. 8/10. Hostile. Find a way to get rid of him and take his legacy. Oliver. 4/10. Hostile. No idea. Wait and see. Rain. 9/10. Neutral. Leave him to Lily. Tulip. 8/10. Neutrals. A beach. Keep watching. Under control. Rhea. 2/10. Target. Find a way to scam her. Zoe. 1/10. Friend. Find a way to steal her heart. Caspian. 9/10. Hostile. Find a way to influence his demise. Malcolm. Love me. Who the fuck is this guy? Poe. 3/10. Slave. Keep an eye on him for now. Julian. 1/10. Friend. Brother-in-law. Try to befriend him. Nova. 5/10. Use her in the Heavenly Sect Rumble. The Young Light Lord. 10/10. Kill. Liam. 1/10. Slave. Let him control the Ashflint family before making him pay. Harper. 2/10. Waifu. Include in the Heavenly Sect Rumble. Iliad Queen. Sounds important. Wait. Who is Malcolm? Lily suddenly asked as she read the last file. I have no idea. Victor said, but I may have affected his love fate. Oh, I think we need to call Nora. I might just know who this one is, Lily said with a strange look on her face. Chapter 354. Malcolm Who? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As Lily went out to speak with Nora, who was running the assassin's base, to ask her about a certain Malcolm, Victor kept frowning. Something was bothering him and he couldn't put his finger on it. Wait, you just said that Caspian is being supported by the Fate Lord or something? Margaret said. Yup. Victor nodded. You told us earlier that he was a demon. She added. Yup. Victor nodded again. Doesn't that Fate Lord know? Margaret asked, raising one eyebrow, as Alpha and Elise looked at Victor. I am not sure, but probably not. Caspian is hiding his demon identity pretty well. So I guess the Fate Lord has no idea. Couldn't you have just exposed him at the wedding then? No, you made Alex comment on that. What are you after? Margaret asked. I just did that to make Caspian lose his cool. The Fate Lord will not easily believe us. And you saw Caspian's reaction. I am sure he will keep a low profile for a few months after this. Enough time for me to make a move. Oh, now, I must tell you something very important. Victor suddenly said. It is about the Dark Chamber. Victor said. If my guess is correct, they are planning to replace me with a double. He said. What? Margaret asked. A double, like an evil twin? Yes, they will find someone, give him plastic surgery or something to look just like me, then they will try to make him a player and train him a little before making him take my place. I eavesdropped on their agent at the wedding. He was discussing this with his bosses through that artifact mirror. He said, in his past life this happened in the von Geldstadt family, where the agent who took the place of one of Charlotte's brothers was discovered after 7 years when he made a mistake after losing the battle to be the next patriarch. That's why Victor believed that's the way they would deal with him. He was in a perfect position to be replaced now. That's the way he would have done it if he was in their place. What should we do if that happened? Alpha asked. Nothing. When the change happens, that guy might claim amnesia or appear at a hospital after some accident happens to me. Victor said. You just play along. It would be a good chance for you girls to experience scamming people. Where would you be at that time? Elise asked. He already mentioned this in the wedding, intriguing her curiosity. Playing dead, of course, but don't worry, if I am fine I will communicate with you through our connection. Victor shrugged, not explaining to Alpha. I was planning on making Alex all-in become my double anyway, so that I would be able to move stealthily. I need to go to Heavenly Scent to oversee things there myself. Caspian must be taken care of ASAP. He said. He also needs to go collect some Imperial debts and convince some people to join the Nutcracker cult. He couldn't do that while everyone was spying on his every move. Do you happen to know their timeline? Lily asked. No idea. But if they have just started, it will take at least a few months to get someone ready. And they will probably wait until after the tournament. As an elite heir I will have to show up, and that guy might not be able to imitate me perfectly at that time. Victor shrugged. After that, we can use him to expose many of the Dark Chamber agents in the Von Weiss family by creating troubles around the double to force them to help him fix it. Playing a little with him is not bad at all. He will be in the light and we are in the shadows after all. Oh, are you going to let him play with your girls then? With your wives? Alpha asked coldly. Very coldly. She was worried about her sisters. Of course not. I already taught the girls to be careful if I start acting funny. Victor smiled. There will be different plans depending on that guy's actions, and I already prepared some plans and schemes. Victor said, taking a pink notebook and giving it to Margaret. He had a lot of spare time while training Harper, so he wrote it then. I will be responsible for him? She asked in surprise as she flipped through the notebook. You are the one I trust most not to be scammed by stinky men, and I will need you to run the company with Arya, so you can't really go hide or travel on some mission to avoid him. He said. Basically, if he dares to try anything funny, we will just make him lose his ability as a man. Victor said coldly, making Margaret chuckle as she began to read his plan. Those are so mean. She said in surprise. You will have no good reputation left if I did any of those. Even your father might disown you. He won't. Those are nothing compared to what he did when he was young. Victor said, making Alpha and Elise very curious just as Lily returned to the room with a very dark look on her face. "What?" Victor asked, looking at her. He had to confess, Lily looked very cute even when her face was as gloomy as it was at the moment. He should make a compilation photo album of her expressions. "We have a problem, a huge problem," Lily said as she locked her pretty eyebrows and made the girls look at her. "What is today's date?" she asked. "Friday the 5th. Margaret replied, raising her head from the depraved notebook. "Exactly. I felt strange when you told Victor that today is the date for the movie opening that should have happened yesterday," she said, looking at Victor. "I noticed that, but it might have been just a time dilation created by the moon dungeon and traveling in the negative space." Victor said, "Not really sure, but dungeons time dilation are not unheard of." "It is not," Lily said as she grabbed the remote control from the desk, then turned on the study's hidden 82 TV panel, turning to the news. "According to the sources, the gas leak must have happened late last night, at exactly 12 am. The entire city of Windruff was affected. We are affirming the dead. More than 700,000 people peacefully died in their sleep. The government agencies are still examining the location for poisonous gases, but it was most likely a CO2 eruption from the nearby lake where a huge cave appeared out of nowhere. Yes, not only that, John. Many people died on their beds at the same time yesterday. Some people think it was aliens. Some say it is a virus or a timed biological weapon. We will go to the experts in there. Now we will return to the case of Gloria Flick who was caught trespassing. Do we have a new Jane Armstrong? What is this about?" Alpha asked, feeling very strange. "Last night many people died in their sleep without any symptoms all over the world. This phenomenon was most prominent in Windruff City where everyone ended up dead," Lily said, making the girls frown. "And?" Victor, who had no idea what this all meant, said, realizing Lily knew something. "Well, if my guess is correct, something happened yesterday. Something that everyone forgot," Lily said. "You can say that yesterday was Friday the 5th. She said, making the girls look at her with raised eyebrows. "Have you seen something like this before?" Victor asked. "Yes, it was in the other timeline. I just want to make sure of something first. When exactly did you send Alex out of the dungeon?" "It was at about 11 p.m. 11:21 p.m. to be exact. I killed all the rabbits and didn't want her to create trouble, so I kicked her out," Victor said. "You mean this has something to do with the reason she was teleported to the other side of the planet?" The second thing I want to make sure of is the shard you got in the dungeon. Its command should be to disable all artifact effects," she asked. "Exactly." Victor nodded as if he began to understand something. "Something big happened and we were shielded?" he asked. "Yes. This happened 3 times before in your other timeline," Lily told Victor as the girls listened. "It is when an entire day repeats as if the world forgot something happened. Even the planet's location returns to its previous place as it forgot where it was. The only thing that can't be returned are the lives of the dead, so their bodies return to where they were, but without souls. So everyone who died the day prior ended up dead in their beds when the rewind happened," she said. "Time rewind?" Elise asked. "No, a time rewind will revive the dead. It is as if the world forgets about a day, even its position will return to its state the previous day. This might have been the reason Alex was flung to another continent. She must have entered the world as the rewind was happening," Lily explained. "That's what I call bad luck," Margaret commented, making Elise nod. "When I was in the other timeline, I was not affected at all, so I could observe this phenomenon," Lily said, ignoring Margaret. "The first time I didn't know what happened at all and I thought it was some strange world phenomena. The next 2 times it was accompanied by many people dying and some very important people disappearing. I tried to find the culprit, but I couldn't. All evidence is always erased. The next day, people seem to have forgotten about the disappeared. Then Windruff City. Yes, everyone on it died yesterday," Lily said. "And it just happened that Malcolm was on a mission there. He should have been." She was not sure. The last time she had a look on the Assassins Organization's logbook was before the wedding. "Explain. Was he found dead on his bed?" "No, that's the problem. No one remembers who Malcolm is," Lily said. "What?" Margaret asked. No one in the base remembers who Malcolm is. It is as if they have never heard of him. Even his name no longer exists in the files. It was as if he was completely forgotten. She said. Yesterday, I remember that there should have been an operation at Windruff City. But it no longer exists. Malcolm was the best candidate for such a mission. She added. What was the mission? Victor asked. As far as I remember, it was to infiltrate the building there and investigate some guy's love affair. Lily said. We thought such missions were good for the new cadets. The company disappeared too? Victor asked. No, but their lab in Windruff City no longer exists, not even on files. That cave in the news should be the location of the building. But I am not 100% sure. What is that company's name and who is behind it? Victor asked. It's a new startup. Its name is Space Troll Tech. I don't know who is behind it. Lily said. Victor frowned and sent a message to Kai asking about it. The response returned almost immediately. It is a dungeon tech research company created by Helen Seedflint, the heiress of the Seedflint family. Officially it is a space tech company with a base in the capital and many labs around the world. Victor said as he read the files Kai sent him. Apparently, the Seedflint acquired the rights to a newly discovered dungeon and had been excavating it for the last year or so. He said with a frown. The Seedflint family became one of the most influential families after the Reckoning, gaining a lot of trust from the von Krone. In fact, one of the concubines that was chosen for Julian before his reputation was ruined was from that family. Now that he thought about it, the Seedflint family was very lucky. It was as if they were always at the right place at the right time. Did this exact incident happen in the other timeline? He asked Lily, who was thinking about the same things as he did. He couldn't really remember hearing it in the news. No, the incidents that I experienced didn't include major deaths in one city. They are only people who were supposed to have died on that day dying in their beds all over the world. Lily said. That's why I couldn't find anything. So, whatever happened this time was probably because of us changing something. And it is most likely Malcolm. Victor said. Lily nodded. I believe they must have found some kind of an X-ranked artifact. That's the only rank of artifacts that can have a global effect like this. But why did all the people die in Windruff City? She wondered. Activating an X-ranked artifact usually takes a lot of energy, and it must have failed in the other timeline. Victor analyzed. Something must have gone wrong. He frowned. Do you want me to send the girl after this? Alpha asked. Yes. Just be careful not to reveal a thing, and notify me immediately if you find something. Victor said as he took a shard and handed it to her. This shard has the effect of disabling artifacts' effects. I want you to place it in your base. Wouldn't you want it here to protect yourself? Alice frowned and asked. No, the information database that you are compiling is more important. If this incident happened again, with all the data you are collecting, we might be able to pinpoint the artifact location. Victor said he was sure that this artifact will not affect him anyway. His authority would surely protect him. Fine. Alpha nodded as she took the shard. Now. I guess we'll just forget about Malcolm for now. He said, looking at Lily. That guy is surely to seek you though. I believe he has a love fate against you or one of the assassin girls. It is definitely for me. Lily said. She noticed the way he looked at her in the base, but as he was still a child she was planning to delay his castration until he had his first time. Don't worry, my heart is already taken, she said with a smile. How old is Malcolm exactly? Margaret suddenly asked. He should be around 14 or 15. He is an orphan and doesn't have a record. Lily said. Then I am sure that he is not after your heart. That's the part teenage boys care about the least, Margaret stated, earning herself a glare from everyone. What? I am just stating facts, she said. And she was right. Chapter 355, O-Winged One. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. We greet the young master. The little maids shouted at the same time, bowing as Victor made his way between their two arranged lines to the dining room, while the girls, who couldn't help it, started to sneak peek at their young master's handsome face. He was too damn hot. Better than the photos. He was like a movie star. You may get up, Victor said when he reached the table and took his seat, joining his wives who were waiting for him. He was trying really hard and failing miserably in appearing majestic and hiding the depraved smile that naturally appeared on his face. If not for Lily shooting him some very dangerous glares and keeping him at his edge, he would have long begun to drool. He couldn't be blamed though. Another one of his dreams just came true. Those girls were all originally chosen to be reaped by Caspian, so they were naturally of the best quality and would become very pretty when they grow up. He was planning to raise them well. Young master, I hope you are satisfied, Hilda said with an ambiguous smile as she watched how his expression changed repeatedly. While you were away, per your command, I started training those girls to be the maids to take care of this mansion. They are very hardworking, she said professionally while silently cursing at all men for being perverts. Yes, not bad. Not bad, Victor said, then relaxed in his seat, carefully inspecting the shy girls. What are your names? He asked. Young master, I took the liberty to give the girls code names instead of their old ones, Hilda said. I think this is better for the future, she said. Oh, the girls' names are coded using a season and a color, she said. The first one is called Blue Summer. The next is Red Summer. Why are all of them last named Summer? Lynn asked. Obviously because they came in summer. The ones who will join later will get the other seasons, Margaret said, earning herself a usual glare from Lily, who didn't like the bright smile that appeared on Victor's face. The seasons are the divisions. The ones who are mainly responsible for the mansion are surnamed Summer, while the others have the other seasons, Hilda said professionally, pointing to some other girls who were standing behind her. Their uniforms were a little different. Hilda had no idea that she had just disappointed the young master, who swiftly decided to skip the raise he was going to give her by the end of the month. Wait, was he paying her a salary, to begin with? He had no idea. She was the one who handled the mansion's finances. Good names. Lily nodded, pinching the absent-minded Victor under the table. Yes. He nodded, making the girls blush. I am looking forward to your service, he added, flashing them a bright smile, imitating the way Tom and Rain did it. The girls blushed as they looked down shyly. Alert. Skill added, captivating smile. Oh, he got the skill just like that. Was his smile that effective? Yup. From the dreamy expression on the little maids' faces, he could confirm that. His charm must have been the reason. This skill will be fun to work with. He might need to raise its level if he wanted to use it on players though. Let's eat, Lily sighed and said as Victor began to chuckle absent-mindedly again. He was beyond redemption. The little maids quickly nodded and then proceeded to professionally arrange the dishes on the table and bring food from the kitchen. There were a lot of famished girls around the tables and this needed a lot of work. Hilda trained them well. Are you ready for today's event? Victor, who finally returned to Earth, turned and asked Myra after taking a few bites. Hopefully, the critics will like it, she said nervously, making Victor frown for a moment. The critics had all seen the movie yesterday, but no one remembers. They will like it. It is not their choice. My Myra here is too cute for someone to hate. If anything goes wrong, I will just have to let them hear one of the voices you make in bed. I am sure they will fall for you immediately, Victor said, making her blush and bite her lip as she looked down as the rest of the wives chucked. What a bully. This movie is not that important, so relax, he finally added. This movie started shooting before he came here. It was the one which he visited on set today at the Misty Mountain. Victor made sure to contact the director Silverberg and make some adjustments when they were there, things that he knew the critics would hate. Hopefully this time it will be better than the one in his past life. What we need to focus on is the next one. Did the shooting for its end? Victor asked. Yes. Before the wedding, Mr. Silverberg contacted me 2 days ago saying that he needs to do some reshoots, maybe in a week or so. Oh, good. It is important to show it in cinemas by the end of the year, Victor said. That movie is important because it will introduce the concept of a player to the world. He needed the people to be ready just in case his messing around triggered an early reckoning. He was not sure of what caused it back then yet. Can we go too? Theta, who was sitting slickly eating her meal with the rest of the alphabet sisters, asked. She was feeling a little abandoned after Victor spent last night with his wives. Yes. Why not? Victor said with a smile. The cinema we are going to has a dedicated VIP balcony. If you don't mind it being a little crowded, you can come, though I plan to make Hilda project the film here too. No, I prefer to watch it with you, Theta said, making both Alpha and Lily sigh. The girl was beyond redemption. Truth be told, Lily has long abandoned her unrealistic dream of keeping Victor to herself, especially after she watched him scam all those girls at the Moon Dungeon. It made her realize that even if she managed to get him into some abandoned island with her alone, he would manage to find some fish who would turn into a mermaid for him to fuck. That bastard was sharing her fate. After all, she had long realized that. Her second plan was to make him only think about her by conquering him in bed. Yeah, that went well. She didn't remember how her plan went wrong that night. She only remembers herself begging for mercy before riding his train to heaven. She quickly shook her head. Damn him and that catchy song. Her third plan was to castrate him. It was direct and swift, but sadly she couldn't do it. Not after that first night with him. She became addicted to him, and even if she could overpower her own desires, she was not sure her sword was solid enough to cut that thing. That dragon bloodline of his was not to be trifled with. Regardless, now her fourth plan was something entirely else. She decided to let him go free and fuck every tree in the world without care. She knew that he would return to her by the end of the day. She had his soul and he had hers after all. So she was 100% about that plan, though, more like 98.24%. The 1.76% represented both Margaret and Victor's wife from the other timeline. Lily knows that she must get to that beach and make her obedient before Victor gets to her. That way she will be 100% sure to keep his place as the main wife. Too bad she had no idea about that girl's location or identity. Damn it. She needed to find some artifact just in case something went wrong. There was a legend about a sword that can cut anything. She needed to get it, just in case. As soon as Victor, who was totally oblivious about Lily's nefarious plan, finished his dessert and was about to go prepare for the night out, Hilda walked into the dining room. Young master, Lady Martha von Rosen is here. She wishes to speak with you, she said. Guide her to the study, the one on the ground floor, Victor said before turning to Lynn. Come with me, he said. Martha slowly entered the mansion under the guidance of the little girl who showed her the way politely. She said nothing, carefully observing the little girls who wore maid outfits and were carefully cleaning the luxurious vases around the mansion. She could feel that those girls all had unique bloodlines. As an old expert, she could tell from the girls' looks as certain features like how the girls moved and the color of their hair would indicate that, especially when the bloodlines achieve a certain degree of purity. How did Victor collect all of those? She wondered as she reached the study where the little girl clumsily shook her head, took a deep breath, then knocked on the door. Lady Martha is here, she said politely, stuttering a bit. Let her in, and prepare some sugar water. No, what was it again? Tea. Yes, bring us tea for us humans to drink. Put a lot of sugar in it. A lot, Victor replied from the inside, making the little maid frown and then nod. This way please. She bowed to Martha as she opened the door for her. Martha thanked the maid with a nod and then entered, carefully examining the study as she walked in. Victor was sitting on his chair lazily as Lynn, who was sitting in his lap, carefully fed him some grapes. He didn't even care to stand and greet Martha, but she had long expected that. She could feel it, the familiar dark aura disgusting around him. Lynn had succeeded in implementing the demon in him. Sit down, Victor spat, as a man would command his servants, not his in-laws, not the ones he liked anyway. Martha silently sat down and watched silently as Lynn finished feeding her demonic husband, then wiped his mouth with a napkin while shooting Martha an apologetic look. Good. Now go tell the girls to prepare themselves for the hunt. You better not mess up this time, Victor told Lynn, who shivered then ran out after a respectful bow. She was obviously afraid of him. Well, Martha had long expected that. How could a master demon act timidly around girls? As soon as the door closed, Martha went on her knees and bowed to Victor. Martha had seen the winged one, she said nervously. Flying cockroaches were scary, demons or not. You did well, Victor said as he began to look at his fingers as if he was enjoying his own body. This body, despite its ugly look and the lack of extra legs, is simply amazing. It has some very ancient and powerful bloodlines. He said. Oh. Really? Yes, yes, of course. We chose the best for your eminence. Martha quickly corrected herself. Yes, yes. And mating those human women is interesting. Especially that Beach Margaret. If I didn't know any better, I would have sworn she had a mantis ancestor. I can't wait until they lay my eggs. Ah, I am happy that your eminence has found what you want, she said, choosing not to correct him about the eggs thing. You came for your request? He asked. This slave would never dare to ask. She said. You did good, so you deserved it. He said, throwing her a folded piece of paper. It contains the recipe for the life-extending pill I promised. He said. Thank you, she said, unable to hide her smile as she quickly grabbed the paper and then something that he threw to her out of nowhere. It was a storage ring. This is, she asked, something extra for choosing this perfect body for me. Inside that cheap ring, there is a jar of rust blood. I thought all of you, summoners, liked this thing. Ah, thank you, Winged One, Martha said in shock as she bowed again. This is what you get when you follow my swarm, he said proudly. Martha bowed again, making sure to check the ring and the jar inside of it. Holy shit. It was there. She really wanted to cry. She didn't even have a ring of her own, and this demon was giving her a ring with the treasure the family was searching the world for just like that. Making a deal with this demon was not a bad thing at all. No. Wait. A deal with a demon is never too easy. Winged One. What can this slave do for you? She asked nervously, hoping that his request in exchange for the rust blood would not be excessive. Bring me girls. They must be young and have good bloodlines. 6 will do, he said after thinking for a moment. 1 for every leg I have. Ah, this might require a month or 2. She said. I don't mind, he said. I have enough for now. And if I don't go too rough, they will survive until then, he added, seemingly feeling a little contradicted. Then this slave will try her best, she said, hiding her disgust. Then go. This one has a busy schedule. And keep everything about me secret. You know what would happen if you leak something, he said as he disgustingly licked his lips. I know, she said, then turned and quickly left the room, not even stopping to take care of Lynn, who seemed to want to ask her something. With the rust blood in hand, she had to hurry to the family's base. With this accomplishment, she was sure that her power in the family will grow by leaps and bounds. She couldn't wait to make the matriarch beg her for this. Chapter 356, Request. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. You did well. Victor chuckled and hugged Lynn when he noticed her sulky look after she re-entered the study. She felt like an abandoned child, as her aunt didn't even care about her after her mission was finished. Will my mother be okay? She asked, hugging him back and putting her head on his chest after she sat on his lap. Don't worry, I will try my best to save her life. Just give her a hint to stay away from Martha and the von Rosen base for the next few months, he said as a little maid came with 2 cups of tea full of sugar. Young master, are those still needed? She asked with a blush as she noticed Lynn's ambiguous position and the fact that the guest had already left. Ah, just give them to the chicks. You girls are sweet enough so you don't need to drink them, Victor casually told the Lily as Hilda walked inside the study, almost bumping into the little blushing maid who was on her way out. Young master, your cousin Zoe has just woken up and wants to talk to you. And the chicks at the outer gate just called. Your grandfather General Calvin is on his way up the mountain, she said. Guide Calvin here when he arrives, Victor said, then paused for a moment. Tell Alpha to hide in some hole, and give Zoe something to eat. I will talk to her later, he said. Zoe must have been very tired in the moon dungeon, as unlike him, she didn't really get a chance to relax. Hilda nodded, then walked out, wondering how to rephrase Victor's order to Alpha to be more polite. What does your grandfather want? Lynn asked after waiting for Hilda to leave. Some stupid request probably, Victor said, squinting his eyes before spanking Lynn's butt. Now stop being naughty and go prepare yourself. We have a long night to spend out, he said. She nodded as she jumped off him, gave him a long kiss, then walked out. Calvin sighed as he was guided by the little maid through the lavishly decorated mansion corridor. He read the reports and knew that this entire mansion belonged to his grandson, but when he reached this place he realized that he failed to understand that this mansion encompassed an entire mountaintop. Why wasn't he born into a rich family? He wondered as he watched the little maids run around doing their chores with a smile on their faces. It is not like he also wanted some little maid or anything depraved like that. But as any man would, he just felt jealous when he saw his grandsons living in a perverted way like this. He is a pervert. The short-haired girl in a black suit who was following behind him said, "You promised to keep your silence. And he is my grandson, so stop acting this cold," Calvin said. He really wanted to get interested in one of his grandsons who might be able to untie the knot in her heart. Let's just get over this," she said. "This way." The little maid guided them politely toward the lavish study where Victor was waiting for him. "Grandfather." It had been a while, Victor said, hugging Calvin tightly after he invited him inside while gesturing to the maid to get them something to drink. "Something with less sugar." "Congratulations on your wedding," Calvin said as he took a seat. Feeling a little good by the way Victor is treating him. Elena really raised some good offspring. He met Alice and Mike for the first time at the wedding, and both of them treated him very respectfully. Why couldn't all his other offspring be this good? "Thanks," Victor said as he took a seat beside his grandfather, then glanced at the girl who stood behind Calvin. "This is?" he asked. "Ah, you remember Gz, right?" Calvin said. "Gz. She was the girl I brought with me when we met at your hotel room in Golden Waterfall Town." "Ah, the lesbian." Victor acted as if he suddenly remembered. "She was in a military uniform so I couldn't recognize her now." "It is okay," Calvin said as he shot Gz a glare. She was about to explode when he called her a lesbian. She was not. She just hated all men. Victor chuckled as someone knocked on the room's door. It was a little maid who entered with a tray full of teacups which she carefully placed in front of everyone and then clumsily bowed. "You may leave," Victor said to the maid, then turned to Calvin. "Sorry for not contacting you after the wedding. But you know how you forget everything once the girls start taking off your clothes while fighting on who to go first," Victor said, making Calvin's smile go shallow immediately. He had no idea what this felt like. He wanted to know, but he didn't dare to. Gz behind him who was sampling that he almost spat it at Victor, but she held herself, hateful, glaring at him. "Pervert, I am not blaming you. I know how young people can be," Calvin said after clearing his throat. "So, what did you want to ask me about?" Victor asked, raising one eyebrow. "I already gave you the contact info for that organization. What was it called again? Fart or something?" "It is called Fragrant Shadow," Calvin said. "And yes, I contacted them, and they have proved very helpful. We are already in the process of merging our information databases," he said. "Oh. Cool. I am not really into all of this espionage thing, so if it has anything to do with that, don't involve me. The last time something like this happened I ended up getting dragged into a tranny's den." This young master almost lost his Victor cleared his throat and stopped talking as if caught himself before saying something inappropriate. Officially he didn't have anything to do with his shadow organizations. "Oh, it is not about them. Then anything is fine. Do you need some money? I can lend you some." "No, not that. It is about a couple of things," Calvin said. "The first thing is about your resort, the one you are building atop the waterfall." "Yes, its construction should be nearing its final stages," Victor said. He totally forgot about that thing as it was supposed to be built to trap Sebastian below it, but that ended up as a failure. "What's about it?" "Can you perhaps sign a deal with my hotel so that we can share visitors?" Calvin asked. The resort was the biggest thing in town, and under the begging of his wife and sons, he had to shamelessly ask Victor for a part of the pie. "You can ask my mother. I plan to give her the entire thing," Victor said directly. Golden Waterfall Town would mostly be spared during the reckoning, so if his mother stayed there she would be safe if the reckoning date got changed for some reason. "Oh." Calvin was pleasantly surprised. "Then I will talk to her." He nodded. then winked as if telling her to look how good and filial his grandson was. She completely ignored him. "What else did you want to ask me about?" Victor asked. "Well, what I need to ask you is concerning a dungeon," Calvin finally said in a low voice. "Oh." Victor frowned, gesturing to Calvin to stop talking as he took a few talismans and activated them under Calvin and G's curious eyes. "Now we can talk securely." "What dungeon?" Victor, who got a little interested, asked. One of my men returned to his village about a month ago. There was news that one of his cousins went missing in the mountains or something like that, so he hurried to try to look for him. And in the process he found it," Calvin said, taking a photo from his pocket and showing it to Victor. It was a huge dungeon gate inside a small crevice in the mountain between two strange-looking trees that had feathery-looking leaves. "And what do you want me to do?" Victor asked, looking at the photo and focusing on the trees. It was common knowledge that dungeons affect the world around them, and those trees were clearly getting mutated by the dungeon. It is usually possible to figure out a few things from such things. Calvin scratched the back of his head. "Well, I was wondering, would it be possible for you to help us conquer this dungeon?" he asked. "You want me to do all the work and then leave the conquered dungeon with all the minerals and treasures left inside to you?" Victor asked, keeping his eyes on the photo. "We will get you your share." Calvin chuckled dryly. Wait a moment," Victor said as he took his phone, and sent the photo Calvin showed him to Lily, asking her about it. Lily had a full memory of the Imperial Dungeon records. If this dungeon was there, it would save him a lot of trouble. He was not going to risk the lives of his girls for some random unknown dungeon. Moments later the reply came. This dungeon happened to be on that list with an unknown conqueror. It was an E-ranked one called the Three Harpies Lair. After conquering it, a Frangnat guano mine would be left behind. This matter has many uses but is not that important. Victor quickly told Lily to wear her veil, then drag Thetu and Zoe, then come to the study. "I will get some of my girls who are more knowledgeable than me in such matters. I usually relegate such stuff to them," Victor told Calvin casually. Moments later the study's door was knocked and three very pretty girls entered. "Good morning, cousin." Zoe, who had dark circles around her eyes, said shyly as she was dragged inside by Lily. She was feeling very flustered around him after she watched the entire action in the opposing room last night. She didn't want to, but the damn blinds in her room didn't work. "It is already in the afternoon," Victor said, hiding his evil smile. "Come sit." "You met my grandfather at the wedding, right?" he asked. Yes. "It is nice to meet you again, Master Calvin." Zoe greeted Calvin politely, followed by the girls who bowed a little to him. "Nice to meet you too," Calvin said with a nod as he turned to look at Lily, who was wearing her veil. He saw this girl at the wedding, and from what he heard Elena telling her mother, he knew that she was a maid, and Victor seemed to have been planning to marry her but didn't get a chance because of his father's refusal. Some family drama. He also noticed Thetu, who hurried to Victor's side and sat down after shooting Lily an apologizing look. Wasn't this girl a little young? "Now, what do you think about this?" Victor asked directly, giving the photo to Lily as if she was his boss. "It is in." He looked at Calvin. "Rosewind Mountain, near Blue Rose Village," he replied, watching the dynamic between Lily and Victor. The moment she walked in, Victor sat straight as if he feared her. Lily, who seemed to be enjoying being the mistress, nodded and looked at the photo for a few seconds, then raised her head. "From the gate, I can tell that it is not the high-ranking dungeon. Probably an E-rank. But we need an on-site inspection to be sure." She acted as if she had no idea. "Do you want us to conquer this?" she asked Calvin. Yes, my grandfather wants that," Victor said, acting a little like he was a rich young master who didn't do a thing by himself. "What do we get in return?" Lily asked Calvin immediately, making him realize whom he should negotiate with. "How about everything you get before the conquest and 20% of whatever is left?" Calvin asked. Lily frowned as she thought. Fragrant guano can be used to make not only a very good fertilizer for rare herbs, it was an ingredient for some very expensive perfumes that no one had discovered yet. So she didn't mind it even if she grabbed only 5% of the output. that much would be enough to overturn the entire cosmetics industry. Wait. Lily secretly glanced at Victor, who nodded to her, making her smile behind her veil. He wanted her to create this company after she retired to her family. It was a method to secretly keep in touch and smuggle goods. Too little. In addition to keeping our involvement a secret, we want 25%. And you will have to pay the shipping fee, she finally said. Deal. Calvin said directly. This was easier than expected. He was prepared to get only 50% as he will not be risking anything here. Good. There. Robin. How about you assemble a team to go and appraise it and then try to conquer it? Can you do that? Lily turned to Theta and said after getting Victor's wink. Victor wanted Theta to lead one of his teams, so this was a good first test for her. With her luck, nothing bad should happen. Me? Theta asked as she looked at Victor, feeling a little conflicted. Yes. Take your sisters and try it. Victor said, then paused and turned to Zoe. How about you go to Q's? He asked. You want me to take care of your girls? Zoe, who finally figured out why he called her here, asked. Yes. I will send Lynn too. With the two of you there everything should be fine. He nodded shamelessly. What do I get in return? Zoe asked as she smiled. What do you want? Victor asked. I request. I will decide on it later. She paused and said as Calvi, who was watching the exchange, smiled. It reminded him of his youth. Okay, but it can't be anything that will make me violate my principles, he said nervously, making her almost spit on him. Don't worry, it won't, she said as she looked away to hide her face that turned bright red after remembering the show she involuntarily watched last night. How could she ever violate Victor's principles? Her shameless cousin had none to begin with. Chapter 357, Lara and the Magical Girls. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was at 5 p.m. when Victor finally was able to get rid of his grandfather and finish explaining his plan to Alpha. Remember what I told you? The gambling network must be online tonight. Use the movie ranking as its first bet. Maybe we can catch some small fish. And how the hell am I going to do this in 2 hours? Alpha scolded. Buy a fucking gambling website, and throw money on some lazy-ass developer. Do I have to spell everything for you? Victor said. Take some money from Margaret. Where is she? He asked as he walked out of the study. She already went with the others. Hilda, who was waiting for him, answered. Arya and Myra should be at the company, while the others went shopping before the movie. Oh, damn. I didn't notice it was this late. Victor said. That's what happens when you keep arguing over every small detail. He scolded Alpha, who looked away, totally not aware that Victor knew that she kept asking him about every little thing on purpose, trying to figure out some secret info he knew about the future. Just take care of it fast. He sighed. Now where is my suit? He asked Hilda. Here it is. You should dress while you are on your way. Hilda said. It is almost the jam hour. Oh. Victor nodded, taking the suit, then quickly headed outside where a luxurious golden painted white steed car was waiting for him. Leo, who was tasked to drive Victor around as usual, opened the luxurious car's door respectfully. He wanted to drive Victor home after the wedding, and maybe get a glimpse at the mysterious wives, but his request was denied by his superiors. Apparently, a private company handled the transportation at that time, and he was tasked with driving some of the company managers and waiting for them. Too bad those managers seemed to have left without telling him, letting him wait in that underground garage for an entire night. They could have left him a message or something. He wanted to pick a fight with them on the next day, but they were nowhere to be found. After asking around, he learned that apparently they were all hurriedly transported to some desert county to work on a secret project after offending some VIP at the wedding. Young master, it is rare to see you alone, Leo said in a humorous tone as he waited for Victor to take his seat. Yeah, that's what happens when you marry a bunch of ungrateful girls. They only know how to suck this young master dry at night, then escape to go shopping in the morning with my credit card. Victor sighed, making Leo, who was making fun of him, almost curse out of jealousy. Now quickly head to the company. This young master doesn't want to be late. Victor scolded, glancing at the watch in his hand. He still had time for that. As Horizon Media CEO, He needed to accompany the company managers to the theater to walk the red carpet with Myra. "Oh, okay," Leo said as he closed the door for visitor and then climbed into the driver's seat while trying hard not to stare at the line of Lily maids who bowed politely in their cute maid uniforms to see their young master off. Damn it. He was feeling jealous. He was not a Lilican, he preferred big-boobed older women, but still. Damn it. Why do young masters get it all? The car quickly sped up through the highway as Victor, who was in the backseat, awkwardly changed his clothes into the dashing brick red tuxedo Myra chose for him. She had a fight with Lily over it, but as this night was for Myra, Lily reluctantly gave up. Leo, who was watching secretly from the front, couldn't help but notice Victor's perfect muscles and body shape as he changed. He was not gay or anything, but damn, how can a rich young master like Victor get a body like that? No wonder those girls are crazy after him. What kinds of exercises does the young master do usually? Leo quickly decided to strike up a conversation. He was waiting for Victor to begin bragging about the gym in his mansion, then taking the opportunity, Leo would ask him if he could come to see it, and maybe train in it after that. He could already imagine those Lily maids drooling as they shyly watched him lift some weights. Exercise? What exercise? This young master has a bed full of lascivious wives waiting for me every night. When do I have time to exercise? Victor said directly as he hastily put on his red and purple striped tie, making Leo regret he asked. So it was that kind of exercise. Leo considered asking what workouts Victor did before he married but decided it was not worth it. It is not good to appear pushy. So, for the next few minutes, the car grew silent as Victor finished wearing his suit and then sat quietly, looking out and watching the afternoon sunlit road go by outside. It took them another 15 minutes to reach the company where a bunch of executives and employees were waiting for him outside dressed in expensive tuxedos and dresses. Victor stepped down from the car where he was welcomed by Aria and Myra, who wore a turquoise blue dress and a rose red dress respectively. "You are late," Myra said as she hugged Victor, followed by Aria. "We arranged a reception in the company lobby for you. But it is too late now, we must hurry to the theater if we want to catch Monica and Lara's opening song." "No, you are the early ones," he corrected them, then looked at the company employees who were bowing in the back, while giving Victor some nervous looks. Despite the fact that many of them were seeing Victor for the first time, they have all heard the rumors around him. Both the old and the new ones that spread after the wedding in the tabloids. Too bad very few photos of the wedding existed and none of them showed what happened there. One thing they knew for sure was that half of the company managers disappeared that night after angering the CEO. "Nice to see you all. I will make this short," he said, clearing his throat. "I don't care about anything else, but if this movie achieves a 90% rating or above, I will give each of you 1000% of your salary as a reward by the end of the year," he said, making the employees all cheer. He might be an evil young master, but he knew how to buy people's hearts. "Let's go," he said. "1 second," Myra said as she began to adjust Victor's tie and jacket under the envious eyes of the male employees. Some of them even dared to bite their lips in jealousy while totally unaware that their inventory action got them on a list that they didn't know existed. "All done," Myra said, dusting Victor's jacket and giving him an apprehensive look. Damn, her husband was hot. Victor chuckled as if reading her thoughts, then quickly got back into the car followed by Myra the Aria, who was hesitating whether she should also be in this car but was dragged inside by Victor. The car quickly took off after that, followed by the company's fleet. "Congratulations on your marriage, Miss Aria, and Miss Myra." Leo, who didn't get the chance to congratulate the girls before, said as he drove the car. He was trying to strike up a conversation again. Victor was his best shot at riches, and he was going to find something that interests him one way or another. "Thanks," Aria said with a happy and satisfied smile as casually put her head on Victor's shoulder. As if feeling jealous, Myra did the same from the other side. Damn. Leo secretly cursed and then swallowed the words he wanted to utter. "Hopefully this movie will be a big success," he said again. "Yes." Aria nodded. "Keep driving no matter what, and when I tell you to press forward," Victor suddenly said, making Leo frown as he watched Victor slowly lean over the surprised Myra to lower the side window, then take something round from his pocket and throw it out. "Now, Victor said, making Leo, who just realized that Victor had thrown a grenade inside the open window of another car, quickly press the gas pedal to its limit and drive away from the other car. Boom, an all too familiar exposition rang at the back. Boom, a bigger one followed. Keep driving, Victor ordered, then sighed. But the police. Leo wanted to ask. You do your job, they will be doing theirs. Victor said casually as he began fiddling with his phone. Were they after us? Myra asked nervously. One of the men had a rocket launcher aimed at us. Victor said, making Leo, who was driving, begin to sweat. He did hear rumors that the White family was engaged in the drug and human trafficking industry and that Victor killed his cousin to take his place. He thought that those were just baseless rumors, as Victor didn't seem to be the violent type. Now he discovered that he was mistaken. Who are they? Arya asked as she watched Victor send something on his phone and then receive a confirmation. Oh, some stupid businessman seemed to have ordered a hit on me. Victor said with a frown after flipping through Kai's report. It is related to some stupid woman who got slapped on the face by Margaret a while ago. Margaret, and? Myra asked. Would they try again? She asked as several police cars whisked by them, heading to the explosion scene. No. Victor said as he got another report. Seemingly, they are dead. They were hit by a truck transporting sheet, and then their corpses were eaten by rats after the coroner forgot to lock the door to the morgue that day. What kind of bad luck is this? Oh, I see. Victor paused as he read the report. What? Nothing. Just a strange coincidence. Those two have angered the wrong guy, Victor said with a strange smile, explaining no further. Nothing will happen. I already ordered Kai to exterminate the stupid gang who dared to accept and perform a hit on me. Let's just relax and enjoy the night, he said casually, reassuring the girls as Leo, who was eavesdropping, began considering quitting his job for real. No, he should do the opposite. He should find a way to grab onto Victor's perfect muscular thighs. Leo renewed his resolve. The car reached the theater a few minutes later, stopping right over the red carpet where an announcement was made as soon as Victor stepped down from the car. Now, finally, the last to arrive. We welcome our one and only star, Myra Elven, in the bright red Raymond troll dress that looks super dashing on her. Accompanying her is the director of Horizons Media, Arya White, in a lavender purple goldsmith dress. The commentator said, making all the reporters point their cameras at the trio who had just left the car. Now the next one is Victor. You damn bastard. How dare you take Myra from us? How dare you blemish my balls? The Myra fan commentator fell to the ground, clutching his crotch, forcing a few guards to quickly come and get him as someone else took his place. The nutcracker got to him in front of hundreds of cameras that couldn't catch a thing. It all happened in a split second, and the foolish man became a eunuch. Next is the one and only Mr. Victor White. Yes. He is the famous rich star of our city who held his amazing once-in-a-century wedding 2 weeks ago, to a group of wonderful girls who included Mrs. Myra and Mrs. Arya. Look how handsome he is, no wonder the girls fell for him. The new commentator, who seemed to have found his chance to fame, said, give that guy a raise. Victor told Arya with a bright smile as he hugged her, and Myra from the back walked the red carpet while shooting smiles at the cameras. He doesn't work for us, Arya said as she put her head on Victor's chest patiently and then waved to the crowd. Then hire him and give him a raise, Victor said, making Myra, who was also waving to the crowd, giggle a bit. Mrs. Myra, how do you feel about the new movie? One reporter asked after he almost had a heart attack caused by her bright smile. It will be a success. All of us worked really hard to create it, Myra said with a smile. I hope you all enjoy it. Mr. Victor, how was your honeymoon? When will you be releasing the wedding photos? Another female reporter asked Victor. It was none other than Gloria Flick, who was released on bail earlier this day. Gloria, long time no see. I heard you were caught around my house trying to take some photos. Victor responded directly. It was a misunderstanding. I will prove it in court. She quickly responded. I hope it is. Now if I remember, my wives had a restraining order against you, guards. Victor shouted as he posed for a photo with his two wives while ignoring Gloria, who was dragged away by the guards and a few policemen. After that, Ario answered some questions about the company's new project before the trio walked inside the theater, refusing to make any further statements. Once inside, Victor was guided by a blushing girl staff to one of the 3 VIP balconies where his entire harem was waiting. "You are late," Margaret directly said. "Myro is about to go on stage," she added as the theater's light began to dim down. "Sorry." "You know how Alpha can be," Victor said as he headed to his seat in the front while glancing at his wives, who were all dressed in very pretty gowns and veils on their faces, copying Lily to help hide her. This included Elise, who also chose to come in a wheelchair. She chose to hide the fact that she was cured by her family, as this would make them ask too many questions. "Is my mother and father here?" Victor asked as he sat down right between Lily and Theta, who seemed to have won a bet to get to sit beside him. "Only your mother with George and your grandfather. They are at the opposite VIP balcony," Margaret said, pointing toward the reflective glass-covered balcony. This theater was designed with safety in mind, so all the VIP rooms were covered by a one-way mirror, bulletproof glass. "Ladies and gentlemen," a pretty voice suddenly sounded in the theater, making everyone quiet. It was Monica, who walked on stage with a spotlight right over her. "Before the movie starts, we at Horizons Media would like to take the chance for some shameless advertisement, and to introduce our new idol band. Chosen from the cutest and most talented girls around Vayner City, let me introduce Lara and the Magical Girls, who will perform our next movie's theme song as we play its trailer," she said as a group of 11 pretty little girls in very cute frilly Magical Girls uniforms walked on stage. Lara, Yin, Ren, Stephanie, Mila, Diamond, and finally Little Elle. Myra said the girls' names one by one. They were chosen by Victor personally from hundreds of applicants based on very strict criteria. That was the official story. The truth was that he just asked Lara whom she wanted and filled in their names. "Hello everyone," Lara shouted nervously as she smiled, melting the hearts of the hundreds of attendees by unconsciously allowing her demonic blood charm to affect them. "I hope you like our song," she said nervously as she looked at the girls behind her. "Let's go," she said as the dark screen lit up, showing the trailer of the upcoming movie A New World, the Dragon Princess saga. At the same time the girls began to sing. "We rode the love train. It took us to heaven. Choo-choo. The hero fought the demon in the rain. He beat her and saved the world again. Go go. Dot. Dot. Dot." This one was the real version, which although still had many obscure meanings, was like any other song, that could be interpreted in many ways. And it was very catchy. The girls began performing a very catchy dance as they sang. Although it was a little hard for them, being led by the tireless Lara, they carried on, totally not being aware that their dance was going to be the next big thing online. By the time the song ended with a band on the screen behind, the attendees, whom many were skeptical at first, began to unwillingly sing the song along with the girls as if they were enchanted. They had just become fans of the lively little girls band on stage. "Thank you for listening our song everyone," Lara shouted to the crowd again as soon as she finished the song, bowing politely with the other girls. "Please support us when our new album comes out next month," she said, waving to everyone as she stepped down the stage followed by the totally exhausted little girls. "What an amazing performance," Monica, who was playing host, commented as soon as the girls left. "Now let us start the movie. Hopefully, you would like it." A little hint though, Miss Lara has a little cameo appearance in it. Try to spot it. Chapter 358, Devil Dragon. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "You were good," Elena smiled and said as she watched Lara and the girls enter her VIP balcony with wet towels over their heads, and water bottles in their hands. "Come relax. The movie is about to start." Lara nodded as she relaxed in a seat next to her mother, followed by the other girls. They were feeling very happy as the crowds cheered for them. This was their debut, and it was a massive success. "You were not bad at all," Calvin, who was sitting next to Elena, said with a nod. "Thanks, Grandpa." Lara politely thanked him with a slight blush, then looked around. "Did esteemed brother come?" she asked. Yes, he is in another VIP balcony with his wives. Elena said, sighing. So did Zoe, who was sitting on this balcony with them. She didn't want to sit with Victor and his wives. The atmosphere they created made her feel uncomfortable. She couldn't tell why. The one that is bouncing all around? Lara asked. Bouncing? Elena said as she looked at the other balcony. It was truly bouncing, going up and down in a light, slightly but observable lewd motion. WTF? The movie didn't start and they are already at it. It is just like a train. Stephanie commented. Yes. They must be having a party there. Ren said as Elle nodded. Her Uncle Black's wooden pig hut used to shake like that sometimes, but whenever she went there to investigate she would get scolded. I wonder what they are doing. Another little girl said, not noticing the warning glares Elena was shooting her. They must be testing the new 5D cinema movie mechanisms there. George, who realized what Elena was thinking, interjected. It is a new technology that the family has been promoting throughout its theaters. Ah, really? Elena asked. Yup, look under the balcony, you can notice the hydraulic pistons moving. George explained, making Elena sigh in relief. She began feeling a little embarrassed. It is not her fault. She married into a family of perverts. Can our chamber bounce too? Lara asked excitedly. Yes, but it will do that during the movie when there is some camera shake. He said. Just wait and see. He said, making the girls get a little excited. Yin, where are you going? Elle suddenly asked as she watched Yin turn to exit the room. The movie is starting. The ladies' room. Yin said as she walked out, then turned left and headed toward Victor's VIP room directly. There, before she could knock on the door, she heard Victor's voice from inside. Coming. He said, making her open the door shyly and enter, not knowing what scene she should expect. If the news she held was not very important, she would have never dared to come here at this time. She kept her eyes on the ground as she walked inside, then slowly lifted her head. There was nothing lewd inside. They were truly just having fun testing the shake mechanisms. Margaret, who got the control device, was being a little naughty, making the shake follow some perverted rhythms. Young master. Yin headed to the front and greeted Victor, then paused as she looked at him and frowned. I have a demonic smell, right? Victor smiled and asked, making the girls frown, especially Lily and Margaret. She nodded nervously. Don't worry. I seem to have some demonic bloodline that got enhanced when I awakened my bloodline. Try to look at my soul. He said, sighing. He wanted to hide this from the girls, but seemingly it was hard. So he decided to just not tell them how powerful it was. Yin frowned, then scanned Victor's soul. Despite being 100 times shinier than the last time she saw it and having some dark air going around it, it was the same. She nodded as she looked away while closing her eyes. He was too damn shiny. You wanted to tell me about Lara, right? He said. She also has this demonic bloodline that got activated when I helped her fix her bloodline, but it is at a very low concentration, so you don't need to worry. Victor said, reassuring the little girl. We are still humans with demonic powers. He joked as Lily squinted her eyes looking at him. It is not that. Yin said. Something happened 1 week ago. What? Victor asked as he looked at the adjacent balcony, inspecting Lara. Lara von Wise. STR 124. INT 70. Luck 10. Charm 75. Fate. Fate's power. E. Defined fate. None. Fate list unavailable. Warning. Fate divergence detected. Fate is unstable and might change. Bloodline. Devil Dragon. SSS. 100%. Unawakened. Wah. Victor shrieked and stood up, surprising the girls, who stopped caring about the movie that had already started. What? Lily asked. She could tell that Victor's reaction was genuine. Her bloodline had evolved into a devil dragon. And the demonic bloodline she had before is gone. He said. What happened to her? He asked Yin again. We were in that idiot Stephanie's house. Her father runs an antique store, Yin said. Yes, I did investigate him. Victor nodded, remembering what he read about that opportunistic man. Did she find some strange artifact in his home or something like that? He asked, raising one eyebrow as he read the comment on her fate. He messed too much with Lara's fate that it was natural that whatever the world had in plan for her before, it was no longer relevant. No, that man only deals in fakes. Yin shook her little head. We were just drinking some tea when Lara suddenly fell to the ground. She stood up almost a minute later, as if nothing had happened, saying that the tea made her dizzy. It happened the next morning. Lara had a slight fever and didn't go to school. She got better at noon, but ever since then, the demonic smell around her became a little stronger. She said, her soul is still the same, but has two long black horns now. She added in a low voice, I see. What kind of tea did she drink? Victor asked. Yin quickly took the storage ring that was held in a chain around her neck, and from inside of it, she took a tin box of very expensive tea that she borrowed. Victor frowned looking at the box. It was an old product, probably 20 years old or so, but this kind of tea is meant to be left to ferment. Suddenly he thought of something and inspected the tea with his skills, but still, he found nothing. It was a completely normal, expensive box of tea. In fact, he knew this type of tea, he even tried it a few times in his previous life. It was very popular among old folks, and he remembered that his grandpa Galvin had one of those. Nothing here. He said, are you sure it is the tea? He asked Yin. She nodded nervously. Elle said that it smelled funny. And she is usually right about such things. She added, let me have a look. Lily said, taking the box from Victor's hand and smelling it. What? Victor asked. She didn't answer, but just frowned and closed her eyes as if trying to figure something out before opening her eyes. It does smell funny, she said. And try drinking it, she told Victor, seemingly not sure. Victor hesitated, then used the balcony's intercom to call for a pot of boiling water that was quickly prepared. Soon the pot arrived, and Victor prepared a cup of tea before he drank it. It was not a bad tea, but nothing strange happened. Nothing, huh? Lily squinted her eyes as she looked at the box. What is your theory? Victor asked. This tea has many herbs. Some of them have some energy fluctuations. They might have been picked from the premises of some dungeon. My guess is that one of them might have interacted with the leftovers of the blood cleansing pill in Lara's body and caused her two bloodlines to merge. What is the rank of the demonic bloodline in her body? Lily asked. I am not sure. My identification skill could only see question marks when I appraised it, but I guessed it should have been SS or SSS, he said. How much was its purity? About 2% or 3%. Victor tried hard to remember. Oh, then my guess is probably right. This weak bloodline must have been swallowed by the strong one under the effects of the drugs, causing a mutation. Lily explained. You need to make Hano examine those things, and tell Kai to investigate this tea company. Indeed, Victor said, looking at Yin. You did good. Make sure to monitor Lara and report if anything strange happens. Hopefully, this would be good for her, he said. Although he was a little worried about Lara after this upgrade, he could do nothing to revert it. His best course of action was now to keep monitoring her. Yin nodded. And your singing was good too. Keep up the good work and soon you will be a big star, he added, making Yin blush, then bow politely and walk out. That girl is really good. I am sure she will get prettier as she grows up, Lily said as she watched Yin leave. Are you planning to add her to your harem? She asked. Who knows? I will leave that choice to her, he said as he stood up and then headed to the door. Where are you going? Mina asked. Like the rest of the girls, she wanted to enjoy a peaceful movie night with Victor. Call of nature. This Fu-King tea is more effective than I expected, he chuckled. Do you want us to join you later? Margaret asked lewdly. Just enjoy the movie. We will have plenty of time later, he sighed, shaking his head as he walked out and headed to the VIP restroom. He needed to find some time to take the girls on a date separately. It took him a few minutes to do his business and walk out to wash his hands and happened to bump into a young man who apologized and then hurried into one of the cubicles. The way he looked at Victor was very strange, making Victor pause and use his appraisal skill. Name, Mike Law. STR 32, INT 15, Luck 10, Charm 17. Fate, Fate's power, A. Defined fate, be your sister's dog. Nothing strange other than the guy's strength. Nah. Taking too many steroids can cause this, Victor sighed as he walked out of the restroom where he almost bumped into someone. It was Mina who was waiting for him. Or was it Mana? Couldn't wait, huh? He asked with a lewd smile. No, I couldn't, she said very coldly as he appraised her to make sure which of the twins she was. Name, Mona War, STR 41, INT 20, Luck 19, Charm 19, Fate, Fate's Power, S. Defined Fate, Cyan, you paint the word revenge with your enemy's blood. What the fook? Victor asked in shock just as he felt someone behind him pull a black sack over his head and then something hit his stomach. He could only smell the potent sedative as he collapsed to the ground moments later. Chapter 359, Kidnapped. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Quickly. This way, Mona said as they pushed the cart that had unconscious Victor hidden on it under a stack of trash. Moments later they reached the theater's underground parking lot where they headed to a black van parked to the side. Gloria, come and help, Mona told the girl who was waiting for them. We didn't bail you out to be lazing around. I already told you everything about Victor and even helped you plant a tracking device on him. Gloria scolded. Get to work, Peach, or I swear I will find a way to put you back in the cell we found you in. Mona scolded coldly, making Gloria move her lazy ass. Sis, don't be so harsh on her, Mikhail said. Shut up and get to the driver's seat. Let's finish this quickly before someone comes here, Mona scolded as she emptied the cart on the ground and then dragged Victor inside the van just as Mikhail started the engine. Will they really trade him for Mina and Mana? Mikhail asked as the car began to move out. Couldn't we just ask? He added. You don't know how those aristocratic families work. Once you are their servant, you are in reality a slave, Mona said hatefully as if this comes from personal experience. They will never let go of the girls if we don't use drastic measures then disappear. But what if the twins were brainwashed? Mikhail asked. What if they refuse to believe us? What if you could just shut up and let me think? Mona scolded, biting her nail. We will see what we can do when it happens. What if Mother blamed us? Michael said. She told us to just investigate their location and gather some more info then wait for her to find an acquaintance. Stop whining, Mona scolded. Don't worry. She will understand. We couldn't just leave them locked in the den of a depraved young master like Victor White, Mona said hatefully, looking at the unconscious Victor and then at Gloria who provided them with most of the info about Victor's many misdeeds. We will get our sisters back before she gets here, she said with the desire to prove herself evident in her voice. Let's hope nothing bad happens, Mikhail said nervously. Being a jinx. After that, the van went silent. Even the usually talkative Gloria preferred to keep her silence. She just secretly made sure that her phone was still recording as the van slowly made its way to a desolate area in Vane City. This was her breakthrough. The slum here was the best place to hide after committing a crime, as the police rarely came here due to how dangerous it was. Even criminals fear for their lives and try to act as discreetly as possible to avoid startling some local snake. Just the other day, there was a new group of delinquents here, trying to act all strong and mighty. They ended up in the hospital 2 days later with new buttholes after offending the crazy maniac. Mona looked vigilantly as the van entered the abandoned warehouse they rented from a local resident. Inside, there was a woman who sat on a wooden chair surrounded by men in black suits. She was waiting for them with a very cold expression on her face. Ah, Mom is here a little early, Michelle said as he stopped the van. Cheat, Mona said. WHO the fuck allowed you to act on your OWN and kidnap him? A beautiful mature woman who looked somewhat similar to Mona said as she looked at the tied unconscious Victor and then at her stupid son and daughter. Do you know how much trouble did you just cause? Do you know how dangerous your situation is? She asked as the gangster men around the room who usually followed Mona's commands looked away embarrassingly. They wanted nothing to do with this family trouble. We already followed protocol, Mikhail said. Can you be 100% sure no one saw you? Their mother asked coldly. Mikhail could not answer that. Mom, we couldn't just let him abuse our sisters. After we followed our sisters' trail, we finally discovered that they work as maids in his mansion. Mona said emotionally. You know how depraved those young masters can be. He even married a dozen girls in one wedding. Shut up. You know nothing. Your sisters are already his wives. They were a part of that wedding. The mother said. He is your brother-in-law. What? Michael asked in shock. But that's not what Gloria told us. Gloria? The mother asked, looking at the reporter who hurried to hide her phone that she began using actively after realizing that Mikhail and Mona belonged to some mafia. Ah, I am Gloria Flick, a reporter. Gloria quickly clarified. A week ago I was doing a report on Victor White when my camera caught sight of your daughters. They were clearly wearing maid uniforms. She quickly began to explain. So it is you, Beach. The mother said angrily as she took out a gun, making Gloria shrink back. Mom, don't be so hard on her. Michelle tried to act as a gentleman. She helped us. Shut up. You have no idea what mess are you in and you are still trying to pick up sluts. The mother said, glancing at Victor. She was going around asking about him when she learned some very disturbing facts. First, this guy was a player. Unlike her stupid children, and as someone who has seen the world, she had naturally heard rumors about players. Although her gang is not that big right now, when her husband was alive they were one of the strongest organized crime gangs around. The second fact was more troublesome, and it was that this guy was an elite heir of the Von Weiss family. When she heard that, she hurried here to stop her stupid daughter, but it seemed it was too late. Is it very bad? Mona asked nervously as she clenched her fist. She rarely saw her mother flare up like this since their father's incident. This guy's family is beyond anything you could imagine. They can find and kill us all in seconds. Her mother said as she calmed down slowly. The only reason they are not here yet is because they don't know he was kidnapped yet. She said nervously as she calmed down a little, realizing the sheet her children were in. But Mona said. Then what should we do? Did he see your faces? Her mother asked. Yes. Mona said nervously. Then we should probably. Her mother paused. Where is he? She asked, making everyone look at Victor, who was supposed to be tied on the ground. He was no longer there. Before they could begin searching for him, the entire warehouse turned pitch black, and everyone started to hear a majestic voice. That was a disappointment. I thought you guys belonged to the Dark Chamber or some other organization. I even went all the way and allowed you to kidnap me. I should be watching a movie with my wives now, you know. The voice sighed. Well, since you are my in-laws I will make it quick. Victor, where have you been? Margaret, who had a mouthful of popcorn, asked as Victor, whose hair was a little disheveled, returned to the VIP balcony simultaneously as the movie's end credit began to roll and the crowd downstairs began to clap in amazement. It was all thanks to Victor, who not only saw the movie that flopped big in his past life but was part of the team who was tasked to collect all the criticism and review why it failed when he worked in Horizon Media. So, ever since that day when they went to the set, Victor began instructing Steven, the director, on all the things they must fix. Although Steven was reluctant to let Victor meddle too much in his masterpiece, the moment he saw the check Victor threw at him, the man accepted. So now, the movie was perfect. You missed the movie. It was good, Lynn said as she watched Myra Below walk to the stage with John Sigma and the rest of the actors and bow to the crowd proudly under their applause. This was a chance to advertise the next movie. Sorry, I was busy getting kidnapped, he said casually, making all the girls look at him with surprise, especially Lily, who frowned and raised one eyebrow. You, getting kidnapped? She asked. How many tanks and bombers did they deploy? How many soldiers died for that noble cause? How many strands from his purple disheveled hair did they manage to touch? Victor ignored her as he moved between the chairs. He didn't return to his seat but gestured for Arya to move, then took her seat beside the twins. What? Mina asked nervously. Do you two have any sisters or brothers? He asked directly, despite already knowing the answer after making Kai investigate Mikhail and Mona and taking a DNA sample. No. Mina and Mana both shook their heads. Our parents had some kind of disease that didn't allow them to have children. We were a miracle, they used to say. I see. Victor hesitated for a moment. Is there something wrong? Mana asked. I just discovered something a little disturbing. He said, hesitating a bit. "Stop with the stupid acting and just say it." Margaret scolded from the back, but Victor ignored her. He was truly acting, but this was not something he could explain fast. "Listen, I may have some news." He looked at the twins. "Your father and mother, the ones who raised you, were not your real family," he said. "They were kidnappers who stole you as babies." "What?" both of the twins asked in shock. Looking him in the eye, they could tell that he was not lying. "I just ran a quick investigation with Kai's help. We just dug up that man's and woman's grave and compared his DNA to yours, and it does not match," he said. "That's why he was a little late to return here. He wanted to be sure of everything." "Ah, does it have something to do with your kidnapping?" Lily asked. "Yes, I have just been kidnapped by a girl who looks exactly like the two of you," Victor said. "Apparently she was watching Gloria streaming, and happened to glance at you, realizing that you are her long-lost sisters who were kidnapped as babies," Victor said, taking a silver pendant that had the name Mona engraved on it. It was similar to the pendants the girls wore around their necks. "This is hers?" Mana asked, stuttering a little as she caught the pendant, then took hers and compared them. They were very similar. "Yes, her DNA matches yours. She should be your sister. You are triplets and not just twins, it seems," he said with a depraved smile, then ignored the sound of a chair's armrest getting crushed under Lily's fingers behind him. "What did you do to her?" Mina quickly asked. As a player, she could control her emotions to a certain extent, unlike a certain Lily who was about to kill her pervert husband who couldn't go out without bringing a new girl home. They were throwing themselves at him like flies on rotten fruit. "She is in the basement at home. I didn't do anything bad to them. I used some soul wine to make them talk." "They should have already forgotten that though," he said. "Wait, they?" Lynn asked. "Yes. There is a woman who should be your real mother and a young man too who should be your brother. Apparently, he got to Gloria Flick and paid her some money to help them kidnap me. They believed the rumors that I do some human trafficking, and wanted to trade you for me," he said. "You do human trafficking?" Margaret commented as the twins froze in shock. "Regardless," Victor said, holding the twins' hands with his, "do you want to meet them, or do you want some time to reflect?" he asked the twins. "Let's get this over with," Mana said nervously, biting her lip. "Good," Victor said, but didn't stand up. He just looked at the twins. "I need you to remember one thing though. Whatever happens next, you need to remember that I am your family now and that I will always support you," he said, making them smile sweetly and nod. "Okay then, you head to the car. I need to go say hi to my mother and Lara, then I will follow you," he said with a sigh. Chapter 360, Captured. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Mona slowly opened her eyes, then abruptly sat up and began to look around. The last thing she remembered was that deep voice scolding them for being the wrong kidnappers. Then she passed out. WTF? Where was she anyway? She seemed to be in some kind of cell in some dimly lit dungeon. No, it was a cage. Looking around her, she could see her brother and mother in nearby cages, collapsed on the hay mattresses. "Mom, Mikhail!" Mona yelled for them worriedly as she stood up. Moments later they both woke up and sat up abruptly. Thankfully they seemed fine. "Where are we?" Mikhail said. "Captured," their mother said coldly as began to feel around her body. Her phones were not on her. Even the small emergency one she secretly kept in her underwear. Damn it. Hopefully, her men are alright. Mona too tried to look for her trusty daggers and minigun, but they were all gone. Even the secret device that was strapped up her calf was not there. She looked at Mikhail, who was also searching for his. Nope, that pervert was scratching his crotch. Some fleas from the hay might have found their way there and decided to make a new home. "How did this happen?" Mikhail finally said, removing his hand from his crotch after noticing his sister's glare. "I don't remember a thing. Who did it? What happened to Gloria? Is she alright? Is that all you care about?" Mona scolded her perverted brother. "I am just asking," he said timidly. "I don't think we will have to wait long for answers," their mother said as the room lights suddenly turned on, forcing them to close their darkness-adjusted eyes as they heard the door slowly open with a creak. "You should oil that door's hinge," a young man said. "It sounds very annoying." hurting my delicate ears. We will do that immediately, young master. A little girl replied as the family of three slowly opened their eyes and watched three little maids place a couch in the center of the room facing the cages. A very handsome young man sat on it moments later, placing a stack of files on his side. It was the one and only Victor von Wise. Go to Hilda to prepare some jasmine tea and wait in the study. He told one of the maids who nodded, then left the room with her colleagues after a polite bow. The door closed, leaving the young man and his captives eyeing each other. Mona had to confess, Victor was handsome. Although she rarely cared about guys, she couldn't help taking a few glances at him. She couldn't do that earlier because his face was covered with the black cloth. Where is Gloria? Michael was the first one to speak, making Mona return to her senses and secretly wipe the drool off her mouth. What just happened? It was as if she was hypnotized. Answer. What did you do to Gloria? Michael asked again as he stood up and futilely tried to break the iron cage's bar. Everyone ignored him. What did you do to us? Was it a gas? How did you manage to signal your men? Were we being followed? Mona was the one who asked this time, but Victor still ignored her and looked at her mother. So, Vanessa or? Victor said finally as he took a file and began to leaf through it. You are pretty impressive. Taking over your gang after your husband died and leading it to safety while fighting numerous enemies, he said. You came a long way here from Lamard Theocratic Republic, from another continent. So you already investigated me, she said. You must be clear about why I am here, and about my other identity. Yes. If not for the DNA test I would have never believed that you are my supposed mother-in-law. You just look too young to be a mother, he said directly with a bright smile as he took his eyes off the file and looked at her. She didn't know how to react to his words. Was she supposed to be glad he hitting on her? If she didn't know any better she would have really believed that he was just a pervert young master. But as someone who lived through many dangerous situations, she was not that naive. On the contrary, the way Victor conducted himself made her feel as if she was facing some very old snake who liked to manipulate the world around him. She had noticed the look in his eyes as he inspected her and Mona. It was similar to the one she saw when she dealt with those old bosses. The ones who ate you all and spat nothing out. May I see the DNA report? She asked calmly, hiding her nervousness. Yes. Victor didn't refuse. He stood up, ignoring Michael's and Mona's glare, then approached Vanessa's cage to give her a few pieces of paper. They contained DNA test reports. The names Mina and Mana had a 50% match with her, 35% with Michael, and a 100% match with Mona. Those reports were real. She could tell. She couldn't help but sigh in relief. Mana and Mina were really her missing daughters. What do you plan to do with us? Vanessa asked directly as she held her shaking hand. I don't know yet. You guys tried to kidnap me after all, and I have a responsibility toward my family to keep their faiths. Victor shrugged, smiling mysteriously as the room went silent, making Vanessa squint her eyes. She was clear that Victor wanted something from her. If not, he would have either killed or released her by now. What did you do to Gloria? Michael asked again. Still no reply. You want me? Mona finally asked. A smart girl. Not really. This was obvious from the way Victor kept glancing at her and secretly licking his lips. Who wouldn't? Victor said, giving her an ambiguous answer. Mona war. 18 years old, studying law at Lamard's National University. A thorny single school flower who rejected 79 men and castrated 2. Very reclusive with very few friends and an unnatural obsession with guns. Those photos you sent to that modeling agency a while ago under the persuasion of that pervert bestie of yours are superb though. How did you get those? She asked angrily. They were supposed to be confidential. There is nothing my noble family can't know, especially if it is something about a pretty girl. He chuckled, making her bite her lip. Well, am I to your liking then, young master? She asked coldly as she put her hand on her waist, trying to grab the gravity knife that was no longer there. Yup. In more than one aspect. If I hadn't already seen the twins in bikinis, I would have printed your photos as posters and pasted them all over my bedroom. He nodded repeatedly, then continued to leaf through the report. Let's see. 2 years ago, you escaped home and went to our main federation and... He began to speak with sparkling eyes, But Mona interrupted him. "Would you release us if I spent a night with you?" she asked directly in a very cold, freezing voice, changing the subject and diverting her family's attention. She didn't want him to speak about what she did back then. She didn't want her mother and brother to know. She was totally unaware that Victor was waiting for her to ask that question. He wanted her to consider this option even for a second before he released her. It was a way to implement this thought like a seed in her unconscious, then wait for it to sprout as he watered it with his charm. "No!" McKeel yelled as he grabbed the cage's bars. "Mom, aren't you going to stop her?" he asked, noticing his mother's strange calm attitude. "Shut up!" Vanessa scolded, then looked at Victor and waited for his answer. This would tell her what kind of person this young master was. And she trusted her daughter. If Victor really slept with her, he would wake up missing his manhood. There is no need for such drama. Victor sighed, surprising them as he stepped back a little, then flicked his finger, making two of the cage's doors open. "We are family. Come, Mana and Mina want to meet you," he said as he turned around and headed to the door, ignoring the shocked Vanessa and Mona, who didn't expect him to let them go this easily. "I thought you had to keep your family's face," Vanessa asked. "They don't have one to begin with. They just like to pretend," Victor said as he looked back. "Are you coming or not? Do you perhaps have some weird self-fetish?" he asked, making them look at each other and then quickly walk out while silently cursing at him. Couldn't he say anything nice? "Wait, what about me?" McKeel asked, banging on his cage's bars. "Just stay here and try to enjoy yourself for now. Due to security reasons, uncastrated men are not allowed to roam my mansion freely," Victor stated. That cage's former occupier was the same. He spent some of his best days here before leaving this world for a better place. "Who knows, you might be able to find some of his remains in the hay," Victor said with a threatening look before leaving the room and making McKeel look around fearfully. "Did someone die here?" The mother and daughter shot McKeel one last look, then quickly followed Victor out. "Wait!" McKeel yelled. But no one cared. He could only stand behind bars and watch them leave like an abandoned child. "Fook!" he shouted, kicking the hay and causing something to fly out. It was a magazine. McKeel frowned as he bowed and grabbed it before letting go in shock and disgust after seeing the cover. WTF was that? He had never seen anything like this before, as those types of magazines are totally forbidden in Limad, a very conservative country with a ban on everything that could be deemed inappropriate. McKeel hesitated, then looking at the door and making sure his sister and mother were really gone, he bent down and grabbed the magazine again. Exploring Exotic Wildlife, Sleeping with Nature. The title was written in a bold, depraved font that didn't leave a space for questions. This was a porn magazine of the filthiest kind. McKeel couldn't help but start flipping it. Why were all the male crotches gouged out? He wondered who did it as he turned the pages. And there, right in the middle of the magazine, he found a trophy. A red-colored panty was left there as a bookmark over the double-page spread featuring a photo of a pretty naked woman crammed inside a chicken coop. He looked at the panty in shock after taking his eyes with difficulty off the catchy magazine photo. Who left those here? The cell's previous owner? Did that pervert Victor leave girls here? Did he do anything bad to them? Didn't he say it was meant for uncastrated men? McKeel had many questions, but the most pressing one was whether this panty was new or used. They looked very clean. He couldn't help but try to take a sniff. "Ah, I am sorry for interrupting," someone shrieked. It was a little girl in maid clothes. She had just come here to oil the door and happened to witness the very disturbing scene. "I will be back later." She quickly began to retreat. "Wait!" he yelled. "What?" The Lily stepped back fearfully, putting her hand behind her back to grab her standard-issue self-protection weapon. She had been training relentlessly for the last few days, and she was not afraid to use it. "Just a question. Do you know where is Gloria?" he asked, trying to act as friendly as possible. "Gloria?" the Lily asked, relaxing a bit. "Who is Gloria?" "Gloria Flick, the short pretty reporter. The one with the big boobs?" he asked as the little girl knotted her cute eyebrows. "Ah, that disgusting snooping insect. She was handed to the police. According to Aunt Hilda, she will be spending a long time behind bars after breaking her bond," the Lily said as she walked out, leaving McKeel, who could only sigh. Poor Gloria. He must find a way to help her. Those boobs of hers are a treasure for all humanity. They should never be locked up. Leaving the basement, Vanessa and Mona warily followed Victor through the luxurious mansion while trying hard not to comment on the little maids who bowed politely as Victor walked past them without forgetting to pat their heads. Pervert. Those were Mona's thoughts as they reached the study, where Victor opened the door and gestured for them to walk in before him. There, inside, Mina and Mana were waiting nervously, sitting on a couch waiting with an older woman. They stood up as soon as Vanessa and Mona entered the room. They wanted to say something, but before they could, Vanessa was in front of them in a split second, pulling them into a tight hug. She could tell. Those two were definitely her missing daughters. Chapter 361, The Justice Ring. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So, basically your kids were kidnapped by some other gang over some influence dispute, and your late husband only managed to save Mona and Mikhail before he was assassinated? Victor asked, putting down the porcelain teacup on his desk after the reunion drama that he was forced to watch for an entire hour finally finished. Yes. Vanessa, who sat between the twins, hugging them, answered. We tried to search for them after we managed to eliminate the gang, but they were nowhere to be found, and we didn't have the personnel to spend in an extended search. She confessed. I see. They must have sold them to some traffickers who brought them here and sold them to the family who took them after that. According to my report, those guys had been trying hard to get a baby for a few years before someday a miracle happened and they got twins. Victor nodded, reading from his report. That's how it went, it seemed. Vanessa nodded. Back then she had to deal with her husband's death, and couldn't really focus on the twins. Then I guess that's it. He said, looking up. You are free to stay here with your daughters for a few days. You are technically my mother-in-law, he said after noticing the desire in the twins' eyes to get to know their family. They couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. You could also ask Hilda about anything you want. She knows about the twins more than I do. So, you are letting us go? Mona asked. You were never my prisoners. I just wanted to scare you a little because you dared to kidnap me. Victor chuckled and said, thanks. Vanessa sighed in relief. From the way the twins were looking at Victor, she could tell that they were totally in love. Can I ask you about the men who were with me? Oh, don't worry, they are probably still asleep in that warehouse. They will wake up in a few hours at most, hopefully. No weirdo will get to them before that. Victor said. Oh, can you let Michael go check on them? Vanessa asked. She didn't want to leave her son in a cage. Okay. I will send someone to escort him out, then drive him there, he said. Vanessa nodded. She had to confess, Victor was right to leave Mikhail locked up. Perverts like her son should never be allowed to roam a mansion full of girls like this alone. The poor boy would begin to question his own existence. Ah, young master. There is one more thing, Vanessa said, seemingly remembering something. Call me Victor. You are my mother-in-law. He interrupted. Victor, I want to ask you about something privately, she said, seemingly hesitant. Is it about my secret stash of porn? He asked nervously. No, she answered with a strange look on her face. Victor sighed in relief. Then ask the twins. They already know the answer to the thing you want to ask, he answered. He knew she wanted to ask about players. And keep what you learn from them a secret if you value your and their lives, he added as he stood up. I have something to do now, if you excuse me. He began to leave. Wait, Mona yelled. She was sitting to the side this entire time, not knowing what to think. She was clearly annoyed that the sisters she thought in peril were in fact happily married to a pervert. What? He asked. What about the stuff you took from us? Oh, I almost forgot. Victor lied, clapping his hands twice and making two little maids who were waiting outside entered the study with trays, holding Vanessa's and Mona's stuff. This is not my phone, Vanessa said after taking her knife and 3 phones. This one is Gloria's. It is already unlocked. I wanted you to see what kind of people your son hired. She had been recording the entire time, Victor said. He already downloaded everything on the phone, so he didn't mind giving it to Vanessa. Vanessa frowned and quickly opened the phone, opened the camera app, and reached for the last couple of videos. There she could see her children's entire operation, the planning, how they kidnapped Victor, then their entire conversation at the warehouse. That beach. See, that's why I told you that Gloria can't be trusted. Vanessa told Mona, who casually nodded. She didn't really trust Gloria, it was all Mikhail's fault. She had more important things to worry about. Where is my belt? Mona suddenly asked nervously. Belt? Victor frowned and asked. Yes. A high-tech looking azure-colored belt. Mona said, gushing her teeth. I remember taking something like that off you. It must have fallen somewhere. Let's go downstairs and look for it. Victor said, then looked at Mina. Why don't you go take your mother on a tour around the grounds while we finish? Victor said as he gestured for Mona to follow him. Vanessa eyed the two of them as they left, then sighed. This was not her business. Who knows, he might be able to rein in her rebellious daughter. Mona kept her hand on her dagger as she followed Victor, who walked back downstairs to the basement. This time they didn't head to that room with the cells, but to a side room that looked like another study with a huge meeting table. Come in, we need to talk, he said seriously as he walked in. She followed. Inside, 3 girls were sitting around a wooden table eyeing her belt that was placed on a tray in the center. The atmosphere around it could only be described by the word icy. Mona wanted to hurry and take her treasured belt, but suddenly she felt heavy hands push her down into a chair. It was Victor. Sit down, he said coldly as he took his chair beside her. Mona frowned but chose not to resist as she looked at her belt and then at the 3 other girls who hadn't even looked at her but kept their eyes on Victor. One of them was very young, but unlike the maids outside she had some sophisticated air around her. The second one had crimson red hair, and the air around her screamed beach with a capital B. Those 2 didn't make her feel threatened though. That feeling came from the last girl, who was wearing a veil to hide half of her face. She was sitting with one leg raised on the chair as if she were the mistress of this mansion. She had some very cold air around her as she leafed through a leather-bound notebook while using a pen to strike here and there on it. HSSSSSS. Victor suddenly gasped. Dearest Lily, where did you find that notebook? He asked very nervously as if he finally realized the cause of the weird atmosphere. The answer came very quickly as Lily threw the notebook at Victor, almost hitting him in the head if he didn't catch it in time using both hands. Still, the chair he was sitting on couldn't handle the force of the throw and was toppled back, sending Victor to the ground. Ah, don't murder your husband, he screamed. Shut up. I thought I smelled something fishy behind one of the cabinets, Lily said, pointing to a broken wooden wall behind her. Look and behold what I found there. My late husband's future bride's index. She spat angrily. I am not late yet, and a man can dream, Victor scolded as he stood back up and dusted his pants. A dream would not include a detailed plan on how to get each girl, Lily scolded, striking the wooden table with her hand. What did you do to it? Victor asked as he began to flip through his treasured notebook. Why are all those strikes? I fixed it for you. Some of these girls are not good for you. She spat angrily, making Victor quickly check it again. Fixed? He asked. True. Of the 514 girls inside, only 40 remained. He asked as he looked up, feeling hurt. Shut up. It is. Lily paused. For a split second there, Victor's face displayed a smile that he quickly hid. Others might not have seen it, but how could she miss it? Cheat. She fell for his trap. You bastard. You made me find this on purpose, she yelled as she grabbed a cup of tea from the table and threw it at him. That bastard was manipulating her. No wonder the first girl in the book was some big slut, while the next one was very innocent and good. This bastard wanted her to make the comparison and then remove the bad ones for him, in a way gaining her tact approval for the ones she left out. Yup, he said as he smiled while dodging, no longer trying to hide. Ow, I have a lot of new wives that got your approval, he said as he began to laugh like a maniac. Bastard. Lily scolded as she threw a boiling hot teapot this time. He still dodged it, but this forced him to bend his body at a strange angle to avoid the dripping hot tea, and this caused him to take the next thing she threw in the face. Her shoes. It hit him straight in the face. Mona, feeling a little awkward, decided to use the chaos to get up and grab her belt. Too bad the little girl beside her put her hand on Mona, forcing her back down in his chair. They will finish in seconds, she said with a smile that didn't reach her ears. Mona was shocked. How strong was this girl? Could she be one of them? She wondered as she put her hand on her dagger again, not noticing the strange fragrant smell that filled the room. We have guests now. Can we talk about it later? Victor finally said after dodging no less than 37 projectiles, including some very sharp objects and an unrated vibrating item that was conveniently placed under the table in case it was needed. Fine. Lily spat as she sat back in her seat. Damn pervert. She cursed. Sorry about that, Victor said to Mona. He looked ridiculous with a shoe mark on his face, but she couldn't tell him that. Let me introduce you. This is Mona, he told the girls. And those are Elise, Lily, and Margaret, my wives, he added with a bright smile. Ah, hi. Can I have my belt now? Mona asked, not caring about the girls. No. Lily was the one who answered. Do you know what this thing is? She asked directly. It is a belt, Mona answered nervously as she began to formulate a plan. Damn it, her mother and sisters might be taken as hostages upstairs. And her stupid brother was still locked up. Where did you get it? Victor asked. The market, Mona answered. Victor shook his head. This belt is not a good thing. It seamlessly incorporates a pre-closured demonic artifact with modern tech. It uses your soul energy to grant you great power in return, he said, allowing you to become the vigilante and a part of the masked vigilante team, the Justice Ring, who has been active around our main foundation recently, he said directly. Mona tried to stand up and take her belt at that very second. She realized that she needed to leave this place. She couldn't move at all. Shit. Those guys might be villains. She had been warned that something like that might happen. She needed to find a way to activate the distress signal. 2 years ago, you escaped home, went to the Armane Federation. You worked there as a waitress at a club for a bit and were forced to witness some dark shit. After that, there is a hole in the info for 3 months before you appear again as a part of that team, Lily said. The one who is operating you is very smart, keeping your power level at a human acceptable range, she said. Mona kept her silence. Do you know anything about them? Margaret asked. On the surface, they are just a vigilante team who hunts dangerous criminals. They capture them alive as they have a strict no-kill policy, acting like the good guys, Lily said. The rumors on the streets are that they have created a big underground prison to house those criminals away from society. They are collecting specimens, aren't they? The one who asked was Margaret. Precisely, Lily said. In a few years, they will disappear after questions will begin to be asked, she said, not clarifying. Who is behind them? Elise asked. The Von Zwei family, Lily answered. They used them to collect candidates for their Monster Army project in their labs. They need a lot of able-bodied people for their experiments, and criminals are perfect. Oh, those labs are like the one you nuked? Margaret asked, making Lily glare at her and then look away. That's the one. They have 2 others around the world. Lily sighed. What to do now? Margaret asked as Mona tried hard to understand what they were talking about. We have 2 choices. To either ignore them for now, to expose them, or assemble a team and finish them off and take their data, Lily said, looking at Mona. We will see about them later. We are not in a hurry, Victor said mysteriously. Now what should we do about this idiot? Her soul is already 30% damaged from using this belt. She might have developed an addiction, he added. Watch your tongue, Mona threatened. They all ignored her. Can't Ruby help her? Margaret asked. No, Ruby can't increase soul energy, Victor said, then looked at Mona. Did you understand anything from what we said? He asked. You are claiming that the overseers are evil and they are using me and my pals to collect criminals and do experiments on them. She answered she was not stupid like her brother. Yes. Do you believe us? Victor nodded. She looked away. What if we give you and your pals true superpowers? Victor asked. Like for real? Flight and sheet, not just increase in strength like this belt does? Victor asked. You just have to start working for me instead, he said. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? She asked. You already have seen what the belt does. Why can't you believe me? He asked, pondering if it was still a little early to teach her about the existence of players. This belt is built on advanced tech, She didn't continue as Lily used her bare hand to grab the belt and then crush it. Ah! Mona yelped as from inside the belt something flew out and tried to hit Lily, but seemed to have hit an invisible barrier, so it turned around and headed to the room's ceiling. Too bad. Victor grabbed it in midair, then in his fist, a cracking sound could be heard followed by another wordly scream. A cursed devil bone. This thing was supposed to kill the one closest to the belt and capture his soul in case it was let free, Victor said, opening his palm. Inside, there was a small cracked bone fragment that had many ominous symbols painted on it. Do you believe us now? Mona didn't answer. She was in shock. Was the bone always on Victor's hand? Is this one of their tricks? Damn. The overseers are going to be angry now the belt is damaged. Wait. Didn't this happen before? Why can't she remember? No, wait. No, her head began to hurt. She felt that she had forgotten something important, but she couldn't tell what. They must have used some memory replacement technique on her. Lily said. Mona frowned, not knowing what to think. How about a bet? Elise suddenly asked. What? Mona asked. We will create some fake criminal for your team to fight and defeat. And then we will follow this criminal secretly, she said. Ah. Mona didn't know how to respond. She was supposed to keep the overseers' existence a secret. Why did she say their name? If your overseers are really as good as they seem to be, I will not only apologize, I will also donate a few billions to your cause. Victor said. However, if what we were saying was the truth, you and your superhero team will have a new boss. Victor said, completing Elise's suggestion. Why should I accept? Mona asked. If you don't, I will tell your mother and brother about everything you did when you left home. Victor shrugged, making his point. Chapter 362. Operation Start. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was 1:00 p.m. when the room's door opened all of a sudden, startling McKeel, who hurried to put the magazine in his hand away as Mona entered, followed by a smoking hot redhead girl in a luxurious red dress and high heels. Let's go. Mother told me to take you out to check on the men, Mona, who seemed a little absent-minded, said as the redhead unlocked the cell's door. What about Mom? What about our sisters? McKeel asked, keeping his eyes on the hot girl as he secretly inserted the magazine under his shirt, behind his pants while walking out. This one he found by chance in the corner of the cell, while he was searching for a way to escape. It seemed the previous occupier of this cell didn't even like the big-boobed slutty girl on the cover as the magazine was still in its shrink wrap. Mum will spend the night here with Mina and Mana. We will meet them tomorrow morning to go shopping, Mona said, then sighed. What's wrong? McKeel asked. Did they do anything to you? He asked, turning briefly to look at his sister before his eyes automatically returned to checking the hot girl. No, nothing. Let's go, Mona said. And this is? McKeel turned to the pretty redhead. One of Victor's wives. Mona said hatefully. She always had a thing against men. And Victor ticked every box in her hateful men list. My name is Margaret. The girl replied, extending her hand for a handshake. Hi, I am McKeel. He said, shaking Margaret's hand. It felt very smooth. I already know your name. Now follow me. Victor doesn't like men loitering in his mansion after dark, especially without a leash, she said. I was tasked to drive you back to your base. Let's go. I have many things to do other than driving you, Margaret added as she let go of him, then turned and headed to the door. McKeel and Mona looked at each other and then quickly followed. When they reached the ground floor, Michael couldn't help but begin to look around. This mansion was really grand. His brother-in-law was very rich. Too bad it was already dark, and there were no maids working around. Stop looking around and hurry. Mona scolded. Sorry, McKeel said as he hurried, followed after Margaret. Mrs. Margaret, how did you meet Victor? He asked, acting friendly and striking up a conversation. Oh, well, I am a friend of Mona and Mana, so when they brought Victor to crash a friend's birthday, we met, Margaret replied. He was there, sitting with his handsome face, flaunting his riches for everyone to see. I couldn't help but start hitting on him, and the rest is history. She added, can I ask you a personal question then? McKeel asked again. Margaret was very easy to talk with. Is it about my porn collection? Margaret stopped, turned then asked while raising one of her pretty eyebrows, making Mona almost curse at her for repeating Victor's lame joke. "Ah, no," Michael replied. He was intrigued though. What kind of porn would this hot girl like, then ask? Margaret replied as she turned and continued walking. "How is it like marrying a man with many other wives?" he asked. Mona also looked at Margaret. She wanted to know, not aware of her brother's intentions. "It's fine I guess. Victor might be very demanding in bed, but he is a very nice and kind guy who takes care of us all." She paused. "Although I have to share Victor's attention with a dozen girls I don't mind. I married him for his money and influence after all." Margaret shrugged. "And you are fine telling us that?" Mona asked, a little surprised. "Yup, why not? Everyone already knows this," Margaret said. "And there is nothing shameful about marrying a successful man. That's what all women want." His only success was getting born into the right family. Mona couldn't help but say, feeling offended for some reason. She had investigated Victor, and although there is not much info about him, the reports released by the tabloids all pointed out how useless and depraved he was. That's why she hurried to save her sisters from him. Exactly. Many people spend 20 to 30 years to find success. He found it the moment he was born. Do you know how much money he and his family have? Those guys own a fucking the entire archipelago. They even have entire islands with their heirs to keep their women. Margaret said, telling part of the truth and making poor Mikhail open his mouth wide. He wanted to be successful like that too. Really? Mona squinted her eyes and asked. "Yeah, I haven't been there yet though." Margaret replied. "In fact, only women who give birth to an heir are allowed to be called wives in their family. Victor had to bend some rules, and carry a lot of favors to marry me and the others in that grand wedding and give us a wife's status," she added emotionally as they reached the garage and flicked the light on, revealing rows and rows of luxurious cars. "Wah!" Mikhail explained. "Is that a white Stead, a red Fire Rat, a Rhino Charger, a MLF Dodger, a Tiger Mega, a Bragatti dog? No, wait. That's a white Dragon Breath," he exclaimed at the rows of luxurious cars. "Are those all Victor's?" he asked as he looked around fanatically, making Mona sigh. Her brother only loved three things: women, big-boobed women, and cars. Victor was right to not release Mikhail until it was late at night. If his reaction was like this after seeing the cars, what would he feel seeing all Victor's pretty wives and maids? Technically Victor paid for them, Margaret replied, but he doesn't really care about collecting cars. He only collects girls, you see. So he usually uses that white steed there. The rest were mostly bought and are used by me and sometimes by the girls when they are going out to shop," she said as she reached the white Dragon Breath, which was the latest in her collection. Getting this baby was not easy, as it was a limited edition made of a military-grade alloy. She had to ask Victor very nicely to ask his family for it. "Really? Doesn't Victor mind you spending his money like this?" Mikhail asked. He wondered if he could marry Victor too. "No, absolutely not. He was a man. I told you. He is filthy rich. And it's not like I got them easily. I had to work extra hard in bed for them." She spat as she opened the suicide door and then got into the driver's seat. "Get on. Let's take this baby for a ride," she said. "So, he made you players?" Vanessa asked in a surprise. For the last hour, she was sitting with the twins in one of the gardens surrounding Victor's mansion. She had been grilling them for their experience, and they really told her everything, including things that were beyond her wildest imagination. Although it was late, neither she nor the twins felt sleepy. So they chose to hang out here and drink some tea while talking under the stars. There was no moon tonight. The twins who sat to her sides both nodded. "I see." Vanessa sighed. The information she spent her life to gain only glimpses of, was now laid bare in front of her. "So if I need to become a player, I will need to conquer a dungeon or sell myself to one of the oligarchs," she joked. That's the usual way, but there is another method," Mina said. "What?" "Victor has a way. But he will also have restrictions, as he can't reveal it easily." Mina replied to what Victor told her back on the way home. "Did he tell you to ask me that?" Vanessa was not stupid. He wanted to offer you a chance to take your gang and join the power he is building. In return, he will turn you and 10 people of your choosing into players. Mana explained. Oh, and if I refuse? She asked. All young masters like to create their own powers, and Victor was not the first to ask her to join him, but he was the strongest and richest so far. Ah, he said that he would find someone regardless. And he will also make you a player for our sake. Mina explained. But he did say that this was the chance of a lifetime and that he suspects that the one who was behind the father's death was a player. What? Vanessa was surprised. I already took care of that revenge. Ah, Victor said that you caught the wrong guy. According to the info he got from his family, there was someone else moving things from the shadows. Father was a player after all. Mina replied. What? Vanessa stood up in shock. It is true that she heard the term player the first time from her husband, but he refused to elaborate back then, and she never expected him to be one. Yes. Mana hesitated, then took out a file with a sunrise logo and the words confidential on it. It was an old investigation into a suspected supernatural activity during a gang fight, and their father's name with his photo as a young gangster before he inherited the boss's mantle. He was mentioned as being spotted spitting fire at his enemies. Mother. There is one piece of information that Victor couldn't find. What family did father belong to? Mana asked. Call me Mom. Mother is too formal. Vanessa scolded. And the truth is I don't know. I found him one day with memory loss, so I took him in and took care of him. The next thing I knew was him inheriting my father's mantle and marrying me. That's why he took our family name, she sighed. Her late husband was a real stud. Do you think his past has anything to do with his death? Probably. Victor already asked his men to start searching for information, but our DNA doesn't match any of the known families in the database, so he is not sure. Mina explained, making Vanessa frown. Maybe she must really consider Victor's offer. She really wanted to go and ask him a few things at the moment. But that guy already took his wives to bed after dinner while showing off in front of her. She had to wait until the morning. Wake up, beauty. We have work to do. Rita slowly opened her eyes and looked around after hearing Victor's voice. Is it time? She asked as she sat up. Didn't you want to wait for another week? A variable was added. We need to act fast to make maximum use of it, Victor replied mysteriously, sounding a little hesitant. Did they finish their night check on you? Yes. No one will bother me until the morning, she said, pointing to the corpse of her last meal. They have been providing her with all kinds of animals to butcher and pretend to relish in their demise, scaring the guards away in the process with scary laughs. She had to play along. If not for Victor's disgusting energy bars, she would have literally starved to death. Didn't they bring you humans to eat? Victor asked. They did bring some prisoners, but I refused, saying that eating human souls might cause this body to explode, she said, sticking her tongue. That's why they keep bringing me those animals. Good. Smart move, Victor said. Now, let's get to work. Reach out for the storage space and take out the things it prepared for you. Storage space? Yes, it is one of my skills, so we share the same space and can transfer stuff between us. Come on now, he said. Rita frowned and tried to feel the space inside of her like she did a storage ring. And sure, it was there. Inside there were 3 things: a sneaking suit, a strange box, a stack of talismans, a necklace, and a red shiny gem that looked like a bloody moon. Leave the moon gem for now, take the talismans, and place them around your room. They will create an illusion that you are still here, Victor said. There are 2 security cameras in this room. I will use my power to disguise you temporarily, but keeping an image through you is tiresome, so hurry up and start placing the talismans so that we can move to the next step. I understand. Rita nodded and then began to place the talismans around the room. She finished in 5 minutes. Good, Victor said. Now, wear the demon bat sneaking suit, place 1 invisibility talisman on you just in case, and wear the levitation necklace. It will help you float off the ground, so as to not trip any pressure traps. You will be moving under my disguise technique, so in principle, they will not be able to feel you, but be careful not to touch anything, he said. But the door is locked, Rita said. Don't worry about such stupid details, We are going through the walls. The most important thing now is to find out your location exactly so we can do this quickly. Ah, okay. Rita nodded and quickly prepared herself, feeling a little shy changing her clothes while knowing that Victor was watching with a grin. Yes, that pervert was definitely grinning. Chapter 363, Many Things to Do. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As soon as the white dragon breath reached the mansion's lower gate, it had to stop as another car made its way in. Margaret had to wait until the car passed before going out. Is that Myra in that car? Mikhail, who was in the back, asked, turning to keep his eyes on the car. Yes, she must have finished with that after party, Margaret replied. The party we missed thanks to the two of you. She scolded. Sorry. Why is she here? What kind of stupid question is this? She lives here. She is your sister-in-law, you know. Margaret replied. I thought you investigated Victor. What? Mikhail glared at Mona, but she looked away. You didn't tell me on purpose. Mikhail spat angrily. What would you have done if you knew? Mona spat. I feared that you would ruin our plan. Mikhail had to confess that his sister was right. He would have really added Myra to Victor's supposed ransom if he knew. He could only sigh as he watched the car sped toward Vane City throughout the mountainous road. He decided not to argue with his sister anymore. He just sat back and began to fantasize about what could have happened if he really got Myra. It was rude as she was his sister-in-law, but he was a guy after all. Can't you slow down a little? Mona asked after a few minutes as she grabbed the seat belt for her dear life. Margaret was going too fast. That would be wasting this car's potential. Margaret refused. And this road is very desolate. A car once blew up here, and it took them an entire day to find it. She added, just enjoy the ride like your brother. What? Oh yes. This car is fast. Michael said. Can I borrow it for a spin? He asked after a few minutes. He seemed to have incorporated this car into his rated fantasy. Mikhail. Mona scolded, but he ignored her. Of course not. This car is mine. Margaret refused. Like Victor, she didn't like others touching her toys. But you can beg your sisters tomorrow when you meet them. Victor has a soft spot for them, and he might buy you one if they said a word or two. Oh. Mikhail nodded. I wanted to ask you something else. What? Does Victor have a ranking in his harem or something like that? He really wanted to ask, and seeing how open Margaret was, he decided to risk it. Well, although Victor treats us all equally, there is one. Margaret spat hatefully, making the nervous Mona look at her. All of us except for one are technically concubines. Then my sisters too? Mikhail asked with a frown. Yup, Victor has only one main wife currently, the dragon wife. Margaret spat. She seemed jealous. Dragon? Yup. That girl is as crazy as she is pretty. Compared to Myra, that girl is 100 times prettier. Margaret said casually. Really? Mikhail got excited. Yes. But if you ever meet her, try not to stare at her. She is very protective of herself. The last time I took them to a bachelorette party, 3 men lost their balls trying to hit on her. One of them had the honor of being castrated using a knife on the dance stage. Margaret said, giving away some random information on purpose. Victor really needed to reward her for helping him cook this new girl. Ah. Mikhail froze. He remembered reading something about this online, but he was not sure. He had to look it up. Is she that girl? Lily? Mona asked. Yes. Margaret nodded. Was it obvious? Yes. Mona replied as she remembered the quarrel in the room earlier. That girl was the only one who talked back to Victor. Well, you don't have to worry about your sisters. They get on perfectly with everyone, Margaret said as she began to slow down and enter the city, turning to head to the slums. Suddenly she stopped that car by pressing the brakes in front of a strip club. It was as if she saw something. What? Mikhail asked. I will be right back, she said as she opened the door and then ran toward the club where she stopped a hoodie-wearing girl who was hesitating whether to enter or not. Margaret talked to her for a few seconds and gave her something before returning to the car. An acquaintance? Mona asked. No, but from the way that girl moved I thought she would definitely be a super movie star if she tried, so I gave her my card to come for an audition. Margaret said mysteriously. Right. You guys run that production company? Mona nodded. ignoring her brother's glares. "Yup, I am a Horizons Media Vice President after all." Margaret smugly replied. "Was that girl pretty?" McKeel asked. "Although that girl covered her face, she did have big boobs." "Yup, in a special way," Margaret said. She was not going to reveal that the girl was destined to be a big star in the future. Margaret didn't expect to meet her here. She seemed to be in need of money and had been hesitating about working for a strip club or not, so Margaret couldn't miss this chance to recruit her. She was always ready for such encounters. Margaret had a feeling that her luck was very good tonight. Maybe she should try and ask Victor to try that position. Can I also appear in a movie?" McKeel suddenly asked, making Mona glare at him. She knew what her perverted brother was after. "Why not? We have already begun auditions for the newest Dragon Princes. Come to the studio in 2 days to give it a try." Margaret shrugged. McKeel should be brought to their team as soon as possible. They needed all the help they could get to eat someone like Mona. The car reached the warehouse where Vanessa's men were left to sleep a few minutes later. It was still in the state they left it in. "Get down, your sisters will be at the White Mall with your mother tomorrow at 9. Be sure to be there if you want to meet them," Margaret told McKeel, who stepped down and then looked at his sister. "What about you?" he asked Mona, who didn't leave the car. "I have something to do." "Just go check on the men and buy them something to eat," she said, hesitating a bit. "See you tomorrow." "What?" he wanted to ask, but Margaret ignored him as she pressed on the pedal again and the car was gone in seconds. After that, without the lively Michael, the car went silent. Mona just watched the scenes outside the car change from an urban environment to a rural one, then that of a mountain. She remembered her bet with Victor. For that, he planned to create a fictional criminal who was in fact innocent. She would have to hunt this criminal with the rest of the justice ring. Then they will hand him over to the overseers and wait to see what will happen. If they let the target go when his innocence was proved afterward, she wins. If they didn't, no, she would definitely win. She would never become Victor's maid. Wait, why the hell did she agree to this stupid bet, to begin with? She frowned. "We are here," Margaret said as she slowly parked the car, waking Mona from her contemplation and making her look in shock at the huge newly built structure in front of her. It was a huge windowless concrete building right in the middle of the wilderness. It looked like a huge dam or a factory building. "This place is?" Mona asked nervously. "Victor's secret base. One of them anyway. Sometimes it is not convenient to do things at the main mansion, so this place is more secure," Margaret said as she stepped down. "Come on now. I have night duty to catch up with," she said casually. Mona blushed a little, imagining a very depraved scene. She quickly shook her head, then stepped out of the car. Margaret ignored her as they walked toward the building, where she casually opened the unguarded metal door and then walked in. Inside, the building was mostly empty. Just a few cement bags here and there, and some stacked wine barrels to the side. "Is this building newly constructed?" Mona asked. "In a way. It used to be a factory, but we renovated it recently. We plan to make it a winery as a front, but we don't have the personnel to fill it yet." "Victor is still recruiting," Margaret said as they headed to the elevator, where Margaret pressed a random button to go up. "If it is a base, why is it so unguarded?" Mona asked. "It is guarded. You just didn't notice," Margaret replied mysteriously as they reached the last floor and walked out of the elevator that opened to a long corridor. "Follow me," Margaret said, guiding Mona until they reached a room at the end, where Margaret casually entered without even caring to knock on the door. Inside, the room was empty too. That is, except for a table with a few chairs around it. On them, 3 girls were sitting and waiting. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Alpha," Margaret said as she grabbed a chair and leaned on it, not intending to sit down. "Nice to meet you again, Tina, Cindy," she said to the other girls, who stood up and bowed in respect. "Nice to meet you again, mistress," they replied. The 2 belonged to the girls who were saved by Alpha and Margaret from the brothel back then. "This is Mona?" Alpha asked, making Mona a little nervous as she noticed how Alpha examined her. "She really does look like the twins." "Yes." "You already got the plan right?" Margaret asked. She seemed in a hurry. "Yes, Cindy here is a dark paladin, so she will be able to take whatever they throw at her. She will be acting as the criminal." Alpha said, making Mona quickly look at this Cindy girl. She didn't look that strong, but she had a dangerous Sarah around her. With Tina as a backup, things should. Good. Margaret interrupted. You explain the plan to Mona, I have to hurry back. She said. You are leaving already? Mona asked as Alpha frowned. Yes. Alpha will send someone to drive you back after you finish with the plan. Margaret said. The twins are spending the night with your mother, you see, so the rest of the girls will have a hard time keeping up with Victor without me. She said as she turned and hurried out. Perverts. Alpha and Mona spat at the same time as they watched Margaret leave. Rita was surprised as she was able to easily cross through the wall separating her from the corridor outside. That is a really convenient skill, she said. Convenient my ass. Victor scolded. Do you know how much energy I have to spend to make you able to use it? He added, using his skills through his blood slaves cost him 10 times the mana required. And tonight the mission had just started. Sorry. It's okay. We just have to use it sparingly. Let's continue. Victor said, today we will have to accomplish many missions. Like? Rita asked, looking around to make sure that the corridor was empty before she began to slowly walk through it. As far as she knew, she was supposed to get the von Zweig's artifact for the family. That's everything Victor told her. I will tell you in time. You might cower in fear otherwise. He said. Don't worry, I got your back. Now keep exploring. Although I know the basic layout of the base you are in, I can't help you without pinpointing your location. Victor, who was watching the world through her eyes, said, making her sigh. She didn't like to be kept in the dark, and she was not a coward. After what happened to her, she felt that nothing would really scare her. Soon, she found an elevator. Ignore it. You would be discovered if you used it. This building is old. It will definitely have a stairway. Victor commented, and he was right. A few feet away, Rita was able to locate an abandoned stairway that was only going up. You seem to be in a basement. Victor said. I think I know where you are now. He added, from the location of the elevator and stairway. He was able to pinpoint her location on the plans he had in front of him. Victor, contrary to Margaret's expectation, was not in the bedroom with the girls, but in his study with Lily. They had drawn the plans of the von Zweig's base from memory before the start of this operation and were now tracking Rita through them. Yes. Rita nodded, then began to climb up. Stop. Before going up, head left. Go to the third door on the right. He suddenly said. Rita frowned and then silently obliged, reaching the door right away. Are you using the levitation necklace? Victor asked. She nodded. Good. He said. Then go ahead. She quickly passed through the door, reaching a long white corridor that didn't have any doors, and ended with a turn. She could clearly see the biohazards signs posted all over. This place is some secret experiments lab. We don't need to enter it. Just move carefully 21 steps forward from the door before turning left. Be careful not to touch a thing. Victor said. Be sure to stay 2 feet above ground at all times. Rita did as he told her. Make sure the distance you created is correct. He warned again. I am sure. 21 steps. Good. Now shift through the wall. This is going to be a long shift, about 10 feet, so take a deep breath. He ordered as she used the skill again. Opening her eyes, she found herself in the corner of a strange white hall. It was full of metal cases filled with electronics beeping and making strange sounds. Where is this place? She asked. We are technically in a different building, and this is the server room in its basement. Victor said. We can't waste this chance to grab von Zweig's database. He added with an evil smile. But I don't know how to use a computer. Rita said. She was never trained to use a computer. Her old-fashioned grandfather believed women should only know how to please men. You don't need to. Victor answered, and even if you could, you wouldn't be able to. The place here uses proprietary technology and everything is encrypted. Then, from the storage space, take the closed box. Inside you will find small cylinders. Victor said. Just stick one of them below every data server in the room. It will do the job. Victor said. Those were the latest hacking devices created by the von Weiss family. They totally ignored the computer interfaces and used the energy fluctuations to read the data from the chips themselves. Their only drawback was that it needed a lot of time to do the scan. Make sure to turn them on by pressing the red buttons before sticking them, and put a disguise talisman over each one. Victor added. Data server, the metal cases. Victor said he really needed to educate this girl when she returned. Oh. Rita nodded and then started working. The entire operation took her 30 minutes to finish. Finished, she said as she wiped the sweat off her forehead with her sleeve. Good. Now, leave the same way you came. Victor said. Rita quickly did as was told, reaching the corridor, and there she encountered her first problem. Two researchers in white lab coats were making out next to the door. What if we were caught? The female asked. Don't worry. This area is restricted, and no one ever comes here. As long as you don't turn that corner, no one will notice. The old researcher, whose hand was not being honest, said. If it is restricted, why are we here? The female asked. It is more exciting this way, he said as he slapped her butt. Ah, you are so naughty. ... Rita didn't know what to do as she watched in shock as the two got into action by leaning onto the wall. Rita, what are you doing? We don't have time. I can buy you all the porn you want after we finish with this. We have to move. Victor scolded. It is not that. I just don't know how to walk past them. She blushed and said. Just float above their heads and pass through the wall. Victor scolded. Ah, yes. Rita, who didn't have any experience with men, quickly did as Victor commanded while trying not to look. Reaching the stairway again, Rita climbed up this time. From the signs she quickly realized that she was in the 4th basement, so after climbing 4 stories, she stopped and left the stairway, reaching a metal door. Don't go through that door. There is a security post behind it. Turn to the left. Go until you find a brick wall. Go through it, Victor said. Rita quickly did as he told her, passing through the wall, and found herself under the open sky for the first time in a few months, and in front of her lay an ominous-looking graveyard. Chapter 364, Vengeance Ghost. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Reaching the mansion, Margaret hurried to Victor's bedroom after taking a shower and putting on a sexy red nightgown. Too bad he was not there, as she was welcomed by a few grumpy girls who were left to sleep alone. Without bothering to ask them, she hurried downstairs, toward the study in the basement. As expected, Victor was there. He was lying on the couch with his eyes closed and his head resting on Lily's lap. She was feeding him some grapes while casually looking at the detailed maps on the coffee table in front of them. No, those were not grapes but energy pills. Elise was with them, sitting on the opposite side, taking notes and charting something on the maps while knotting her pretty eyebrows. What is going on here exactly? Margaret asked. He is scamming some poor girl to risk her life for him, Elise said, sighing. Cool, Margaret said as she grabbed a seat to join the fun. How big is this graveyard? Rita asked after walking for 30 minutes between strangely marked graves. They only had numbers on them. Very long numbers. The entirety of the Deep Valley is a graveyard in a sense, Victor said as he guided Rita. Deep Valley? We are in a valley? She said as she looked around. She could see several mountains in the north and near the south. Yes, it is. This place in its entirety belongs to the von Weiss family, Victor said. It is their ancestral land. Did many of their people die or something for them to create this big graveyard? Ritu asked. No, They collect corpses from all over the world and bury them here. They even created several cults that believe that people buried here would resurrect after 1,000 years. Victor said, they bring their corpses here in a festival at the end of the year. Ah, why do they like corpses? Ritu asked. I am not sure. He lied. From the info we have, we believe that their bloodline originator is called the corpse-eating maggot, so they may need something they call corpse energy to stimulate their bloodlines. You can see those inscribed monoliths every once in a while, right? Yes. She just passed next to one of those. A black obsidian monolith with strange inscriptions. It had so much foul air around it that she didn't even dare to walk near it. Those are death energy array beacons. Their job is to gather all the corpse energy generated by the buried bodies in its range, then transfer it toward the valley's center. Victor said, think of it like some video game setting. I don't play those. Oh, anyway. Legends had it that their demonic ancestry is still alive deep underground in a hidden cave, waiting to rise when the world collapses. Victor said, although that thing never appeared in his previous lifetime, according to Lily it was alive but very weakened. It went missing when the von Zwei family was defeated though. They only found the empty chamber he was in after digging the entire valley 50 yards deep. Rita felt a shiver run through her back as she, hopefully, no such things exist, she said. Hopefully, Victor said after some hesitation. It was not time to break the bad news for Rita yet. When she was first sent to the von Zwei base, Victor's plan was just to use her to steal the second awakening artifact before silently returning with it when they sent her back. His current plan would have been pure madness to implement. But now, not anymore. Not with the skills he got and the knowledge Lily's gained after her time adventure. He would be a fool not to utilize those to his advantage in this one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to dig out all the benefits he could get. Walking through the stone-tiled side roads through the graveyard, it took Ritu another 20 minutes to reach the target. The von Zwei family's ancestral awakening hall, a huge, Gothic-style, highly decorated two-domed hall, where the two awakenings von Zwei's artifacts were placed. Now that's what I call architecture, Victor said with satisfaction, making Rita frown and then blush at his comment. Where should I enter from? She asked. Oh, go left. Right behind that big tree, float 5 feet above ground until you reach that decorative ledge. Be sure not to approach the gargoyles while you are at it. Those are real ones, not statues, and they might notice something if you are too close. Rita quickly approached the spot he marked for her, nervously keeping her eyes on the hundreds of stone gargoyles that dotted the building. Are all of those real? She asked. Yup. Victor said, don't worry about them for now, Rita said as she activated the shifting skill, immediately finding herself inside an elongated black marble decorated empty hall. She had to confess that this shadow shifting skill was amazing. Where am I now? She asked. You should be in the eastern wing of the awakening hall. Just to make sure, look up. Do you see a bronze serpent? Yes, she answered, looking at the strange sculpture of a bronze serpent that decorated the rectangular hall's ceiling. Then you are in the right place, Victor said. Head to the door on your left, then turn right facing the wall. Take 2 steps to the right. Is there no one here? She asked as she quickly followed his command, appearing in a long empty corridor. This place can only be accessed by high-ranking members of the von Zwei family, so there are not many people here. Still, I am taking you through the safest route possible, but you have to keep your guard. There will be many hidden guards at our destination. Now, turn right. Move 2 steps forward toward the golden painted wall. Rita quickly followed his instructions, one by one, and after going through another 3 empty halls and 11 security barriers, she finally found herself in an indoor exotic garden under a huge dome that had a hall in its center showing the sky. In the middle of this patio, right beneath the opening in the dome, there was a still pond that perfectly reflected the night sky on its clear surface. Around it, 7 individuals were sitting separately meditating. 2 kids, a charming young woman, and 4 men. What are they doing? Rita whispered. She didn't have to, but the solemn atmosphere made her do that. Trying to become players. Victor said, trying. Don't they have an awakening ceremony like our family? Rita asked as she looked at them. They do. The von Zwei family has 2 awakening artifacts. The first and main one is in the other hall. It has an 80% awakening chance, and is what most von Zwei members use in their awakening ceremony that happens once a year. The second one is here, and it is open all year to those of pure blood to try their luck. Where is it? Ritu asked, looking around trying to find it. There was only a wall. Yes, it is in the pond, Victor said. Oh. Rita looked at the pond. There is nothing in it. It must be hidden. When will they finish? She asked. She was tasked to take that artifact after all. When they get tired of it. Victor said. Aren't they here to awaken as players? Ritu asked. They want to. Victor paused to swallow the energy in his mouth. But they don't know how to activate the artifact here, so they just sit down and wait. That's how the current patriarch did it. He meditated here for 39 years without leaving until he made it and became a player. Can't they attempt the ceremony with the other artifact? They can, but the one who manages to awaken here would not only automatically become a patriarch candidate, he would also get 10 authority points and a high chance for a high-ranking class. Victor said. And I presume you have a way to get it and activate it. Rita said. Of course I do. Those fools are doing it all wrong. He said mysteriously. Now, I will use my skill to create an illusion and help you take it. You have to do exactly as I say. He said. First go forward while keeping your distance from those guys, and stand on the side of the lake. He said. I understand. She said as she slowly approached the lake. Who is the? The young woman who was sitting silently meditating suddenly shouted as Ritu, who was 6 feet away from her, froze. What's wrong, Diana? One of the men looked up and asked. I felt something here. It is as if there is an intruder, she said as she began to look around. I don't know what, but I think we should investigate. There is no one here. Sit down and meditate or I will kick you out. Another man scolded. He seemed to be an elder. This place is surrounded by guardians. It is not your place, a servant beach, to tell us what to do. If it weren't for your father's merits you would not have been allowed here. Sorry, master, Diana said as she sat down, but kept looking around nervously. She must have felt something strange. I am disguising everything I could think of. Victor pondered as he appraised the young woman. She was about 25 years old, charming with sharp deep eyes and a heroic-looking face. Diana, STR 15, INT 21, Luck 20, Charm 32, Fate's power, A, Destiny, wrapped and killed by Levi von Zwei. Bloodline, none other than the strong Fate, her charm, and her luck. She didn't have anything of interest. She was another poor girl. What should I do? Ritu asked. Wait a moment, Victor said as he asked Lily if she knew anyone of interest who goes by the name Diana. She didn't. Ignore that chick and approach the pond slowly, Victor finally told Rita. Rita did that, standing right over the pond. Thankfully, Diana, although kept looking around like a hunting dog, she didn't seem to be able to locate Rita. Now what? She asked. Go back a few steps. Cheat. That girl made the hidden guards more vigilant. Victor cursed. They are actively scanning the pond now. Where is the artifact anyway? Rita asked as she took a few steps back. It is in the negative space in the pond. We can use the shadow shifting skill to get it, but if we tried that now, they might notice something. Victor said as he frowned. Slowly move behind that woman and approach her from behind. Then slap the back of her head and step back. He said. What? Do as I tell you. Victor scolded. I have an idea to create a distraction. He added. Rita sighed, slowly approaching Diana from the back, and then she smacked her. Right at that moment Victor activated his awakening skill. A strange screen appeared in front of him as everything around Rita froze in time and he entered a familiar dark space. Awakening. Reading date. Awakening target. Diana, human. Weight. Generating template based on target records. Please set attributes. Attributes would depend on the skill user's attributes. Authority, 100 max. Strength, plus 0.90, agility plus 0.51, intelligence plus 0.73, luck plus 0.5, charm plus 0.8, order points plus 5. Suitable classes, choose 1, options limited to skill level, maid, F, vengeance warrior, C. System classes available, choose 3 options limited to skill level, inspect, S. Sixth sense, A. Haste, A. Fireball, B. Shattering Fist, C. Vanishing, F. Options, set as disabled, Boolean. Set as a disciple, Boolean. Set as a servant, Boolean. Set player can have title, Boolean. Set player can't access dungeons, Boolean. Set player can't level up, Boolean. Set only level up on dungeon clear condition, Boolean. Set only level up on ID approval condition, Boolean. Set authority limit, int. Set attribute limit, attribute int. Set withdrawn attributes, attribute int. ADD a condition, condition. Available options 2, Master Seal, Contractor of Doom. Player interaction might be required. Warning, due to skill owner authority level 1, new option is available. Do you want to reveal? Victor was a little surprised reading this list. Cheat. Did he just become overpowered? He smiled, then immediately frowned as he felt a shiver run through his back as he realized something. Could it be that the other awakening artifacts had similar powers? Could it be that the one behind those had the power to control the awakening of others? His appraisal of his family's artifact back then revealed nothing, so he was mostly clear. No. Such options were not available when he manipulated it before. Could this be an artifact of the new system? What about the other family? Could it be that someone was secretly controlling them? He had never truly considered such an option before, as after the Reckoning awakening artifacts were obsolete. He needed to ask Lily about this, but at the moment he couldn't, as he was in a frozen time state with Diana. Continuing with the awakening and reading the last option, he pressed yes, semicolon. Access granted. Error. Unknown variable. Error. Data access error. Resetting. Applying fix. No data. Subclass Akashic Scholar found. Rebuilding database. Options. Extra. Player has integrated a Spark. Rank. Minor. Do you want to ADD the Spark data to the options? Yes. No. A spark? Victor frowned. Where did he hear that word before? Right, it was that eternity spark that was in the bead he stole from Sebastian and gave to Alpha. That thing was very overpowered, granting Alpha the eternal body skill upon integration. Pondering for a moment, Victor pressed yes, semicolon. Ghost minor spark. Class option added. Vengeance Ghost. SS. Error. Class does not conform with the attribute Human. Vengeance Ghost. SS. Removed. Finding closest data match. Ghost Avatar. SSS. Added. Generating class skills. Ethereal State. SSS. Life Feeding. S. Death Immunity. SSS. Cheat. This chick has some nice sheet. Victor pondered. What exactly was this spark? He had no idea, but from its name, it seemed to have something to do with ghosts. This spark might be why she could feel Rita's existence, but he was not sure. Pondering for a moment, Victor frowned. This young woman's existence would definitely cause a disturbance in his plans if he really granted her too much power. There are many things to consider here. Shall he make her as powerful as possible, or shall he nerf the fuck out of her? No, this might be good. He got an idea looking at the options he got. It seemed it was time to add another random overpowered girl to his harem. Chapter 365, How Dare She? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So, you failed again? Through the shimmering bronze mirror, a man who was sitting in a strange way on a red throne, said. He was the one and only Blood Lord. I swear I took the jewel. Tyr said. But I can't open my storage ring anymore. It was definitely that crazy bastard. Watch your language in front of His Highness. An old woman who was standing to her side scolded, making her shrink her head. It is okay. Your ring, you said. Her father asked through the mirror, his sound shaking her very soul. Are you saying it has something to do with that emperor guy who made you sign the contract? He squinted his eyes. I think so. She nodded, shaking a little. But I don't know when he managed to do it. Bloodspear 93. Did you investigate the ring? The Bloodlord asked. Yes, but somehow, we can't open it, and even trying to force it has failed, as we don't have enough authority. The old woman said, someone used a sealing talisman on it. Oh, this is interesting. Bring me the ring. He said, since it is sealed we can't use the summoning method. We will have to do it manually and this might take a week or so, Your Highness. We are out of suitable candidates to enter the secret field. The old woman said, most of the men are investigating the newly discovered troll dungeon by your orders. It is okay, just make Tyr do it. The Bloodlord said, Your Highness, but her level is insufficient to survive. The old woman defended Tyr, making the latter a little surprised. It is her punishment. The Bloodlord said, if she manages to reach the temple, then I will forgive her. If she fails, I will send someone to collect her corpse from my side. He added coldly, yes, my lord. Shall I send you a few of those inflatable donut cushions with her? The old woman asked. Ah. Yes, you do that. He nodded. Diana, who was certain there was an intruder around her, suddenly felt something approaching behind her, but before she could react, she felt something stick to the back of her head, making her go into the dirt head first. What's your problem now, Diana? One of the elders scolded, but she didn't care as she noticed the announcement. Welcome, player. You have successfully awakened as a disciple player. The next moment a screen. Name, Diana. Health, 1000/1000ths. Stamina, 700/700. Mana, 900/900. Authority, 10. Strength 100. Intelligence 90. Agility 70. Luck 25. Charm 40. Master, not enough authority. Class, Ghost Avatar, SSS. Class skills, Ethereal State, SSS. Life Feeding, S. Death Immunity, SSS. System skills, Inspect, S. Fireball, B. Vanishing, F. Recognized skills, Cooking, A. Cleaning, B. Sewing, B. Digging, C. Daydreaming, D. Eavesdropping, E. Poetry, F. Singing, FFF. Magic Affinity, Fire, Dark. Why aren't you answering, Beach? Another elder rudely asked the absent-minded Diana. I think I just became a player, she said nervously, wondering what this disciple and master meant. What? Everyone asked as even those who were meditating with closed eyes opened their eyes to look at her. I just felt something hitting me. Then I am a player now. Are you kidding me? A maid? A player before me? One of the kids asked, seemingly offended. Do you think we would? Another man began to speak as a bald man suddenly appeared out of thin air. He was the elder responsible for the hall here. Grand Elder. Everyone saluted. Follow me, he said in a stoic voice, then turned and left. Diana, who was already on her feet bowing in salute, quickly followed him. Victor sighed in regret as he watched Diana go. He really wanted to scam her like he did with Rita back then, but the awakening skill didn't give him a chance as Diana was not pulled into the awakening space, and he had to do the awakening instantaneously. He had to remind himself that the next time he did that he needed to do his scamming before activating that skill. Too bad the situation here was not suitable. The time didn't stop for her, so the contract was a no-go as it would have alerted the elders, and the blood slave skill also needed Diana's approval, which he couldn't get without scamming her. Even if his illusion managed to fool the elders, he couldn't guarantee Diana's reaction after all. If she refused his proposal for some stupid reason, she might alert the elders, making him lose the chance to finish the operation tonight. He would never risk the bigger picture to get a chick. No, probably. It depended on the chick. This one had that spark thing that he was not really sure about. Never mind that. This didn't go as intended but had learned his lesson, and it was not a lost cause. He already placed many restrictions on Diana, marking her as a servant player. It would allow him to locate her at all times, manage her level up, and control her attributes. It would also let him send her system messages, but he was not sure what they would look like or if he could disguise them. He needed to test those on one of his maids before trying to control this girl. If she ever managed to achieve something in the future, he would simply return and make her sign a contract then, maybe as the Nutcracker or Vic. Victor had already confirmed that her fate of being raped and killed by Levi had already vanished, so he was not in a hurry. And she would surely move the stagnant water inside the von Zwei family, where not many are happy with the current inheritance situation. The girl would surely be taken in by one of the elders and protected after they checked her status, and since she was a maid, she might get interrogated or something before they could trust her. Who knows? He might meet her at the tournament very soon. The only remaining variable was what if one of the elders or the patriarch chose to marry her to neutralize her. Victor shook his head. Did he really need to add every pretty girl in the world to his harem? Of course, he did. But still, he was a little conflicted. He had no way to ensure that everything was going according to his plans. Shit happened, and he knew that better than anyone. What now? Ritu asked, waking him up from his fantasies. Now it is time to. Victor said, deciding to leave Diana's problem to destiny. No wait. His fate power was already A+. He quickly focused a little, setting a goal in his mind to add Diana to his harem, and be her first man. Nothing changed. He wondered if this worked. Whatever, as long as no sign intervened, everything should be. Time to do what? Why do you keep dozing off? Rita suddenly asked, feeling a little strange. Did it have anything to do with that woman? Ah, sorry, I was waiting for the situation to calm down. Time to move. Approach the pond. Victor quickly said as he watched those who were meditating all became dispirited and then one by one, stood up and hurried after Ritu and the elder. They were just too curious, and when the pond awakened someone, it was usually impossible to happen again in a short time. Watching the hall become empty, Rita nodded, then slowly approached the pond again. Then under Victor's command, she used the shadow shifting skill, targeting the middle of the pond where there was nothing. Before Rita's hand could reach the other side and reappear, it hit something which she quickly grabbed before withdrawing her arm. In her hand, there was now a small simple golden hand mirror, semicolon. Stars Awakening Mirror, SS. Awakening Artifact. Align the reflections of two stars with a candidate's eyes to activate. Victor sighed. This was the one. The way it worked, was as described. You have to do it at night, aligning the reflections of two stars with the eyes of the target. Since it was hidden in a pond that was covered by the half-open dome that obstructed nearly 80% of the night sky, this thing only activated once in a blue moon when the pond rippled in a way that created a perfect reflection with of the stars that aligned with one of the lucky ones who meditated around it. Rumors had it that this thing was here as a part of an ancient ruin way before the von Zwei ancestor came to hide. They built their awakening hall around it after failing to understand the pond mechanism of awakening. Now that I got this, I think I should head back. Rita began to speak after putting the mirror in the storage space. No, we have a few more missions. Victor said. Think of them as simple errands, he added. What? She asked, having a bad feeling. First things first, take the red moon-looking jewel and place it in the negative space in the pond. The same place where the mirror was found. Semicolon. Blood Moon Jewel, S. Can control blood. This jewel was the same one Tia, the one with the Blood Lord's daughter, took and hid in her ring in the Blood Dungeon. At first, he didn't want to take care of this, but right before exiting the Moon Dungeon, while he was double-checking the spoils of war, he found a problem with one of the contracts he made the players sign. Tia's contract. The blood on the signature was not hers. She had this skill called Blood Replicator, which allowed her to use the bloodlines of others temporarily. She must have used it to fake signing. Feeling very hurt for getting scammed by a little girl, Victor had to strike back. He was the only one allowed to scam others. So after considering his options, he used the cauldron's power to knock her out as the players were being kicked out after everything finished. First of all, he took her ring, cracked it open, and took the jewel. Then without mercy, he drugged the fuck out of her with 2 bottles of concentrated soul wine to make her talk. How dare she scam him? To his surprise, she turned out to be a super VIP. She was the daughter of the Blood Lord. Victor, feeling he finally found a trove of information, began to question her extensively, only to discover that this girl knew nothing. Her mother got pregnant with her inside a dungeon when she met a very handsome mysterious gentleman there. Tia was born 9 months later, knowing nothing about her father's identity. Despite being a player since birth, her mother didn't reveal a thing until the Bloodlord contacted them 3 years ago through his agents, who had been taking care of her and her mother from behind the scenes all this time. It was time for Tia to do some missions for her father, who could not enter this world physically. After some training in her father's secret base in the mountains, Tia began to conduct operations that involved seducing and then collecting bloodline samples from certain elite members of the player families. One of them was even from one of his cousins. Her class Blood Master gave her great skills in that regard. Unfortunately, she was not good at the seducing part, so she failed almost half of the time and nearly got exposed if not for her father's men's help. The blood jewel operation was supposed to be her last chance to prove her worth. That's all the girl knew. She didn't even have any idea why her father wanted this jewel. After collecting all the info he could, Victor let Tia go. She would not remember a thing in the morning, and would only believe she was a little disoriented because of the dungeon's exciting effect. Victor didn't dare to make her his blood slave, fearing her father's blood power would be able to trace it back to him. But that didn't stop him from planting something on her. As for the jewel, after taking it, Victor hid it, even from Lily, who would surely be angry with his reckless decision if she knew. Although it was tempting to try and use it to grant some of his girl's bloodlines, he didn't dare to do so, fearing that the Bloodlord who was after it might sense it, and he was not sure about what side effects this might carry. His purpose was to leave it here in the Von Zwei pond. Either the Bloodlord would be able to feel it, or he would follow the clues he left in Tear's ring, and those would also lead here. But after a few steps, the actions the Bloodlord would take would reveal how much power he had over the real world, and this would be vital for Victor's future operations. He already knew that they could approach this world from the outside through dungeons, but they didn't seem to be able to enter it. The questions he needed to be answered were what they really were. How strong was their influence, and what was their real target? Chapter 366, Enter the Cauldron. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Yes, right there, Victor said. After finishing with the Awakening Hall, under Victor's instruction, Rita headed toward another building that was nearby. Using the chance when most of the elders and guards ran to watch Diana's test, she could move more freely. Following Victor's bizarre instructions, she ended up heading down an abandoned drain and then crawling through some very nasty sheet. In the end, Rita managed to find herself passing through a series of walls to appear in an empty large room. Did we really have to pass through that route? Rita asked with disgust. If Victor told her beforehand, she would have never accepted. Those rats were as big as dogs. Yes. Do you know how many hidden sentries are guarding this place? Victor scolded. Even with my disguise, I can't guarantee you not stepping into some trap of formation, so we had to use the safest route. Do I have to go through that again when leaving? She asked as she shivered a little. Don't worry, your return trip will be easier, he said. Now do you know where we are? He asked. Some library? She said, noticing the shelves around the dimly lit room filled with dusty books. In a way, but it is more than that, he said with a cheesy smile that she couldn't see. Welcome to the Von Zwei Sacred Vault. What? Really? Rita asked as she looked around. Are those skill books? She gasped as she realized what she was looking at. Yup, Victor said. And this is just the first room. Ah, you plan to steal their entire vault? Rita gasped. I told you we can't waste this chance, he said. Ah. She had to confess. He made a point, but wouldn't her life be in danger if the Von Zwei family suspected her after this? What are you waiting for? Stop worrying about stupid things and start working, Victor commanded, making Rita return to her senses and begin to grab the skill books that were worth millions, then throw them inside the storage space as if they were a stack of potatoes. As far as she knew, Victor got her back, so she only had to do as he commanded. After finishing with this room, Rita sneakily left through the wall, heading to the next one where she repeated the same thing, collecting all kinds of gems, artifacts, and treasures. They even had some rooms full of stacks of gold bars and precious materials that Rita gladly took. Throughout the operation, she made sure not to step out to the corridors which were filled with traps, only passing from room to room directly under Victor's instructions. It took her less than 30 minutes to ransack the entire place. 3 floors filled with treasures. Even the shelves that were made out of some very exotic wood were not spared. Too bad Victor couldn't only get his hand on a very few S-ranked artifacts. This was due to the von Zwei family situation where the patriarch and the elders didn't trust each other, so most of the family's vital treasures were kept with them all the time. Still, the current haul was not bad at all. Victor would not have to worry about feeding his harem for a few hundred years after this. And he got some really nice things that the von Zwei family didn't really appreciate and understand their value. Finishing with the vault after making sure it was squeaky clean, Victor ordered Rita to head to the bottom floor, then head out carefully to an abandoned corridor, then shadow shift through one of the vault's walls into the adjacent building for one final investigation. Unlike the other places, the target building this time was destroyed when the von Zwei base was raided after the reckoning, so he didn't have a detailed plan of its structure, guards, and traps. His only solution was to move Rita toward the only room there that was left standing after the destruction. HSSS. Passing through the wall into the dark humid dungeon that was illuminated by a single light bulb, Rita gasped. It was a scene that almost made her puke. Even Victor, who was not moved easily, couldn't help but frown. Hundreds of young women and girls were tied in steel chains to the long walls and Gothic columns. They moaned in pain and cried as dark blood oozed from their severe wounds that were being kept open by dark metallic stakes. The dark, filthy-smelling blood slowly fell to the ground and got collected in a drain that led it toward a hole that went deep underground. "What is this place?" Rita asked as she shook a little. Even after what Levi did to her, she couldn't believe how savage and cruel the von Zwei family was. "I am not sure, but I guess this must be a feeding ground for the von Zwei ancestor. That guy is definitely down there," Victor said as Rita slowly approached the hole in the middle. It was very deep, and nothing was visible. "It must be hiding in a negative space below." "You mean that thing, the corpse-eating maggot you told me about?" Rita asked. "Is it real?" "Apparently. This is the only explanation." Victor sighed. "Those stakes in the women are filled with corpse poison. They are milking them for blood to feed it," Victor said solemnly. He was not sure about this chamber before, there were many theories about it when it was discovered. At that time some said that it contained some treasure while others said that it was a slaughterhouse. Apparently the latter were the correct ones. "Oh, can we help them?" Rita asked after some hesitation. She wondered if Victor would approve. She knew he didn't like to risk his operations. Earlier when they were ransacking the vault, he kept mumbling about how he couldn't scam that awakened girl earlier because of that. "They are severely poisoned. And helping them is very troublesome," Victor said, then paused. "We can't leave them like this. Let's do it," he finally added after a sigh, making Rita smile a little. She was glad he felt the same as her. "First locate the door though and block it," Victor said. Rita nodded, finding the dungeon's steel door and then using a few locking talismans on it before she turned to the girls and began to unchain them. The woman didn't resist or talk. They must have been given some very potent drugs to make them last longer. "How shall we take them out?" Rita asked as she worked, giving each girl she helped a healing pill. She got a lot of those from the vault earlier. "Inside the storage space, there is a cauldron. It functions like a storage ring but can contain living beings. Collect those women in it," Victor said. Rita nodded. She carefully took the golden-looking covered cauldron from the storage space and then hurried into action without inquiring about it. She had long realized that Victor was full of surprises. She was nervous about how to operate the cauldron at first, but she quickly realized that, as Victor said, it was just like a storage ring. The women were so thin and exhausted that they didn't even have the will to resist, so collecting them went smoothly. "There are only young women here," Rita said as she worked. "Why can't they do such things to men too?" "Because women are full of yin-dark energy. The ones here are not normal. They all have a unique body constitution. They must have been collected for this purpose," Victor said. "Remember the array above? The women here must be the last step in it." They collect the energy with their bodies before it gets transferred down with their blood. He added, "Oh, how are they still alive after all this?" Ritu asked, noticing the scars on the feeble woman. Some of them were old and long-healed. They must be feeding them healing and energy pills to keep them alive. Normal food would affect the energy balance. He said coldly, "Collect the stakes too, those things might come in handy." "I understand." Rita nodded as she discovered that she didn't even need to unchain the women to drag them inside the cauldron. The chains on the wall were made from ordinary steel and seemingly could not stop the cauldron's effect. There was only one girl whom the cauldron failed to capture, but Rita only had to look into her eyes and ask her to let go for the girl to be dragged into the cauldron after saying thanks in a hoarse and audible voice. Victor, who was watching carefully, appraising the girls with a depraved smile from his study, opened his eyes and, ignoring Lily, he ordered Margaret to go get Ruby. Those girls needed to be healed fast. The entire operation took about 25 minutes until all the women were safely transported into the cauldron, and just when Victor was about to order Rita to start investigating the building, the sound of a siren could be heard weakly from above. It was coming from the vault. "It seems like we were discovered," Victor said with a sigh. "Quickly, take the glass bottle I just placed in the storage ring and empty it in the hall. Make sure not to touch its contents." Rita frowned but quickly followed his command, emptying the green-looking liquid inside of the hall. It didn't take a genius to discover what this thing was. As soon as the bottle was empty, the earth shook violently, causing the hall to sway before it went silent again. "What just happened?" Ritu asked. "Nothing important," Victor chuckled as he waited for the experience points to pour in. "Just a..." He didn't continue as from the hole in the ground, a horrifying shriek suddenly sounded as everything began to shake. "Cheat. Why is it still alive?" Victor cursed. He underestimated this guy's strength. "What now?" Ritu asked as she held a nearby column to support herself as she looked around at the dungeon's wall that began to crack. Victor frowned. That thing was still alive. Sending Rita to her cell now was no longer an option. From the black box, take the black remote control-looking thing, press the buttons 176, then press the red one. "Quick, we don't have time," he said as the dungeon's door began to shake. Someone was trying to enter. Rita, who was swaying hard, quickly did as commanded, pressing the red button. "Done," she said nervously as she eyed the door. It was still holding. "Wait a moment," Victor said, making sure to listen carefully for the distant muffled explosion sound. The server room had been successfully destroyed. "Now, stretch your hand forward. Make sure it is not touching anything," Victor said as he activated his space fracture skill for the first time through Rita, who followed his command. "Ah!" Rita gasped as in front of her stretched hand a circular tear in space suddenly opened in front of her. It was as if someone pierced the space itself with an awl. "What are you waiting for? Go in it quickly." Victor, who was coughing blood on Lily's lap due to the extreme energy loss, said as the unstable tear began to close down and the room's locked door began to crack. That locking talisman pasted on it was slowly burning out. Rita took a breath and then jumped directly into the space tear. Just from the corner of her eye, she could spot a strange slimy thing climbing from the hole behind her. She didn't know what happened after that. It was as if she was passing through a dream, getting pulled by an invisible force. It was very similar to the feeling she had when her shadow shifted, but 100 times more prominent. Seconds later, Rita reached the end, stepping out of the tear as it closed behind her. She nervously looked around. She was now in a small study where a very familiar handsome young man was looking at her with a smile as he sat on a couch surrounded by two pretty girls who had worried looks in their eyes. Wait, did he grow more handsome in the 2 months since she saw him last? "Welcome home," he said with a smile, ignoring one of the girls who was pinching his arm very hard as she wiped the blood off his mouth. "Ah!" Rita didn't know what to say. Diana smiled proudly as she knelt in front of the Supreme Elder, who nodded in satisfaction after appraising her awakening results and testing her loyalty. Although she was not a descendant and lacked the family's bloodline, her authority and class made up for that. Good, good. "From this moment on, you are my disciple," he said. "You may stand up." "Thank you, Master," she said, squeezing her fist in triumph as she stood up right at the moment when a young man came running into the chamber. "Elder Caterers, how could you take her before consulting my father?" Levi said angrily as he caught his breath. Seemingly he hurried here after his spies told him about Diana. "Too bad he was late. Since when do I have to report to you, father?" the Supreme Elder asked coldly. "Elder, Levi didn't continue as suddenly the sound of sirens filled the hall. "What is going on?" the elder said. "An intruder." Another elder who came running said. "The vault, someone." He began to explain, then paused as the earth began to shake under their legs. An earthquake. It took moments for everything to calm down. "What?" Before the elder could speak, the earth began to shake again, this time stronger, causing the walls of the hall to start cracking as a loud shriek shook every von Zwei family heir in the room. Only Diana, who didn't have their bloodline, didn't hear it. The ancestral vault. The Supreme Elder yelled in shock before he hurried out in a blink of an eye as the turmoils began to subside. Levi, realizing something, quickly followed after shooting Diana a threatening glare on his way out. Theta woke up abruptly as Margaret walked into her room without knocking. "What?" she asked nervously as she sat up. "Just a little something," Margaret said as she looked at Theta's roommate, Ruby, who also just woke up. "Ruby, put something on and follow me." "Is there a problem?" Ruby asked as she jumped out of her bed. As a healer, she had been trained by Hilda to be always ready. "Yes, Victor wants you to enter his cauldron," Margaret said, biting her lip. "Cauldron?" Ruby asked. Was this some new sex term? As someone who had deep knowledge in this domain, she had never heard of it before. "Yup. Come, I will explain on the way," Margaret, who was being vague on purpose, said as she dragged Ruby out of the room, leaving a shocked Theta alone. "What? I want to enter Victor's cauldron too," Theta yelled as she jumped from her bed and then quickly followed, feeling a little jealous. Chapter 367, Some Planting. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In a dark room illuminated by 5 strange glowing stones, an ominous-looking, bald, old woman sat on the ground in a meditative pose. She was closing her eyes as she tried to control the poison that was ravaging her body. Smoke seemed to be slowly wheezing out of her burnt left hand, while her right one was melting to a green goo and then reforming in a cyclical manner. "Found them?" she asked in a hoarse as soon as an old man entered her underground chamber, not even caring to open her eyes. "Sorry, ancestor. This descendant is incompetent," the old man said as he knelt on the ground, making sure not to look at his ancestor or at the half-melted golden coffin to the side. "How did you let them reach my sacred cave?" she asked angrily. "Were you all blind? Are there no guards?" "Sorry, we don't know how they managed to pass through all of the security layers. This place can't even be reached easily by the elders. Perhaps Patriarch Martin would be able to enlighten us. He is the one responsible for the security outside," the elder said, stepping to the side to reveal his chosen scapegoat, the nervous Martin behind him. "This unfilial child has seen the ancestor," Martin greeted as he bowed with his face to the ground. Sweat was slowly oozing from behind his ears. He always thought that the ancestor hidden beneath the crypts was a real giant slug. He was feeling ashamed of himself. "You are this generation's patriarch?" the old woman asked, opening her eyes for a brief second to look at him before closing them again. They had no white in them, they were black and ominous, filled with death. "Yes, ancestor," Martin said nervously. "We don't know how the intruder came. We don't even know how they left. We suspect it has something to do with demons though. We found that one of the demons we had been keeping is missing," he reported nervously. He didn't dare lie or make excuses. "Demons?" the old woman pondered. "Yes, it was a corpse demon that we signed a contract with a few months ago to target another family. If there is a contract, the demon would not dare to act against IT. They must have targeted IT as a distraction, or IT was able to detect them and ended up dying as a result," the old woman said. "What did they do other than targeting my cave?" They ransacked the treasure vault and destroyed our server room," the patriarch said nervously. Why would they target the servants?" she asked. She was sure she discovered something there. "Ah. They didn't," Martin replied with a frown. You just said they blew up the server's room. The ancestor got angry, making the elder who was standing to the side smile smugly, then quickly hide it. Ah, it is called the server's room. It is not for the servants. It is where we keep our secret information ready to be served. Martin quickly explained, remembering that his old-fashioned ancestor had no idea what the word server in the current age meant. Oh. The ancestor nodded. It seems like they belong to some other faction, she said after she cleared her throat. This was embarrassing, seemingly. Was there any important treasures stolen? Did you check the safety of the awakening artifacts? She asked. The awakening artifacts are perfectly safe. It is just that our treasures below the rank of S have been stolen, Martin said. Even the jade skeleton keys? The ancestor opened her eyes and asked angrily. No, those are on me, the patriarch said, reassuring the ancestor. Most of the really important and crucial treasures are already in the custody of the elders, he explained. Sadly, the war chest we had been collecting for the last 500 years is all gone. Oh, as long as the base is there, we can gain those back anytime, the ancestor said as she looked at Martian and then at the keeper elder with disgust. It didn't take someone smart to realize that the family had some kind of internal strife. Ancestor, what about you? Martin asked nervously. Can you tell us anything about the attackers? The ancestor shot him a glare and then sighed. I could only take a glimpse at them as they escaped. Too bad the world tribulation struck me before I could get my hands on them, she cursed, raising her burned hand. She was abruptly awakened by that poison, so she tried to retaliate without thinking, going out of the hidden space and earning herself a bolt of thunder. Strange. How did the thunder manage to reach this deep underground? She wondered. One can never underestimate the world's means. Martin and the elder kept their silence, waiting for the ancestor, who casually took a healing pill, to continue her explanation. They had no idea that the old burnt light bulb in the room above was the source of the thunder that struck their ancestor. Without it, she might have been able to react and escape in time after feeling the world's intent. I can tell you 2 pieces of info about them, she said. The first one is they are very proficient in using poison. This thing they infected me with is pure evil. Even with my natural bloodline resistance and SSS poison master class, I was barely able to live. Even now, I can't find a way to cure this poison in my body, she said. Noted, the patriarch said. She was telling him to check all those with poison classes. The other info is that they are using space wrapping power, she said, pondering. Teleportation? Martin frowned. I thought this place had teleportation disturbing talismans. Not teleportation. The power I saw was a kind of space wrapping. She paused. Could it be the Voidlord? No, that woman is locked. And this is not her method, she pondered to herself. Voidlord? Martin frowned. This is not something someone at your level can concern himself about. For now, check all those with space powers. Whoever behind this, must be at least level 100. She said finally. Ah, I understand. We will also keep a close eye on anyone trying to sell a huge amount of treasures. And the missing sacrifices will also be investigated, Martin said, earning himself a nod from the ancestor. Ancestor? You are not going to punish him? The elder asked in surprise. No, the enemy this time was beyond our league, she said. But Martin, now that I have woken up, I will be watching you. You better not commit any mistakes, she added before the relieved Martin could sigh in relief. I understand, Martin said, ignoring the elder's hateful gaze. He had survived a close bullet, and it was time for him to make a move. Ancestor, do you mean you are not going back to sleep? Don't you need to heal? The elder asked nervously. No, the reckoning is near. I can feel it, she said. It is no longer worth it to sleep. There is much to do, she added, hiding the fact that she didn't dare to sleep, fearing the poison might finish her off if she got careless. Mavis sat in shock in the middle of the endless grass field. Was it not a dream? What was this place? She wondered. Looking around, she saw all the women who were imprisoned with her collapsed on the grass, looking aimlessly. Most of them had long lost hope, and maybe their minds. This was true, especially the ones who had been imprisoned for more than 5 years. There were only a handful of those, as it is very rare for purple to live that long. She was just a school child when she responded to a part-time advertisement, wanting to earn some money to support her family. She recalled being tested with a strange device, then it all went blurry, and the next thing she remembered was waking up in that hell. She was lost in her thoughts when suddenly, from thin air, 3 masked girls walked, a tall one and 2 short ones. "Let's get to work," the tall one said. The other girls nodded and then quickly walked toward the collapsed women. The one they chose was sitting on the grass looking at the sky with blurred eyes. Mavis knew that this woman didn't have much time to live. She had seen women die just weeks after they started looking like that. Severe soul damage. Too much corpse energy, the little girl said as she touched the woman, who shook then relaxed as white and green wisps of energy began floating from the little girl right into the woman. "How is it going?" the other short girl asked nervously moments later. "I can heal her mind and body, but the soul damage is irreversible." "Don't worry about that, just focus on healing her," someone suddenly said. It is a young man with golden flowing hair who also walked out of thin air with 3 other women who were also masked. Mavis, who was watching, almost forgot to breathe, not even caring to look at the woman and focusing on the young man's angelic face. "Can someone be this handsome?" "But her soul," the girl who was healing said. "This emperor has some spare soul energy stored around here, we can pour it into anyone, so you just tell this noble one when it is enough," he said. "Don't forget to redirect the corpse energy in them toward the talisman this emperor gave you." The girl paused a moment and then nodded before she began to operate on the woman, who in no more than 15 minutes seemed to have regained her senses and quickly bowed deeply to the girl and the young man who was obviously the boss here. "Thank you, young master," she said. "It is this emperor's duty to help those in need," he said casually as he waved his hand, making a golden chair materialize out of thin air. He casually sat on it and watched as the girls got to work and began helping the injured women. Some took only 2 or 3 minutes, others took as long as 10 minutes to regain their senses. It was magical. After more than 3 hours, it was Mavis's turn. "Cheat. A dark scion. Any ideas?" The young man looked at her, then turned and said casually to the masked girl beside him. She shook her head. Mavis frowned as the little girl began to heal her. What did he mean? She wondered, but quickly forgot about it as all the pain her body had suffered during the last 2 years began to be washed away. It finished fast, just as the young man cleared his throat. "Listen up," he said. "Welcome to the hidden magical world of the Imperial Army. We are an organization that is dedicated to saving the world and destroying evil," he announced. "This noble one is the Emperor. You can call me using the pronoun Your Majesty, and please use His Majesty the Emperor when you are talking about me behind my back or touch your," he added, then paused as one of the girls beside him began to pinch him. The women all frowned as they turned to face him and then quickly looked to the ground. Damn. His looks were making their hearts pound hard. "Now, let's get to business. Although we saved you, unfortunately, we failed to eliminate your captors, the von Zwei family, so," he paused. "For the foreseeable future, I can't let you leave this place," he announced directly. "What?" one woman said nervously. "Don't worry, this is only for the next few years until the von Zwei family is eradicated. You will have to live here, and work a little as a repayment for saving you. It was not for free, you know," he said. "And even if I let you go, do you know how long it would take you to be captured again? Let me tell you, less than 48 hours. The von Zwei family has millions of facial recognition cameras around the world searching for you at this very second. Not only you would be in danger, any loved ones that you are yearning to meet would be too if even one of you got captured back," he said, making a point. The women looked at each other and then warily at the Emperor. They looked away. Damn, he was too handsome to be looked at directly. "This Emperor recognizes that most of you are worried about someone on the outside, so don't worry about that. We will make sure to get you information about them," he added, reassuring the women. "For how long do we have to stay here?" Mavis asked. She had some revenge to do on the outside. "Oh, this Emperor can't tell you that. But if our noble calculation is correct, not for long," he said with a mysterious smile. "Don't worry, you will not be bored working for me. This Emperor plans to put you to good use. I have some very nice trees that need planting here, and I will use this time to train you to be stronger. If you become strong enough in time, you might even be able to enjoy some revenge. He added mysteriously with a smile that reminded Mavis of the way her cat used to look at its toys. Chapter 368, Authenticity. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So, how much money did we get? Margaret asked as she relaxed on the bed beside Victor and the girls after kicking her high heels away. It was already morning when they left the cauldron, so naturally, Victor, who was a very busy man, chose to go to his bedroom and directly lay on the bed in between his already asleep harem. A lot. We can't use the cash as it is traceable by its serial numbers, so I will get rid of it personally. The gold on the other hand will be processed by Alpha. After that, I will give one half to you to invest in your dark network. The rest will be divided between Alpha, Theta, and Hilda, he said casually, making Margaret quickly give him a peck on his cheek. She really wanted to buy a new car, but she was a little short on money lately due to some very urgent investments. What's your plan for the girls? Lily asked. She didn't care about money. They are not a priority for now, he sighed. Alpha will find some new hidden base for them in a month or so. I plan to raise them there as a secret army after they finish their work in the cauldron. Staying in it is not good for their health, he said. I plan to make Rita responsible for them. She will not be able to openly return to the family before we finish the ones. Why not openly anyway? He sighed. His family had many spies. Rita's return, even in secret to give some information to the family, was very risky right now. And that girl Mavis, what about her? She might bring some disaster. Lily asked, feeling a little relieved that he was not planning to keep those women with him at all times. She could imagine him casually taking one of them out to play with if he really got bored. You saw how she was planning an escape already, so I will give her a chance. I just need to use my awakening skill on her after it cools down in a week or so. Then I will let her go, he said. Yeah, from one hand to the other. Margaret, who began to already move her hand inappropriately around Victor's thigh, said yes. He nodded as his sleeping harem began to open their eyes one by one. They could smell their prey. Regardless, Lily spat as she hurried to take Victor's side before the girls were fully awake. How much data did we get before you blew up their servers, by the way? She asked. About 30%, but since it is the most recent data we are good, Victor said. I will just give it to Alpha to process it. He added as his sleepy harem began to climb onto him as if they were starving zombies. They really missed him last night. You do that. I already know their passwords, Lily said casually as he watched the girls begin to undress their perverted husband. It was the start of another uneventful day. Hi, I am Michael, your big brother, Mikhail said to Mina and Mana before he hugged them hard. Ah, hi, the twins said nervously, not knowing what to do. Isn't his hug a little inappropriate for a family member? His hands were lower than they should be. They were waiting for his hand to go one more inch to castrate him, but he was saved a moment before that could happen as Mona, his dear sister, saved his life in one swooping move when she kicked his crotch and then dragged him away from the twins and threw him to the ground. It was as if she had done this move hundreds of times before. Don't let him do as he pleases. Be careful around him. He is a pervert, Mona warned as she wiped her hand with a handkerchief. Mom, did you see how she treated me in front of my sisters? Mishla quickly asked his mother, who was watching for help. She is ruining my image. You deserve it. And since when do you have an image? Vanessa asked casually as she looked at her 3 daughters. She couldn't describe how happy she was. So where are we going? She asked. She was planning to spend the day shopping with her daughters, but she was not familiar with Vane City. They agreed to meet Mikhail, who was tasked with arranging the men at the front of a famous mall, and now she had no idea what they should do. Ah, this mall here belongs to our sister-in-law. So we thought we would go spend the day here and maybe buy some clothes for you and Mona, Mina said as Mana nodded. Oh, you don't need to buy anything, Vanessa said. No, we need to, Mina said, insisting with a serious face. Victor told us that Mikhail will be joining the actors in his new movie tomorrow, so we should go and watch. And as Victor's in-laws, you can't go wearing cheap clothes, Mana explained. It is about Victor's image. she said. Although Victor didn't care about his image, they did. This dress I am wearing is an authority, you know. Vanessa said, raising one eyebrow. This dress costs a lot. It is a brand that is favored by many actresses. Exactly. Cheap. Mina said. Her fashion sense had been elevated to new heights after spending the last few months with Victor and Margaret, who knew what the real rich wore. Those brands that were meant to scam the masses no longer appealed to her or her sister. Let us show you what true luxurious clothes are, she said as they entered the mall. Why isn't Victor here anyway? Michelle, who followed, asked. Although I had no idea about fashion, he was very curious. He did want to come, but last night he had too much work and he could only go to bed early in the morning, Mina said, making Vanessa nod. She didn't see him or any of the other girls at breakfast, so he preferred to sleep instead of meeting his mother-in-law. Mona asked angrily. After meeting with that girl Alpha last night, she heard from her how Victor repeatedly scammed her and her sisters. She was now even more angry with him. A disgusting pervert. No, he is not asleep. Mina shook her head. He has night duty to catch up. I guess he will not leave bed until it is late afternoon, she clarified, making her mother and sister frown and then blush as they realized what she meant. They had no idea why the twins were so open about such a subject. Shouldn't they be jealous? It is the tax for having a large harem, Mano added, making Mikhail, who was behind, squeeze his fist. Damn. He wanted to pay that tax too. Mina, Mana. Someone suddenly called, making the family of 5 turn to watch a teenage girl head their way and then stand in shock when she noticed Mona. Those are? She asked. Ah, those are our mother, Vanessa, our triplet sister Mona, and our brother Mikhail, Mina quickly introduced. And this is Mia. She is our sister-in-law's stepsister. Ah, nice to meet you, Vanessa quickly said as Mikhail and Mona greeted Mia too. Nice to meet you too, Mia said casually. Are you here to shop? She asked with sparkling eyes as Michael causally gave her one look and then looked away. He was not interested in flat girls. Do you work here now? Mana asked, noticing Mia's formal dress and golden tag with her name on her flat chest. Yes, it is to gain some experience, Mia lied. The true reason was that her mean sister had stopped giving her an allowance after catching her in a nightclub with some shady friends who were introducing her to some new drug a month ago. It was not her fault. She met those friends when she was feeling depressed after feeling how insignificant she was at Victor's wedding. She didn't know that those guys belonged to some very shady gang. So, after her shady new friends were escorted to some very dark place by her sister's very burly guards, Iris, who gave her a lecture for 5 hours and spanked her butt numerous times, decided to discipline her by taking away all her privileges. Mia knew that she could no longer survive outside after tasting what it meant to be rich, so she begged Iris for 3 days and 2 nights to give her a chance. And it worked. Her sister relentlessly agreed after their stepfather intervened, telling Iris that Mia was still young and she deserved a chance. After some thinking, Iris ordered Mia to work here and earn a living climbing from the bottom up as a test. She started as a normal clerk back then and had just got promoted to manager yesterday after she managed to uncover that her previous manager was secretly embezzling some money. As someone who was trained to be a thief, she had a natural gift for finding others like her. Now, she couldn't wait to get her hands on some filthy rich customer to scam. Serve. As her sister, who was proud of what she did yesterday, promised to give her a cut from every sale she facilitated. Oh, Mana nodded as her sister raised one eyebrow. Then can you guide us to buy some clothes for Mona and Mum? She said with a slight blush. She was still not used to calling Vanessa her mum. We need something luxurious, yet loc, she explained as Michelle wondered what that meant. Oh, I know. I think I have an idea, Mia said with a very sweet smile. Please follow me. It was late afternoon when the golden white phone MX8 Max Super began to ring, disturbing Mike, who was having a late launch with his harem. Looking at it, he quickly answered. Victor, I haven't heard from you since the wedding. How is everything going? He asked casually as his wives stopped talking and looked at him. They really liked Victor, as when he came to visit Mike he treated them very well and didn't care about their history. He even invited them all to his wedding. The only reason they didn't go was not to embarrass Mike in front of his family. "I am a newly married man. What do you think?" Victor replied over the phone. Mike could hear the giggle of a girl in the background, but he decided to ignore that. "Are you available tomorrow?" Victor asked. "Tomorrow? Why?" "I need you for some important sheet." Victor said. "Is it urgent?" Mike asked. "Yes, I can't delay the audition until after Grandma's birthday after all." Victor said. "What audition? What does it have to do with me?" Mike asked. "It has to do with your twin wives, Honey and Bunny, right? Anyway, it is for my new big movie. You see, I need some hot twins to play a role in it." "You have your own twins for such a role?" Mike scolded, looking at both Honey and Bunny who were sitting beside him. "I planned to, but my twins have betrayed me. They turned out to be triplets." Victor said. "Ah, what? Really?" Mike was surprised. Did his brother just surpass him? "Yes." "Can you believe the audacity they have to pull something like that?" Victor replied. He sounded offended. "Ah, no. Have you got the new one to join your harem yet?" Mike asked. "Working on it. Sorry, the movie is the priority right now." Victor said. He sounded in pain. "Can't you just let two of them act?" Mike asked, failing to figure out his brother's train of thought. "No way. The authenticity of the movie would be in danger." Victor flared. "And since when do you care about authenticity?" "Since yesterday, I have been reflecting on my behavior. I have been losing my authenticity lately, especially after scamming 100 girls at the same time." "Lily says I need to repent," Victor said in a sad tone. "Anyway, the role is for sluts, and your girls would be perfect." Victor said. His tone was cheery again. "Oh, fine, fine. Let me ask them first." Mike, realizing something, said. "No. They have to come. This is not negotiable. You have to come too." Victor interrupted. "What does it have to do with me?" Mike asked. He was going anyway, but he needed to ask. "They won't be able to act slutty enough without you." Victor replied. "I want authenticity." He added. "Ah, fine. I will be there at noon tomorrow." Mike frowned a little, then put the phone down. "Is there anything?" Bunny asked. "Victor needs some hot twins to act as the villains in his new movie, and his twin wives turned out to have a triplet sister and they are no longer suitable for the role, so he called to ask if the two of you are available." He said. "Do you want to act?" He asked. "Is it really okay?" Both of them asked at the same time as the rest of the harem nodded. They really wanted to be in a movie, but their history, which could be dug up easily, forbade them from entering the industry, as no sane director would hire them and the press would literally eat them alive. "It is okay, the role is for evil sluts, and Victor wants authenticity." Mike said casually. If anything went wrong, he would be the one taking the blame. He added, making his harem chuckle a little. They didn't notice the slight frown in Mike's eyes. He was not a fool, and could easily realize that Victor needed to talk to him in some secretive manner, and their meeting must be natural. This was what the authenticity Victor kept repeating meant. Chapter 369, Chilled. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Catalina looked at the strange soup in the bowl and then at her daughter, who was standing politely in front of her, slightly leaning on her blue umbrella that was resting on the ground. "Are you sure I am poisoned and this is the cure?" she asked. "Ah, yes. It is called the widow's vengeance. This unfilial daughter has already checked it with my master. It is true," Tulip said as politely as possible. "It has absolutely no symptoms before activation, and we will only know if it is true after an esteemed mother drinks this. Is this medicine bad for my health?" Catalina frowned and asked. "No. It is made of some very rare herbs, so if it was not helpful, it would only be beneficial," Tulip said. "My master also attested to this." "Oh, and a guy just gave you this info for free?" Catalina asked again, carefully stirring the purplish liquid in the bowl. As this unfilial daughter reported, he left it in a message. He seemed to belong to an organization that specializes in information collection. She said. "You already said that in your report. The question is, why is he helping us?" Catalina said casually. "You slept with him, didn't you?" "I would never." Tulip paused as she quickly remembered what happened back in the moon dungeon, making her mother, who was looking at her, frown. You. She was testing her daughter earlier. She would have never guessed that this was true. We only shared a sleeping bag. It was an accident. Tulip quickly defended herself. How can sleeping with a man be an accident? Catalia screamed and almost threw the bowl at her hand. He made me do it. My powers were locked then. I had no choice. Tulip said, stuttering as she stepped back. Nothing more happened. We just slept. She quickly clarified. What? Do you think I am an idiot? It is true. I am still a virgin. Tulip clarified with a blush. Oh, is he gay? Catalia calmed down a little. Probably not. He is just a jerk. A crazy proud jerk who is so full of himself. Tulip said, puffing her cheeks. Watch it with your language. Catalia scolded. Ah, sorry. Tulip quickly looked to the ground. Then, do you know why he gave you this info about me? Catalia said. No, I guess he wants to befriend our family. You just chose to believe him. It would do no harm. Tulip said. She had no idea why she believed him. Never trust a man. Didn't I teach you that? Catalia said as she sighed. I don't trust him. I just trust the info he provided. Tulip defended herself. It is the same. Catalia said, then sighed. Ah, did esteemed mother check the info about my esteemed sister? Tulip asked nervously. It is true. Your damned father had found her. They planned to bring her back in a few months. Catalia said. She planned to go there by that time. Oh. Tulip nodded. She wanted to tell her mother that this proved that Vic's info was reliable, but she chose not to say it. Catalia, who could easily read her stupid daughter's thoughts, sighed. Fine. She said as she gulped the liquid in the bowl in one sip. If her daughter was more knowledgeable, she would have realized that her mother's movements were those of an experienced drinker. It tasted normal, just a little bitter, but it was not bad. As soon as Catalia put the bowl down and carefully wiped her lips using a silk handkerchief, she began to feel it. The power of the soup began to fill her body. Then, in her womb, something was moving. Oh, without waiting for it, she jumped and ran to the toilet. Tulip watched respectfully as her esteemed mother left. She was suppressing her laugh. Then she heard it, a scream full of horror. Running behind her mother, she saw her mother, who fell on the blue-colored carpet in the corridor and was in pain. Below Catalia, a 10-foot-long disgusting millipede was crawled from under the skirt. It seemed to be in pain too as it wiggled aimlessly. Without thinking, Tulip immediately used her umbrella to crash its head into a puddle of green liquid. Then she heard the familiar ping. Level up. It was morning. Vanessa sat nervously at the dining table with her daughters. She couldn't believe that the dress she bought yesterday and was wearing now cost as much as her old apartment. Her daughters, who were at the moment busy flattering their husband, had really shown her mistakes in life. She should have just married a rich husband instead of toiling for years. She must never let her children repeat her mistake. Yes, Mona should get to marry someone as rich as Victor. Wait, why can't she make her marry Victor too? The twins were hinting at that yesterday. Looking at her daughter, who was glaring with disgust at Victor, whose wives were having a contest to feed him from their plates, Vanessa sighed. This was easier said than done. She must have not raised a strong daughter. Vanessa's thoughts were interrupted when Hilda hurried inside the dining room. Young master, your esteemed brother Mike is here, she reported. Oh, quickly let him in, Victor said. Moments later the door opened and a handsome young man walked in with two twins hugging his arms. Victor, Mike said as Victor hurried to hug him, and then to greet the girls. Vanessa, who watched everything, then politely greeted Mike when Victor introduced her, could tell that Victor really respected this elder brother of his. And she could also tell that the twins who introduced themselves as Honey and Bunny were definitely hookers. Her years of experience as a gangster could never be mistaken. So, what did you need me to come here for? Mike asked. I told you, for the movie. Victor, who returned to his seat, said. Since you are early, let's go and discuss it in the study as the girls get to know each other. He added, making Vanessa realize that there was some kind of scheme going on. What is this about? Mike asked after reaching the study, sitting on the couch there and waiting for 10 whole minutes as Victor smiled sheepishly at him. "What is that authenticity you wanted to show me?" Victor didn't answer. He just looked at the little girl who was moving in a strange way around the study since before they entered. She had a strange bracelet in her hand that she was shaking in a strange manner. "It is all clear," she said after a while, feeling a little depressed seemingly. "Why, thanks, Theta. You go join the girls," Victor said, "and don't worry about the reward. I will give it to you regardless. You didn't have to find something," he said, making the depressed girl cheer up, then nod and leave the study after a polite bow. "Was that an intruder scanning device?" Mike asked after looking at the bracelet-looking thing the girl had. "Yes, it's called the secret meeting bangle, and I just got it in a raid," Victor said. "It is very powerful, able to discover any kind of disguise or talisman as it specifies the number of listeners in a specific area. Its only drawback is it's very narrow and has strange activation requirements as it requires a girl to use it and depends on luck." "Oh, not bad. Wait, a raid you said?" Mike asked. As far as he knew, Victor had just got married. "When did he go on a raid?" "The Blood Moon Dungeon. I was there," Victor confessed as he took a package wrapped in a velvet cloth from his storage ring and slowly placed it on the table as if it were a treasure. "Oh, was it cleared already?" Mike asked. They had just confirmed the nature of the moon, and the family was preparing for a raid when it shines again next month. He was even invited to participate. Damn it. "Yes, some sick bastard who called himself the Emperor cleared it while acting all high and mighty. I am investigating him currently. And when I find him I will make sure to tie him up and then make love to all his lovers as he watches helplessly," Victor said with a hateful tone. "Anyway, thankfully I stumbled upon a treasure room before that guy could find it," Victor said with a sneaky smile as he began to unwrap the package. "What is this? A mirror?" Mike asked as he watched the golden artifact that appeared in front of Victor. "Yup," Victor said, not explaining. "Stop with the boyish tricks and tell me what it does," Mike scolded. "Is that the reason why you called me here so secretly?" "Yup," Victor said. "This thing here is an awakening artifact," Victor said. "Oh. Those are rare?" Mike nodded as he looked at it. "What?" He stood up in shock. "Really? An awakening artifact? You are not kidding?" "I am not," Victor said. "It is not just an awakening artifact. This thing has a 100% success rate and a 10 authority level," Victor said. "What? Did you try it?" Mike almost jumped at his brother. "Not yet. I just used my appraisal skill on it. As a merchant my skills are good in this regard," Victor casually delivered a half-truth. "Oh." Mike carefully eyed the mirror. "That's why I told you to get your twin wives. I think we can try it on them," Victor said. "Oh, what about your own wives?" Mike asked. "They are all already players," Victor shrugged. "What?" Mike, who was about to sit down, jumped and asked again. "I plan to use it on my maids, but those girls need some time to adapt to being maids. I want them to get some maid classes, so I plan to wait for now. They are still too young." Victor quickly changed the subject, making Mike frown and then relax in his seat again. He decided to stop asking unnecessary questions. Every man had the right to some secrets, especially if the subject involved his harem. "Do you plan to give it to the family or keep it to yourself?" Mike asked. "No." He paused. "You plan to make me give it to the family instead?" He quickly figured it out, as Victor would have no other reason to present it to him today otherwise. "Exactly. I think it would make a fine present for Gram at her birthday," Victor said. "This will give you a lot of honor, an honor you would need if you want to cement your position as the main heir," Victor said. "You plan to use me as a shield?" Mike, who was subtly pleased, raised one eyebrow and asked. "Yup." Victor nodded. "If I were to present it myself, not only would those fools start to pit me against you as the main heir to weaken us both, but it would also paint a huge target mark up my ass. And you want them to paint it up of mine?" Mike said. "You already have one," Victor stated. "True." Mike nodded. "I really just want to enjoy my harem life in peace. I have no interest in family politics." He lied. "I would have believed you if I didn't know you were the one behind the plan against Bill, Mike said. Father told you? Yeah, after the wedding. Oh, it is his fault for targeting my harem. Victor shrugged. I see. Regardless, you did good, Mike said as he relaxed in his seat and looked at the room's ceiling as he pondered. Wouldn't it be better if you kept this thing to yourself for a few more months? We can raise a few players with it, Mike said as he began to rub his forehead, a sign that he was getting a little nervous as he considered the numerous possibilities. No, if I keep it for too long those old fogies in the council would realize this and use it against us. And you are not going to give it to them for free anyway, Victor said, making Mike look back at him. You want me to impose conditions on the family? Yup. Before giving this, you have to get the right to use it at least once a month. Victor said, that way, we can raise your army legitimately under the family's eyes. Grandma would probably support you for that. Victor said, the elders will surely impose some restrictions on its use after all. I will have to ask for some favors beforehand though. Mike said, then paused. What are the conditions of its use? He asked. It uses the stars as a medium. You reflect 2 stars upon the candidate's eyes to activate it. I guess the class would depend on those, but I am not sure. Victor said, so only at night? Clear nights, when the stars are visible. Victor said, what are the limitations and cool-down time? Mike asked. Seemingly it has some energy reserve that needs charging after every use. If left alone it would take a year to recharge, Victor said. And it has a 3-night cool-down time. What? Mike sat straight as he realized how precious the mirror in front of Victor was. 1 year's worth of natural mana? Mike asked. About 10 gems per activation? That's cheap. The old artifact cost 3,141 gem per activation, and it had a month of cooldown time. Yes. Victor nodded. If activated continuously, we can make about 120 players per year. Mike said as he made the math in his mind. They would need to find some place with a clear sky all year round. But it was not hard for the family. We might be able to awaken more than 1 player per activation if we used some mirrors, but it would need some astrologist to set it up though. Victor said, making Mike open his eyes wide. Damn, isn't this thing too overpowered? Mike asked in shock. Victor shrugged. This mirror was truly too overpowered to be left for some family like his, as it would allow them to amass a huge army in a matter of a few years. But the reckoning is near and they need to get ready. The sky tonight is clear, so we will try it with your twin wives at the same time, Victor said, making Mike nod as he squeezed his fist. You have to tell Grandma to fabricate some limitations for it. The spies need some things to report after all. True. Mike said. He would have never believed that there were spies in the families before, but after Iris's incident that was followed by the awakening artifact destruction, the family launched an inquisition that caught hundreds of spies who confessed the existence of hidden others. The family was a mess in the previous period of time thanks to that. I will leave this to you. Victor said. Now, let's go. We are about to be late for the auditions. He added as he carefully wrapped the mirror in its velvet wrap and then put it in a storage ring before he stood up and gave it to Mike. Are you sure you want to give me this? Mike asked one last time as he shamelessly grabbed the ring. Yup. Victor said. My future shield. He added blatantly. Chapter 370. Void Lord. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Tulip nervously descended a dark flight of stairs that existed deep below the sunken kingdom's royal palace, reaching a grand wall with a strange triangle symbol on it. Many wanted to go past this point, but only those who had the right blessing could. She still remembered the day she stumbled upon this place as a kid when she was hiding from her mother after eating a chocolate cake. She managed to enter inside by coincidence, earning the right to be the Void Lord's disciple. She raised one hand and touched the symbol to activate her powers, disappearing and appearing again behind the wall in a spherical hall that had a giant translucent crystal in its center. Tulip bowed politely, then slowly walked to face the dignified yet charming middle-aged woman who seemed to be trapped inside the crystal. Master. Tulip greeted, making the Void Lord who was frozen inside the crystal open her eyes slowly. Tulip. You are back early, the woman said without moving her lips. Was your mother cured? She asked. Tulip didn't answer. She just took a leather pouch from her storage ring and then opened it on the ground to reveal the corpse of the millipede that crawled off her mother yesterday. A cursed demonic millipede? The master asked in surprise. This thing crawled from my mother after she drank the antidote. I struck it with my umbrella. Is this thing related to the curse? The widow's vengeance? Tulip asked. No. Interesting. How is your mother? The Void Lord asked. She woke up an hour ago. The doctors are saying she is better than ever, just a little shocked still. Tulip hesitated. What? She is acting strange. How strange? Let me think. She is acting nice, isn't she? Yes, in a way, nicer than usual. Is she okay? Tulip asked. Her mother started acting funny after she woke up, hugging her hard and thanking her. This made her very uncomfortable. She is fine. No wonder. The Void Lord said, seemingly amused. This must be your mother's real personality. What do you mean? What was infecting your mother was not the widow's vengeance apparently, but an animated curse. The millipede? Yes. The widow's vengeance poison you were told about is usually made with this thing's poison combined with some other rare herbs. I didn't expect them to use the real thing though. This thing is very hard to use and extremely dangerous, as not only does it mess with its target's reproductive functions to utilize it for its own benefits, but it also controls its nervous system, making them more aggressive and nasty. The Void Lord explained. This thing is about 15 years old. It is about to become an adult, and once that happens it will be able to reproduce and spread its egg through your mother. What? If your mother were to sleep with someone, and believe me she will after this thing makes her horny, not only would the male lose his ability as a man, the millipede would push its eggs inside of him. The Void Lord continued. In a man's body, this thing is 100 times more tricky to cure. It will also start reproducing through him. Tulip sweated a little. This was very dangerous. The one who gave you the cure for the widow's vengeance might have known this. The Void Lord said. They must have tricked you on purpose. She pondered. What do you mean? Tulip nervously asked. Well, this is the crucial point of using the millipede. If your mother were to learn of its existence before its removal, her body would start rejecting the millipede unconsciously, forcing the insect to try to kill the host. In fact, this is its main usage, a hidden bomb of sorts. The Void Lord said. The antidote you gave your mother has the function of completely regenerating the womb, and in this process all the womb would have to die, making the millipede think that her host is dying then leave. The Void Lord said, looking at the dead millipede. Tulip didn't know what to say. Then, will my mother be okay? Yes, in a week or two the neurotoxins remaining in her body would be expelled and she would be fine. Oh. Tulip sighed in relief. Will my mother be nice now? She had to ask. I have no idea as I never met your mother. But the millipede only makes her aggressive, it does not change her character, the Void Lord said. But I guess, relatively speaking, she will be a little nicer from now on. Oh. Tulip didn't know what to think. She really wished for her mother to stop being angry all the time. But her mother acting nice felt very strange. Did you investigate the identity of the one who gave you the cure? The Void Lord asked. Yes. We found nothing. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. Tulip said. Oh, that's impossible. People with such deep knowledge and wisdom usually belong to some ancient power. The Void Lord said. Why did he help you? She asked. I don't know. She answered nervously. Nothing comes for free. The Lord said, saying the same things Catalia did. Did he ask you for any favors? He did mention something about a demon cruise trip in his letter. My guess is that he wants me to attack them. He seemed to hate demons. Just that. I see. The Void Lord said, pondering, then squinted her eyes as if she felt something. Oh, let's try something. Close your eyes. I want you to start thinking about killing that man in the cruelest way possible. Why? Tulip asked. She usually tried hard not to think about that perverted emperor. The memory of his caused her to be very conflicted. I just want to see if you fell in love with him or not. The Void Lord said. You young girls can be easily scammed after all. I would never. Tulip objected with a slight blush. She would never fall for that arrogant bastard. That do as I say. Okay. Tulip, who felt strange, quickly closed her eyes and began thinking about what Vic did to her, then how she must take revenge, cutting him into very tiny pieces. She couldn't help remembering him calling her turnip. That bastard. How dare he? You can stop now. Did you feel anything strange? The Void Lord asked with an amused voice. No. Other than a slight blush, there were no other signs on her. Not a curse. The Void Lord pondered in a low voice. No. She added, making a strange talisman appear out of thin air in front of Tulip. Activate this thing for you. This is for protection. The Void Lord lied. Tulip nodded, taking that talisman, placing it on her hand, then activating it. It flashed, then nothing happened. Could I be mistaken? Impossible. She frowned. Master, is there anything wrong? Tulip felt strange. Just some pondering. What was the dungeon you were in called again? The Void Lord, who began to lose confidence, asked. The Blood Moon. Tulip replied. Blood? Could it be that piece of sheet Ormeus? The Void Lord said. Did you eat anything suspicious there? Yes, some kind of fruit. Oh, no wonder you look pale. It must be it. Tulip, I want you to sit in a meditative position, then slow your heartbeat. This might hurt. What does the master want to do? I need to examine you. The fruit you ate might contain poison. She lied. Tulip frowned, then sat down on the ground in a lotus position. She closed her eyes and relaxed, slowing her heartbeats. Moments later, she could feel her master's power. It was as if something was going inside her veins, scanning her. It will be in a split second now. Bear with it. The Void Lord said. Tulip said. Then seconds later she felt as if her entire blood vessels and heart were empty, then filled again in a split second. It hurt a little and caused Tulip to start coughing as she collapsed on the ground. I knew it. The Void Lord screamed. Caught you, you sneaky bastard. How dare you try to take over my disciple? You can't escape. Tulip felt as if the entire chamber began to shake as her master activated her powers, then everything returned to normal a moment later. What was that? Tulip asked nervously as she sat up. Some sneaky bastard has placed a blood slave seal on you. The Void Lord said with some difficulty. Using skills for her was very hard. What? Tulip asked in shock. Damn. The Void Lord scolded. That bastard cut his connection with you a moment before I found him. The Void Lord said angrily, ignoring her disciple as she activated a few tracing skills and then watched them fail one after the other. She couldn't even get to appraise him. This had never happened before. Who was that guy? Victor sat up abruptly from Lily's lap and then began to breathe with difficulty. He was currently in Margaret's new shiny car that she was driving, sitting in the back with Lily and Elise. The other girls were in a different car. What happened? Lily asked as Elise, who was wearing thick sunglasses, looked at Victor worriedly. Ever since she met him, she never saw him this distressed. That beach filtered Tulip's blood through a subspace and managed to find me. Victor cursed nervously. Thankfully my fate skill managed to warn me in time to cut my connection with her. He added, remembering the thick black fate thread that appeared all of a sudden around his neck. Was she able to identify you? Lily asked. She tried but failed. He said. Thankfully his authority forbade it, but it was a close call if he didn't manage to use Tulip's skills to forcibly vaporize his trace from her body. I warned you not to miss my sister, Lily said. And lords are not to be trifled with. Victor had no answer. So she is no longer your blood slave? Lily asked just to be sure. Sadly no. He sighed, making her want to slap him hard. The bastard was definitely planning to add Tulip to his harem. Was my mother cured? She asked finally. Yes, the cursed millipede was removed successfully, he said, making Lily sigh in relief. That thing infected her father in their previous life, and if it were not for some friend's help he might have not noticed it and allowed it to grow in his body. The one who planted it would have only had to inform him about it for him to die. It was an ingenious plot. The one behind it was none other than her uncle, who in the other timeline, only accepted the duel with her father thinking that he could kill him easily by informing him about the millipede. Thankfully, her father was long cured by the time thanks to some lord's help. Did you find anything about the Void Lord? Elise asked. Yes, that's why I think she was able to feel my existence. Apparently, being a lord is a class. Victor said as he took a notebook and began to write the results of his appraisal, semicolon. Name, level, 700,142. Class, Void Lord, U. Subclass, Belly Dancer, D. Affinity, Void. Affinity rank, Triangle, 78%. Status, Authority, 74,281. Health 5%. Stamina 2%. Mana 1%. Strength, 3,127,403. Agility, 3,129,271. Intelligence, 3,133,498. Luck, 49. Charm, 71. Order points, 7,971,157. Abnormal status, Cursed, X. The Frozen Throne. Bleeding, SSS. Poisoned, SSS. Mana Devouring. Skills, Error Retrieving Data, Lord. Database field connection is severed. Fate. Error Retrieving Data, Lord. Field unavailable. Bloodline. Void Butterfly, SSS. Equipment, none. You can appraise lords? Lily asked in shock. Apparently. Maybe it is because of my class. Victor lied. This had to do with his X-ranked appraisal and his authority. What does this mean? Elise, who had to raise her shades to look at the data, asked. I have no idea. Victor shrugged before he returned to lay on Lily's lap. But this will be troublesome, he said. Chapter 371, Crimson Pearl. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Horizon's media office building's surroundings were jam-packed with people standing in a long line when Victor's convoy reached it. Then headed directly to the underground parking lot where Arya, who woke up early as usual, was waiting for him with a few managers and the director Steven Silberberg, who were dressed formally. Today was when the public audition for the new movie series Dragon Princess, The Reckoning, working title, would be held, and it was an important public event for the company's future. As soon as the cars stopped and Victor's pretty wives poured out, the executives couldn't help but bow respectfully. It was not their fault. The girls were just that pretty. Good morning, sir. The executives greeted, but Victor just gave them a cold nod and then looked at Arya. Why are there many people outside? Didn't I tell you to screen them and keep only 1%? He asked. He didn't want to stay all day. Those are the 5% of those who requested to participate. We have to screen them beforehand, Arya said, making Victor a little shocked. This hadn't happened in his past lifetime. Back then Horizon Media, although famous, was never able to cause such a sensation. It must be the wedding. Margaret, who finished parking the car, said as she helped Elise in her wheelchair. The girl still needed to act as if she had not been cured yet. Yes. It was free publicity for the company? Arya nodded. The reception office has been busy lately with all kinds of partnership offers. After the wedding, many of the residents of Wyron Principality became aware that the one behind Horizon's media was some very noble big shot. Whatever. Then let's go. I don't have all day to waste. Victor said, then quickly turned and headed towards the auditorium, followed by Lily and Lynn, who hurried wanting to take the seats beside him. Vanessa, who was in the car with the girls, looked at Mona and the twins and then walked after him. She wanted to see how her son would fare in the audition. She spotted them near the door outside waiting for his turn while striking up a conversation with some big-boobed slutty girl. What's wrong with Victor? Arya asked as she raised one eyebrow. Victor was in a very good mood in the morning when she left. A fish escaped, slipping right from his hands back into the ocean. It was a very big fish, Margaret replied as she casually shook hands with the managers and introduced Elise to them. Margaret was at the moment the company's vice president after all, and while Arya was responsible for the general management and the publishing division, Margaret was responsible for the creative and investment sides. Oh, that's a first. Arya, who understood what Margaret meant, said in surprise. How could some girl escape Victor's grasp? Was this even possible? Yeah, I bet he will go fishing again very soon to vent his anger. Margaret sighed. When Victor arrived at his seat, the auditorium was already packed full with many invited guests and participants who had been here since yesterday to get a seat. Mike, with his twin wives who left the mansion early with Arya, was sitting there right behind Victor when he sat. "Do you really have to hold a public audition?" Mike asked as he looked around. "I plan to expand the company's activities, and this is a good chance to fish for prospective actors. Even if we aren't chosen for this movie, I will make sure to sign them up to work for me," he explained as he began to look around while licking his lips and noticing the pretty young actresses who came here. He had an image to maintain after all. "Oh." Mike nodded. He wasn't really in the media business. Margaret came in moments later and then helped Elise to her seat on the judge's table at the front and then sat next to her, making Mike, who was watching, squint his eyes at this young sister-in-law he got. She was blind. Why was she in the audition? Was she a judge? She had been locked up her entire life. She wanted to come out, so I brought her here. Victor, who read Mike's thoughts, said. And she has very sensitive ears, so she is suitable to feel the actor's engagement with the role. "Oh, this is reasonable." Mike nodded. He didn't believe any of Victor's bullshit, but he appreciated the fact that he was trying to pamper the little girl. "Did you too?" "You know," Mike said, raising one eyebrow. "Who knows?" Victor shrugged, making Mike smirk as he watched Victor's harem take their seats. Slowly the lights of the auditorium dimmed down. Myra walked onto the stage as everyone went silent. "Thank you all for participating in this audition for the movie Dragon Princess, The Reckoning," she said. "This movie, as you all heard, will be the start of a new direction that would partially adopt the world of the video game World of Truth into the narrative," she explained as the few invited reporters began to write down what she said. "This would be the most expensive work in the history of cinema, as the entire work will be in 7 parts and it will be shot at the same time, featuring an expansive cast of 420 characters," she said proudly. The scripts had already been completed by the famous author Crimes and Pearl, and it was too perfect that the CEO was moved to tears. She added, causing most of those in the audience to frown as they didn't recognize the author's name. They wondered if he was really good or if Victor was just a crybaby. Still, a few others did recognize the name. They were people of culture like Mikhail, who just got in and couldn't believe his ears when hearing the all-too-familiar name. Crimes and Pearl was the pen name of the most famous adult novel writer in the world. He appeared online about 5 years ago, and his stories, although didn't sell well, were considered masterpieces among certain critics, as his novels are very imaginative and descriptive. Now, first of all, I would like to welcome you all here and welcome our judges and the CEO, my husband, Victor White, who will be helping to oversee this audition, she added as Victor stood up and waved to the crowds with a depraved smile. Although Mr. White is not a part of the judges, he will have the ultimate choice, so you better not upset him. Let's introduce our 5 judges: the director Mr. Steven Silberberg, our vice president Mrs. Margaret White, our guest Mrs. Elise White, our casting director George Halo, and our one and only star John Sigma. Myra introduced the judges carefully. Many in the auditorium began to ask who Elise was, and the answer was figured out immediately. She was the CEO's wife. This caused a few to start complaining about nepotism, but those were quickly and kindly escorted out of the auditorium, which quickly became quiet again. Now, before we start, I have some good and bad news, Myra said after clearing her throat. The bad news is that we have 1,284 participants today, so your chance of getting selected is very slim, she explained in a sad tone. What is the good news? A smart girl in the auditorium asked before Myra could continue, drawing attention to herself. The good news is that if you manage to impress our CEO or our vice president, you will be offered a once-in-a-lifetime contract to be a Horizons media star. We will not only offer you training, but also a salary and roles in suitable future works, she said, making many of those who were feeling they didn't have a chance to get a role gain some hope again. Now, let's start. The first role we will be the princess's slutty maid. I invite those who chose this role to go on stage, Myra said, then stepped down as many young actresses climbed into the set. Wait, is that? Victor exclaimed as he saw one of them, then looked at Margaret, who was looking back at him. When he asked telepathically using his wife's connection. 2 days ago, I saw her next to a shady nightclub, hesitating to enter, so I figured that the world's future best porn star would definitely be a good candidate for this role. Oh. Victor nodded, his eyes sparkling as a certain girl who sat next to him began to pinch his hand. He ignored her and began to watch the audition. As expected, the girl got the role without anyone's help. If you can fake it in cheap porn, you can fake it anywhere. The results wouldn't be announced today though to avoid riots. Now, thank you all. We will email you the results in 2 days. The next role is for the evil slutty twins, Myra said, making 5 pairs of twins go on stage. They included Mike's wives. Just wondering, is there a woman who is not a slut in your movie? Mike asked with a smile as he watched his nervous wives prepare for their turn. Who knows? Victor dodged the question as he watched Honey and Bonnie play the role to perfection. Although they didn't have to. They must have been training hard yesterday. He could see the black circles around their eyes. Finishing with those, Victor yawned as he watched the auditions one by one, not interfering at all. He was still detected because of losing Tulip. This girl was supposed to be his trump card. Still, it was not a total loss, as he now has an idea about the Lords. Those guys seemed to be ruled by some of the same set of rules that apply to every other player, as that Lord was not able to curse him as she intended due to insufficient authority. Although he should try to avoid them in his future plans, he must find a way to scam some of them for contingencies. For now, he had to wait and see if that Bloodlord would make a move or not. Suddenly the sound of yelling forced Victor to wake up from his contemplations and look up. On the stage, a young man was cursing at the judges because they asked him to leave without letting him continue acting the scene. It was clear that he had been rejected. "You are not fit." Elise, who seemed to be the one who rejected the guy, said, "Your sound is too soft for the role," she said, causing the man to suddenly jump off stage and approach her. "Too soft? Fuck you. You are the soft one. Do you know who my father is?" he asked angrily, as from under his shirt he took a gun fired around on the ceiling, and pointed it at Elise while the other judges ducked under the table. This included Margaret, who secretly activated a deflection talisman before she began to move. "Is my sound manly enough now?" the guy yelled angrily, making Elise shiver a little as many in the audience ducked down while others hurried to try to leave. The guards who wanted to approach the man froze as Elise, who was in a wheelchair and couldn't dodge, was virtually taken hostage. "How can a blind girl judge my talent? I will kill you, Beach. You better return to your job of fucking your husbands." The guy didn't continue as 2 gunshots sounded and a streak of blood began to drip from the man's now empty hand, and his crotch where a 1-inch hole appeared. "Ah, you shot me!" the guy shouted in disbelief as he looked to the side where Margaret, who crawled to the other side of the judge table, used her personal ruby-studded gun to shoot him, beating even Victor, who didn't have the chance to use the gun that secretly took from his storage ring moments earlier. "So what?" Margaret asked as she slowly stood up, then began dusting her dress that seemed to have been damaged a little when she crawled on the ground earlier. "Fook. It is all ruined. Do you know how much this dress cost me? I had to literally work my ass off to get Victor to buy it for me." She cursed while flailing her gun at him. It was as if ruining her dress was more important than the poor man losing his manhood. "You." The man, who was fuming with anger, wanted to say something, but he collapsed to the ground in pain moments later as his brain began to process what happened. He didn't stay there for long as 2 burly chicks quickly apprehended then dragged him away. Firstly, they would heal him, and then, for the next year or 2, he would play the role of a regenerable snack for the hounds. Sorry for that. We will take a small rest for lunch now. We will continue after 15 minutes. Myra quickly announced as many people began to flee and the cleaning crew ran to the stage to clean the blood off it. "That girl is good," Mike said, eyeing Margaret. He should have stolen it from Victor when he had a chance in New York City. "Sluts like her were a rare find." "I know. She is the best," Victor nodded as he put his gun away. He gave his girls a reassuring look, then started sending Kai instructions to find any news about that young man. Victor didn't believe in coincidences, and that man's actions were definitely not random. Do you have a moment? I want to have a private word with you. Mike suddenly said, looking at his watch. Let's go and grab something to eat. Victor nodded and said, then looked at Lily, who gave him a nod before she hurried toward Elise, who seemed a little shaken. As a little girl she was not really used to such situations. Still, during the whole ordeal, she kept her act as a brave blind girl, playing the role perfectly. Chapter 372, Father is Coming. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Is there a problem? Victor asked as he and Mike walked out onto the building's roof with a snack sandwich that they ordered a poor assistant to prepare. Just something. Are you alright? You seem a little different since yesterday. Are you sick or something? Mike asked. Just a bit tired. Victor said, having a big harem is not easy. True. Anyway, Father called. Mike said, he is currently newly here and wants to see me. Oh, so you plan to go there? Victor frowned. No, he is already on his way here. He said he also wanted to see you to get something. Mike said, right. Victor nodded. This was about the fake diary. Thankfully it was ready, and he had a lot of time in the moon dungeon to write it to perfection. Still, it needed one final touch. How about we let him in on our little test tonight? Mike suddenly asked. Victor paused. Are you planning to tell him the truth? He asked. Yes, it would not be easy to fool him. Mike nodded. And it is not like he will insist on you taking the credit. Victor frowned, then nodded. True. Fine. He said. Letting Theodore in was not a bad thing. He might help set the stage for them later. Then I will tell him to meet us at your mansion. Mike said. Finishing with Mike, Victor, who was feeling a little tipsy, left him and then slowly returned inside. He was a little unwell ever since the accident in the morning. Damn it, losing Tulip was very detrimental to his plan. If he knew that would happen, he would have tried to scam the train guy. Victor kept thinking of what to do as he entered the restroom near the auditorium and then found an empty cubicle. Just as he sat down, he heard the sound of the restroom's door opening again and 3 people walked in. They wore high heels. What a beach. One of them said. She was a woman, sitting like that with John Sigma as if she was something important. I know, just because she slept with the CEO, she managed to become the vice president. She is full of vice, all right. The second one said. She seemed jealous. Careful, she might hear you. The last one said, confirming Victor's guess that the 3 were women. What were they doing in the men's room? Don't worry, I am sure she is now busy kissing her lover's ass. I heard she used to work as a prostitute. My brother said he had a video about her somewhere, but he couldn't find it. Oh, really? I did hear some old man try to harass her the other day, saying he was an acquaintance of her uncle. She invited him for a cup of coffee in a nearby restaurant and left with him. Damn. A slut is a slut no matter how well she dresses. A filthy gold digger. Aren't you the same? A gold digger I meant. One girl said, correcting herself. Don't compare me to her. At least I have standards. The first one yelled angrily. By the way, that crimson dress she wore, what was its brand? The third one intervened to calm her friend down. I have never seen it before, but it doesn't look cheap, and she did say she had to work her ass off to buy it. What a beach. Now she is going on about this stupid movie project, I am sure. The woman didn't continue as the restroom door opened and someone walked in. Vice. Kyra. Slap, slap, slap. Victor heard the sound of slapping and then the sound of 3 bodies collapsing to the floor. Beaches, do you think I didn't hear you? Margaret, who seemed angry, said. All of you are fired. Now go. Don't let me send the hounds after you. She scolded. Victor could hear the sound of 3 women running out after that the restroom door closed. You can come out now, Margaret said, facing his cubicle. Just a moment, Victor said as he finished his business, then adjusted his pants and walked out. He looked at Margaret, who seemed to have changed her dress into a silky black one-piece that had a long cut along one leg, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. She looked smoking hot. You came just at the right time to hear them. Were you haunting them or something? He asked, shaking his head a little as he began to wash his hands. I was following you and just happened to hear them, she said after a sigh. Many in the company seemed to hate her and look down on her. She knew that perfectly. It was all out of jealousy. They wanted to be like her, but couldn't. Why were you following me? He turned to look at her with a frown. I just thought that since you entered the ladies' restroom you might be thinking of having some fun. She pouted. What do you mean ladies' restroom? This place is. Holy shit. Victor exclaimed as he looked around. This was the ladies' room. How the hell did he miss that earlier? I guess there is a lot on your mind. Margaret said, looking at him. By the way, why did you do that? She asked. Did what? He asked as he dried his hands. When that man threatened Elise, why didn't you shoot him? Margaret asked. I was planning to, but you beat me to him. He paused. Since when was Margaret faster than him? Exactly. I had to wait 30 seconds expecting you to act before I shot him. I thought you were testing us, but now I guess not. Today you seem to be a little slow in a sense, she said as she inspected him. Oh, 1 second. Victor said, then frowned as he closed his eyes and began to appraise himself. Semicolon. Name, Victor von Wise. Level, 154. Titles, Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior X5, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. The enemy of all demons, destroyed a demon bastion. Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of the hero's team. Hero's Journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. Status, Authority, Health 100%, Stamina 100%, Mana 100%, Strength 668, Agility 531, Intelligence 791, Luck 62 plus 16, Charm 84 plus 17. Order Points, 493. Class, Fate Weaver, X. Subclass, Akashic Scholar, X. Class Skills, Eyes of Destiny, X. +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Record Vision, X, 01. Record Search, X, 03. Recognized Skills, Poison Resistance, SSS. Womanizer, A++. Silky Tongue, B. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, C. Base Resistance, D. Sword Arts, D. Lying, D. Kissing, D. Sleeping, D. Acting, D. Orme, D. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Poison Brewing, E. Evading, E. Self-Healing, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Murder, E. Persuasion, E. Movement Arts, E. Mace Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Dismantling, E. Castration, E. Torture, E. Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. Bleeding Resistance, F. Formations Art, F. System Skills, Bloodline Appraisal, X. Admin Appraisal, X. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +4/6/8. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +4. Contractor of Doom +2, S. Soul Defense, S. Shadow Shift, S. Storage Space, S. Elemental Shield, A. Poison Blood, A. Dragon Armor, A. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Silent Blade, A. Fire Breath, A. Dagger Throw, B. Night Vision, D. Blood Heal, D. Wind Blade, D. Health Regeneration, E. Invisibility, E. Hard Skin, E. Flight, E. Shapeshift, E. Aura Dispel, E. Wind Vortex, E. Dispel Curse, E. Dispel Charm, E. Earthquake, E. Lie Detection, F. Enhanced Senses, F. Minor Invincibility, F. X-Ray Vision, F. Survey, F. Frost Ray, F. Lava Ray, F. Teleport, F. Telepathy, F. Electrify, F. Isolation, F. Awaken Player, F. Magic Affinity, Fire, Ice, Space, Time, Wind, Lightning, Earth, Dark, Poison. Bloodline, Chaos Dragon, X. 100% awakening effects. All attributes X2. Increase resistance to all diverse effect. Increase resistance to all elements. Immortality. Draconic aura. Regeneration. Mana heart. Super enhance libido. Skills. Devour. X. 3. Space fracture. X. 27. Heavenly fire. X. Chaos ring. X. Chaos breath. X. Chaos step. SSS. Dragonification. SS. Dragon breath. S. Dragon claw. S. Limitless flight. S. Limitless dive. S. Hiding. S. Draconic howl. A. Camouflage. A. Charm. A. Primordial demon. X. 51% purity. Unawakened. System connections. Lily, main wife. Mina, concubine. Mana, concubine. Margaret, concubine. Lynn, concubine/blood slave. Elise, concubine. Arya, concubine. Monica, concubine. Myra, concubine. Alexis, concubine/blood slave. Poe, blood slave. Rita, blood slave. Tom, blood slave. Daniel, blood slave. Fate strength, A+. Equipment, dragon storage ring. S. There was nothing wrong. Wait. Victor closed his eyes and quickly entered his soul space. The blood slave skill gave him the ability to see through his slave's eyes, and this technique was in a way a method for his soul to enter their bodies. Holy shit. At his soul space, the damage was beyond anything he could imagine. A large part of his soul was literally shredded into pieces with only thin threads connecting them. It must have been when he felt the pain when Hua tested Tulip's blood. That beach secretly attacked his soul that was connected to Tulip's blood. No. This attack must have been integrated with the test skill she used. Cheat. He yelled. No wonder he felt very foggy all morning. This was not a small damage, and if not for his soul defense skill in the size of his soul, he would have definitely died without knowing how. Lords are really scary. Damn it. He had been acting too brazenly lately after he got his bloodline awakened and after he got all of those X-ranked skills. He forgot how scary the world could be. What? Margaret asked as she watched Victor grab a few healing pills and then throw them in his mouth. My soul is damaged, he said, making Margaret raise one eyebrow. Victor was being too honest. We should return to the mansion to get Ruby, she said as she quickly took her phone and sent a message to Theta. I will let Monica take care of the auditions. Damn it. My father is coming tonight, he exclaimed as if he didn't hear Margaret. His mind seemed to have lost the ability to process more than one thread at a time. Cheat. Bad luck was hunting him. It was as if he got jinxed or, damn, it was definitely that girl Mavis. Let's go, Victor said, but was stopped by Margaret who stood in his way. What? He asked. Just a little test. It would be a shame not to take advantage of this situation, she said as she moved her hand behind her back and untied a single thread. The next moment, the black dress she was wearing slid off her body. Ah, Victor lost all reason after that. What did you do to him? Lily asked as soon as she entered the CEO's office where Victor was laying on the couch with a blissful smile on his face. He was only wearing a towel around his waist. Margaret, who was wearing a bathrobe and sitting at his side, didn't have to answer as Victor replied without raising his head. My soul is damaged. He kept it short. That Voylord? Lily asked as she hurried to his side to check on him. He smelled a lot like Margaret despite seemingly just having a shower in the office's private bathroom. It was as if she sat on his face or something. Yeah? Victor said. I already called Ruby, she should be here any second, Margaret said, earning herself a glare from Lily. And why is he like this? Lily asked. Earlier he seemed to be a little airheaded due to his soul damage, so I figured it would be dangerous to take him out like that. You saw how many girls were planning to throw themselves at him when the audition finished. So you drained him out? Lily asked. Yup, it worked. She shrugged, making Lily silently curse. Damn. That Peach must have taken advantage of him. But she was right. How are you feeling now? Lily asked as she watched him sit up with difficulty. Margaret did drain him well. I'm a little better thanks to the soul healing pills I took, but it was dangerous. he said. I didn't notice anything at all. That peach must have done something like this before. Soul severing? Lily asked. She did feel Victor was a little agitated earlier, but she thought this was because of him losing Tulip. Yes, I only read about it in the records, but I never imagined it would be this dangerous, he said. So, what should we do now? Lily asked. As I was telling Margaret, my father will be here tonight, so we will have to act accordingly. He paused, then took a blood-stained diary from his ring. Lily, can you use your time dilation skill on this? I want it to be 1,000 years old, he said. Lily frowned, then nodded as she grabbed the diary, flipped through it before she placed it on the table in front of her, and closed her eyes. Moments later, Victor and Margaret watched as a transparent black orb of energy began to surround the diary that began to weather as if it was passing through the years. It all ended in 10 minutes when the office door was knocked. It is finished, Lily, who seemed a little tired, said, throwing the diary back at Victor and then going to unlock the office's door. It was Ruby and Theta who seemed to have hurried from the mansion. Ah, young master! Ruby and Theta both exclaimed as they closed their eyes with their hands when they saw Victor's semi-nude state. Come quick, he said as he put the diary away after inspecting it. I seemed to have hurt my soul remembering your beauty. Could you take a look at it? He asked, flashing the two little girls a dashing smile. He could tell that they were peeking at him through the small openings left between their fingers. Crack! The poor doorknob cracked in the back as Lily squeezed it with her hand while closing the door, but no one cared about that. Chapter 373. Bianca. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. And then he ordered those little girls to look at his private parts just like that. One guy looked around, making no one else but his group was listening, and then said it. Earlier, he was going around the company to have a look around for some starter meat when he spotted two pretty little girls walking in one of the corridors. He planned to strike up a conversation with them, but the girls quickly entered some office. And before the door closed, he spotted the one and only Victor White inside, laying on a couch in an ambiguous pose. Before the door was closed, he heard what Victor said to the two girls. Damn that filthy pervert. Really? McKeel, who was waiting for his turn for the audition, asked in shock. What a pervert! He exclaimed. Damn, I didn't expect the lives of those in the media to be so depraved. Another guy said, maybe I should reconsider auditioning for this damn movie. He added righteously, I agree, this place is too immoral. In that office earlier, there were two other girls that I couldn't clearly see. They seemed to have just finished doing it though. The first guy said, are you telling the truth? McKeel asked, feeling a little jealous of his brother-in-law. Yeah, Victor was only wearing a bath towel after all. I swear on my mother's grave. The guy said, wait, wasn't she your mother, the one who was encouraging you outside? The big-boobed girl who was standing with the masked while raising one eyebrow. She was the reason they were all acting full of justice. Oh no, that was my sponsor. Every young talented actor like myself needs one. The man framed it nicely. We are talking about Victor White now. He quickly demanded her to drop the subject of his sugar mama. Fine. Can you remember what the girls looked like? The girl asked. We can ask about their identity later. She clarified. Ah, one had a ponytail, while the other had a twin tails haircut. They were very pretty and cute, but I had never seen them before. The guy said. Still, one of them moved like a prostitute. Oh, well, it is nothing strange. We have all heard the rumors about Victor White's wild preferences. The girl said, shrugging. Be it old or young, there is nothing money can't buy. Even you? Michelle asked as he secretly checked her boobs for the 37th time today. Although they were not comparable to Gloria's, they were not bad. Interested? She asked in a flirty tone. She had long noticed his peaks. Yes. The three men who were standing next to her all nodded. You can't afford me, she said, then chuckled. McKeel really wanted to ask her for a quote, but he didn't dare to. This girl might appear all nice and friendly, but he saw her bash a man earlier who tried to molest her. Can that Victor afford you? One other guy asked before McKeel could. I wonder, she said in a sad tone while hugging her boobs, making them pop out of the neck of the V-neck sweater she was wearing. But since he got his hands on even the all-mysterious Crimson Pearl, would I be able to resist him if he came after me? She sighed as she sexily bit her lip, making the three young men swallow hard. You are different, Mikhail said. If you say so. She giggled. By the way, do you have an idea who that Crimson Pearl is? I really want his autograph. Sadly no. The three guys shook their heads. Still, one of them had a different spark in his eyes. It was Victor's brother-in-law, Mikhail. You know something, don't you? The girl asked, poking Mikhail's muscular arm with her delicate finger. Ah, not really. But I know someone who knows, he said, hesitating a bit. He feared that if he revealed his relationship with Victor, the girl might decide to use him to get to his big fish brother-in-law before abandoning him. Wow. Really? Can you get me an autograph? She asked with sparkling eyes. I will try my best, Mikhail replied. Wow, thanks. I am a huge fan, she said, acting a little excited. Really? The three guys asked. Crimson Pearl was not a conventional writer after all. It is true, she said. His novels have technically saved my life when I was most desperate. I was looking forward to meeting him when he said he was going to reveal his identity to raise some funds, then all of a sudden he changed his mind a few months ago, deciding to keep his identity a secret. He even stopped publishing frequently, she complained. True. Mikhail nodded. In the past, Crimson Pearl used to finish publishing an exciting full novel every month, but for the last 3 months, he only managed to publish 20 chapters or so. It was as if he was very busy. Mikhail now knew why. It was because Crimson Pearl was busy working on this new movie. Well, if you managed to know more about him, I would be really thankful, the girl said, sighing. How thankful? One guy asked. It was an appropriate question, but the guys needed to know. Well, how about? The girl bit her lip flirtingly and began to speak when someone called from the back. Those who are auditioning for the role of the pimp, please step forward, Myra announced. Quickly now. Ah. It is my call, Mikhail said. Me too, the other two guys replied as they turned to go on stage, not forgetting to give the big-boobed girl one last look. Wish me luck, Bianca, Mikhail told her, not expecting a reply. But in the next moment she stepped forward and gave him a hug and kissed his cheek. Good luck. Call me later if you wanna party, Bianca whispered in his ear before chuckling as she let go of him. Giving him and the other guys one last look, she winked, turned, and left, leaving poor Mikhail in shock as the two other guys cried after her for a good luck kiss too, but she ignored them. Tom had to tell the truth. He really liked life in the Celestial sect, but he was literally about to explode. Being one of Caspian's harem, he was given an entire courtyard to live in by himself where he could train his martial arts surrounded by pretty maids that he couldn't touch. Damn it. He cursed as he secretly made his way through a hidden mountain path. His time here was filled with meditation and training. During this period he was only allowed to meet Caspian 3 times. And it was under supervision, fearing the curse might relapse. Thankfully, Tom didn't feel anything when he met Caspian. On the contrary, it was Caspian who began to breathe heavily every time their eyes met, forcing the elders to end the meeting. According to the whimsical system, Caspian was like this because his soul was not the original owner of the body he occupied, and this made him very susceptible to curses that controlled primal desires. Although the curse was dispelled by the sect's elders, the body that lacked the nourishment of its original soul couldn't easily forget the sensual pleasure it experienced that day. Thankfully, his suffering was not in vain. The system unlocked some new features for him as compensation. Now he had access to the system store and the system's storage space. This not only allowed him to store many of the treasures he stole, but also to purchase an encrypted satellite phone to call and assure his loved ones of his safety. He also got some very high-quality toys to relieve his manly needs. So, with too much time on his hands, and nothing to do, Tom began to focus on training his skills when he was not out exploring the heavenly sect and investigating Caspian under the system's instruction. According to the information he collected secretly, Caspian seemed to own a small hut on the edge of the sect. That place was off limits as Caspian was supposedly raising some rare flowers there. Those flowers would wonder if anyone who didn't have the right kind of energy got near. According to the reports, Caspian would go there to meditate every night at sunset and leave in the morning, so Tom was instructed by the system to go there today, as there was currently a contest being conducted in the main courtyard to choose the participants of the Jade Grand Tournament that would be held in a couple of months. Nova, Tom, being Caspian's wife, didn't have to participate, but this was not true for others, including the guards who yearned for a promotion. This made it more convenient for Tom to sneak to the hut while the security was minimal. System: we will enter the Forbidden Zone any time now, Tom said. Confirmed. System will give you the ultimate disguise for 3 hours. This will cost you 399 system coins. If you take an additional hour right now, it will be 449. Damn, greedy system. Tom cursed silently. The system prices are always over the top. He can get those system coins by completing missions, or by selling gems and coins. Watch your language. The system prices are always fair and well calculated. Whatever, let's do it. 4 hours, he said. He had a lot of money after secretly raiding a few of the elders' halls with the system's skills, and from experience, he could tell that the system's offers were always worth it. The only complaint he had was that the system was really too whimsical. Sometimes it would flatly refuse his requests, while others, it would stop responding completely. He discovered that in order to assure whimsical systems help, he needed to either set his plan beforehand or be in some really shitty situation. It was like getting an appointment with a dentist. Feeling the disguise effect engulf him, Tom became more brazen, not caring to walk like a lady as he put on the levitation necklace and then hurriedly broke into the Forbidden Zone by flying over the high fence surrounding it. Inside, it was really just a large field of flowers with a small wood hut in its center. It was really a picturesque scene. Without stepping onto the flowers, Tom floated until he reached the hut, where the system teleported him inside free of charge. The hut was empty. There was nothing inside but an old chair. Search underground. A random whimsical tip: all the powers in the world have numerous underground dungeons to keep their sheet, so always search for one when you are out raiding, the system said. Tom nodded and began feeling around the wooden boards that covered the hut's floor, where he quickly found a hidden trapdoor. Tom didn't try to open it, but once again used the system's shadow shifting skill to pass through it into the long spiraling stairway going down. Tom didn't hesitate as he started to descend, and after 5 minutes he reached the bottom, where in front of him a long stone dungeon lit with strange blue-colored torches appeared. Explore it. You are hidden, so no one can see you, the system ordered. Tom nodded and began to slowly look around. The dungeon was made of a long corridor with filthy cells on both sides. The first 5 were empty and covered with a layer of dried blood. The 6th were not. As Tom approached it, he could see that inside of it there was a group of 7 young girls huddled to one side wearing filthy rags as clothes. They must have been here for a long time. He frowned and began to look at the other similar cells. The closer he got to the end of the corridor, the more haggard and hurt the occupants of the cells became. Reaching the end of the corridor, he couldn't even look at the 2 girls who were almost disfigured and missing an arm and a leg in the last cell. What is this place? Tom asked with a frown. Caspian's feeding room. As a high-ranking demon, he needs a lot of demonic soul energy to use his skills and power to fool the world. But the human body he is occupying can't generate such energy. The best way to get this energy is to harvest IT from suitable targets. Apparently, he seems to like eating them after exhausting them. Do you want to learn this technique? You will become a demon king, but IT will cost you your humanity, and you will be addicted to little girls' flesh. You will have to eat one every day to keep your power. Limited offer. Now for only 7999999999999 system coins. No thanks. Tom, who felt that the system was trolling him, said, "Can you tell me why all those demons like girls? Why not guys?" He felt like asking. virgin girls has a lot of yin energy that can be easily transformed into demonic energy. Oh, can we save the girls? He asked. This might put you in grave danger. I don't care, Tom said. He couldn't leave those girls like that. Calculating. The system will need some time to calculate the safest method and prepare a suitable artifact for that. Keep exploring for now. Tom nodded as he reached the wooden door at the end. He took a deep breath and then used the shadow to shift past it. Inside it was a small corridor that had 3 rooms. The left one seemed to be a kitchen that had a dissecting table in the middle. Thankfully it was empty. The second room was empty except for a large red jade slab in its center. After spending some time in the sect, Tom knew that this one was extracted from a dungeon and was meant for meditation. Can I take this? Tom asked. After learning about meditation, he realized why those sects were so powerful. The strange skills and methods they used allowed them to gain attribute points without having to risk their lives in the dungeon, as meditating on a high-quality jade like this would allow him to get about 1 to 2 attribute points every week. Of course, just be careful. Let me show you the slab's appraisal. Blood meditation slab. Meditate to convert the blood you just drank to attribute points. Results vary depending on the blood. Must use the blood sutra. The system replied. I guess I would just sell it, Tom said as he put the slab in his storage space, before giving the room one final look and heading to the last one. It was a vault of some sort. Inside of it, there were many jars filled with blood and body parts floating in yellowish liquids. What is this? Tom asked. The pickling room. Collect those for the system for 998 system coins. The paid amount will be 988 after the income tax is deducted. Despite his disgust, Tom nodded as he collected all the jars, then as if thinking of something he began to search for a trapdoor. You should have. Hidden mission initiated. Mission: find the secret behind the wall. Reward: 5,000 system coins. The system that was about to scold Tom to hurry up was interrupted and had to correct itself when behind one of the empty shelves, a hidden switch was found. Tom hesitated for a second then quickly pressed it, opening the panel behind the shelves. It was just a wall, with a small vault in its center. It was locked. Use the shadow shifting to pass your hand through the door and grab whatever is inside. The system advises you to use the newly acquired Corpse Glove D artifact to protect your delicate hand just in case. IT has good resistance for curses. IT is available now for 7.499 system coins. Tom frowned, then as if by intuition he accepted. I will buy it, he said, getting a golden glove to appear in his hand as he watched his system coins decrease in the system panel. Wearing the glove, he activated the shadow skill and pushed his hand inside. Bang! His hand didn't enter but hit the solid vault door. Why is it not working? Tom asked, feeling frustrated. This had never happened before. Wait. System analyzing. The vault has some kind of array to freeze space. The system advises you to try to store IT whole in your storage space. You can retrieve IT and try to open IT later. Tom nodded, holding the vault by its sides with his fingernails, then tried to pull on it while activating his storage space. From a moment there he could see a message that read, insufficient authority. But moments later another massage took its place. Authority override by the whimsical system. The vault disappeared, entering the storage space. What was that? Tom asked. Was what? The system asked. The messages. The whimsical system had to use IT's authority to help you take the vault. Consider IT a freebie. Oh. Tom nodded as he checked the vault's now empty location and then gave the 3 rooms one last look and then left them. Do you have a way to take the girls out? He asked. Yes. The only safe method had been identified. There is 3 conditions. 1. The girls must not know your identity to avoid danger in case they are captured again. 2. This operation must be done in 30 minutes. 3. the girls will be healed and automatically teleported to a safe location on another continent. Where exactly? Tom asked, semicolon. It is a girls-only sect called the Ice Sect. Even if Caspian used some demonic way to locate them, he will not be able to take them back. They will be safe. Warning, the system will now change your shape and you must claim that you were sent by the Emperor to save them. The Emperor? Tom asked, semicolon. Just a pseudonym to fool your enemies. The girl will be questioned at the Ice Sect after all. I understand, Tom said as a strange, shabby-looking cauldron appeared in front of him, semicolon. Use this to teleport the girls out. A teleportation device? Can I use it too? Tom asked. He really wanted to leave this place, semicolon. If you leave now, your mission will be considered a failure. Caspian will be able to locate Nova. WHO is now hiding until the tournament when SHE will use the chaos to find her way here. You will lose your ability as a man. Cancel mission? Yes, no, no, Tom said as he felt the disguise around him lift. The girls who were lying in the cells all looked up at him with fear in their eyes. Don't worry, I am here to save you, he said. Ah, the Emperor sent me here to save you. He quickly corrected himself. Chapter 374, There Was No Sleeping. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So, did I get the role? McKeel asked shamelessly. He had finished his audition and then went to look for Bianca. Too bad he couldn't find her and had to go back and find his mother, who was at the moment sitting at the CEO's office with his sisters and 5 of Victor's wives, Myra, Lynn, Monica, Margaret, and Elise. McKeel, who, except for Margaret, was meeting them officially for the first time, had to confess he was very jealous. Super jealous. He wanted a harem like this too. No, not quite like this. His harem must have big breasts. I can't tell you the results yet. We need to check all the recordings again before we make our final judgment, Myra said. Still, you have not been eliminated yet, and even if you didn't get the pimp role, there are 3 minor roles that would suit you, she explained. Was he really any good? Mona asked in surprise. For a pimp, he was pretty good. Monica, who took Margaret's position as a judge after the break, said. Hearing her, McKeel was feeling a little conflicted about being called good for a pimp, but being good at something is never a bad thing, right? Didn't you watch me? He turned and asked his mother. Ah, sorry. We got a little hungry, so Mina took us to this 3 Chilling Stars restaurant nearby to try it out. We had to try everything on their menu. So sorry. Vanessa apologized to her son while touching her slightly bloated belly. She was not sorry at all. Even Mona blushed a little. She didn't want to confess it, but that restaurant was really good. If it weren't for her super rich sisters reserving the entire place by a phone call, she might not have been able to eat there or even reserve a spot on their waiting list that extended for 17 months. Oh. McKeel sighed. His mother seemed to have been completely bought up by her son-in-law's riches. Seeing how she was chatting lively with Victor's wife, she didn't seem to be minding this harem situation anymore. Where is Victor anyway? He asked. He is. Before Margaret could say it, a side door opened and Victor, who was dressed casually, walked out with a veiled girl and 2 young girls. The ones that Guy described earlier. Oh. You guys are already here. Did the auditions finish? Victor asked casually as he headed to his desk. Yes. How were the girls? Margaret asked. They were a little shocked, but not bad overall. They will get used to it, Victor said, making Mona clench on her teeth. You managed to finish. Processing them? Margaret asked again, causing Myra, who was sitting at her side, to start pinching her from behind. Couldn't the girl stop phrasing things so ambiguous? Mona had already begun to look at Victor with disgust. Not quite. We couldn't completely finish because there was a lot to do. We will continue after our hard-working Ruby here rests a bit, he added, pointing to the twin-tailed girl who was collapsing on a couch. She seemed a little out of breath. McKeel, who was feeling very jealous while imagining what was happening in that room, couldn't help but swallow his saliva looking at Ruby and then at Victor. Wasn't she too young? This was not his business, he reminded himself, turning to look at his mother, wanting to see her reaction. There was none. She only uttered a sigh, But that's it. She had already been completely bought. Bianca was right, money was scary. Mikhail couldn't help sighing as he watched Victor take his seat behind the desk. Like Mona, he didn't like Victor a lot either. Victor felt a little too arrogant for him and made him feel too inferior. He suddenly noticed someone inspecting him. She was one of the little girls who was with Victor. After giving him an inspector's look, she began to whisper something in Victor's ear as she rubbed the jade bangle on her hand. "I already noticed." "It is okay, don't worry," Victor said, rubbing the girl's head while tapping the table 5 times with his fingers in a certain pattern, making Margaret, who was sitting on the couch opposing Michael, casually take a bottle of air freshener and casually spray it on Mikhail, making him close his eyes in annoyance. "Sorry, someone broke some wind," she told Vanessa politely in a low voice, making the latter look with disgust at her stupid son who wanted to defend himself but decided not to, knowing that no one would believe him anyway. "Did you want something from me?" Victor finally asked, looking at Mikhail and saving him from the embarrassing situation. What? Can't I come to see my brother-in-law without needing something?" Mikhail asked with a dry smile as Mona looked at him with disgust. She knew her brother better than anyone, and he wouldn't be here if he didn't want something. "Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I just heard you ask about me when I entered the room," Victor explained. "I figured you might want something," he added. Well, I just wanted to ask you about Crimson Pearl," Mikhail asked directly, not noticing the looks Victor and Margaret were shooting at each other. "Are you a fan or something?" Margaret asked as she inspected Mikhail from head to toe. Casually pointed her phone in his direction and asked, "Yes, a super fan," he confessed. "Really?" Margaret asked as she bent over the coffee table between them to look at him and pushed her phone on his chest. "Yes." "Do you know his identity?" he asked as Margaret slowly lowered her phone and then retracted. "I never truly met him." Margaret shook her head. "Victor is the one who communicates with him usually. They are best buddies," she added as she retracted her phone, looked at it then began texting. Really?" Mikhail turned and asked Victor. "Yes. We met by chance during a friend's birthday, and hit it off directly as we had many things in common." Victor shrugged. "It was later that I found out about Crimson Pearl's talent when we ended up spending one summer night in the same bed. It was a very eventful and special night. In the morning we began brainstorming for some projects to do together and the idea for the movie was born," Victor explained as a wretched smile appeared on his face. In bed?" Mona was the one who asked as her face turned red. "Yes," Victor said. "Did you too?" "You know what?" Mona asked. For some strange reason, her voice felt a little strange when she asked. "No what?" Victor asked innocently as if he didn't get what she was talking about. "Did you sleep together?" Mona asked after some hesitation, not knowing how to frame it. Not really, there was no sleeping. Back then we didn't close our eyes all night," Victor said after some thinking, deciding to play with her a little. She meant to ask if the two of you fucked each other. Mikhail, who woke up from his shock, had to correct his stupid sister despite already figuring out the answer. Neither he nor his sister noticed that the way they were talking was a little too unreserved. "Of course not," Victor scolded, surprising everybody. "Not that night anyway," he added, making Vanessa, who almost sighed in relief, hiccup. Then you did it eventually?" Mona asked as if she was expecting something, making Vanessa look at her daughter strangely. Why was her reserved daughter asking about those things? "Yes, but only I did the fucking part," he explained, making his wives who were listening almost giggle out loud as Victor looked at Mona to see her reaction. Unlike Vanessa and Mikhail, who couldn't help weirdly looking at him, Mona's face became more red with the blush reaching her ears as she began to secretly inspect Victor and some weird thoughts began to float in her mind. Okay. Can I meet him?" Mikhail finally asked, deciding not to delve deeper into Victor's weird hobbies. This conversation had already become very awkward. "You want to sleep with Crimson Pearl too?" Victor asked, seemingly a little offended. No, not at all. I only wanted to ask him some questions and get his autograph," Mikhail quickly clarified. "Well, he is usually very busy, but I can ask him," I guess he would never refuse me. I am his sugar daddy after all. Victor said casually, giving Margaret a wink as he took his phone and sent a message. The response came pretty quickly, as if the other side was waiting for him. What did he say? McKeel asked as he watched Victor put down his phone. He will be in Vane City in 2 days. He doesn't mind meeting you. Victor said, I already sent him your phone number. He will contact you when it is time. That guy always likes to be secretive for some reason. Ah, thanks. Michael said as his eyes began to look around nervously. Can I bring a friend? He finally asked. Who? Victor asked, seemingly worried. It's not like that. She is a girl that I met today and I am planning to bang her, you know. She is also a huge fan. McKeel said, stressing the word huge and making his mother look at him with disgust for the 3rd time today. Did he have to state it like this? If it is for that reason, I am okay with it. Victor said casually, smiling for the first time as he shot McKeel a knowing smile. Thanks, brother-in-law. McKeel said. Maybe Victor was not that bad after all. Did you find out who pushed him? Victor asked as soon as he got into the car with Margaret, Lily, and Elise. The other girls were divided among the other cars. It was a girl calling herself Bianca Young. She seemed to have accidentally met McKeel outside the venue and they stuck together after all, Lily said as she checked her phone. They stayed together until McKeel began his audition according to the surveillance tape. She seemed to be really interested in Crimson Pearl. I see. What was she auditioning for? A minor player role of maid. She didn't get it. Lily replied. Her background? Victor asked. According to the audition application she filled out, she is an actress from Top Tree City. She is an orphan who graduated from the art school there, Lily said. According to Kai, her data matches the family database. Still too clean? He asked. Yes. Lily nodded. There are too many empty slots in her history. She is too clean for someone who could easily sneak in and plant a high-tech listening device so casually. A listening device? Elise asked in surprise. She noticed that Victor and Margaret were sending each other all kinds of signals, but as she was playing being blind, she couldn't really investigate freely. Yes, our conversation in the office was getting recorded, Victor said. If it were not for Theta's bracelet, we wouldn't have noticed. He added, did you analyze that device? He asked Margaret. I couldn't really get to look at it, as it was some kind of a sticker stuck into Michael's back pocket. That girl must have put it in when she hugged him. Margaret replied. Still, I did a full scan, and the scanner in my phone was barely able to pick it up when I almost stuck it in McKeel's ass. It is made of plastic and doesn't match any standard devices. She said. It is like some kind of new tech. She added as she focused on the road. True. The standard anti-surveillance around your office failed to pick it up. So I guess it must be just some kind of recording device. Someone would definitely come pick it up later. Lily asked. You wanted them to listen? Elise asked as things began to fall into place. Of course I did. When Theta notified me, I immediately deactivated the latent speech concealing talisman I kept on my body at all times, or else they would only be able to hear random noises in the recording. He explained. I didn't want to startle whoever is behind this. Elise was surprised. She had no idea that Victor was always prepared. If my guess is right, McKeel will call that girl right away and meet with her. She will retrieve the recorder. Lily said. I already notified our agents to track him, but I don't think it will be too useful, as those guys seem to be good at hiding their trail. I already sent all the data we got to Alpha. She will do a deep analysis and cross-referencing and then get back to me tonight. Good. Victor nodded. What is the story about Crimson Pearl? Elise suddenly asked. Oh, didn't you figure it out already? I can already tell she is Margaret. Elise said, blushing a little as she remembered one of the published stories she read when she was investigating. But why are those guys interested in her? Corporate espionage. She asked. I mean, Crimson Pearl is not that big of a name to cause such a sensation. Oh, well. Victor chuckled and looked at Margaret, who was busy driving. What would be the first thing someone who traveled in time would do? He asked. Elise quickly figured it out. Get money. Exactly, Victor said, chuckling a bit again. Yes, I needed money. Okay. Margaret defended herself. I couldn't really remember the number of winning lottery tickets like those in stupid novels, and I had no money to do some sports betting or go into the stock market. So the only thing I figured I could easily do was to rewrite some of the most successful web novels of the future in an attempt to get some money. The ones I remembered anyway. She explained. Oh. Elise nodded. Ever since I met Victor I was no longer in need of such little money. But after Victor told me that he suspects that there were other time travelers beside us, we decided to use a crimson pearl as one of the many lures we set to get to them. Ah. Elise finally got it. There were many false alarms during the last month as some horny fans tried to locate Margaret. But hopefully this time we just got some real fish. Victor said in a cold voice. Chapter 375. May his soul rest in peace. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Reaching the mansion, Victor quickly told the girls to get ready to meet their father-in-law. He informed Hilda that Mike would be bringing his father later before heading toward the other building, where Hana's new lab was constructed. So, you finally decided to leave your harem and come see me? She asked sarcastically. Jealous? He asked as he looked around. The normal-looking basement from before had been transformed into a mad scientist's lab with all kinds of blinking gadgets that were paid for by his credit card. Like hell. She scolded angrily. Are they ready? He asked. My father will be here any moment. Yes, she said, taking 2 bottles and placing them in front of Victor. The left ones are normal blood-purifying pills, while in the right one, we have the enhanced one. There are 20 pills in each. She said proudly. Excellent. He said, pocketing the pills. How is the process of the demonification data? He asked. The data Lily got earlier was not sufficient. They must have been using some external agent to extract the essence from the monsters' corpses. I still couldn't figure it out. She sighed. I don't want to start conducting human trials until I am 100% sure. She explained. I see. Alpha got new data 2 days ago. Victor said. It seemed like the chicks would have to wait to get their draconic upgrade. Yes, she already told me. Did you really break into the von Zwei vault? She asked. The von Zwei and the von Rosen families were her nemesis. Yup. Too bad the real valuable stuff was already divided between their elders. Victor signed. We should have got most of the data from their database though. It should contain some things about your family. Alpha did send me something yesterday, but I didn't have time to look at it. Hana sighed. Is there anything wrong? He asked. My master sent me a letter. A physical one. She said, taking an ancient-looking envelope and giving it to Victor, who frowned, then opened it and read the letter inside. It has only a few words. Come see me. Oh. Victor paused for a moment. You plan to go? He asked. He already anticipated that Hana's sect, the Immortal Abode, would come to ask for her. And he never planned to keep her against her will. I don't know. Hana replied. Truth be told, although she missed her master and younger apprentice brother, she didn't miss her stupid sect at all. After she was pampered by living the luxurious life provided by Victor's mansion, she was not looking forward to going back to doing laundry and getting ordered around by grumpy old men. Not only that, but in the sect, she would have to go through a lot of trouble to come out once a year. Here, although Victor was practically working her to the bone, he got her a lab she always dreamed of, and he didn't really restrict her freedom, allowing her to come and go as she desired. The one final point was that here, along with Louise, she could work actively on her family's revenge. And Victor really did keep his promise of not laying his hands on her. His hands were too full for that. Why was she feeling grumpy about that? What would happen if you didn't respond to him? Victor asked, waking her up from her contemplation. He will probably come here himself, Hana said, shivering a little. Although she respected her master a lot, she also feared him. Don't worry, he would never dare to take you by force. You have a contract with me after all. Victor said. I believe he has more than one way to convince you to give up that contract. Hana replied, making a point. He can try. Victor smiled. Hana had no real idea how scary he had become. He has to give a face to my family after all, and we can always reach a deal if he is a reasonable man. Don't worry. Victor said. Neither he nor Lily had any recollection of the immortal abode, but no matter what, there was nothing money couldn't buy. Going back to the main mansion, Victor noticed his father's car parked outside as soon as he reached the door. Mike should have already finished with him and then brought him here. Is my father already here? He asked one of the little maids who were sweeping the entrance. They were made to be always working by Hilda to train their muscles. Victor could spot the iron training weights on the girl's arms. You young master. They are in the western living room, the little girl said politely. Victor nodded, rubbing the girl's head before he hurried there. Entering the room, he quickly noticed his handsome father, sitting on a couch next to Vanessa discussing some things. Mike, Lynn, Myra, Monica, the twins, and Mona were sitting to the side awkwardly. The rest of the girls were nowhere to be found. And that's how it happened, Vanessa said. I see. Theodore nodded and looked up as soon as Victor walked in. Father, I see you have already met my mother-in-law, Victor said with a strange look in his eyes. Was his father fishing in his house? Now you know to call her mother-in-law. Theodore scolded. How dare you lock such a delicate lady in a cage and threaten her? Is that how I raised you? Theodore exploded immediately. It seemed like Vanessa had already told him about how she met Victor. Yes, that's how you raised me, Victor replied shamelessly. Mike in the back nodded. Yes, that's the way he raised them to be. Domineering and unreasonable. Shut up. You dare to talk back to me? Theodore scolded angrily once more as he stood up and pointed at Victor. You unfilial child, Master Theodore, you don't need to be angry. This is all now in the past. Victor had already made up for it. Vanessa, feeling the situation was getting out of hand, quickly tried to calm Theodore down. She didn't expect him to stand up for her like this though. He was a real gentleman. Don't worry. I will make sure to thoroughly educate my son, Theodore told Vanessa before looking at Victor. Follow me to your study, he said as he headed out of the room. Victor chuckled dryly then hurried after him. Will he be okay? Vanessa asked nervously. Victor's wives were worried too. Don't worry, Mike said. Victor has tough bones, he added, trying to contain his laughter. I see, Vanessa said. Master Mike, how old is your esteemed father exactly? She suddenly asked. He is 48 or 50. I am not sure, Mike said. Oh, really? Vanessa asked. As someone who is involved in the underworld, she was proficient in telling people's ages, and she could swear that Theodore was not older than 40. She could also tell how healthy and muscular he was under the expensive suit he was wearing. She had to work hard to stop herself from trying to touch his chest to check his abs. Yup. I think I should follow them, just to make sure father doesn't punish Victor too hard. Mike suddenly thought of something and said before hurrying after Victor. Vanessa nodded and watched as Mike left the room. She had many things in mind. Mother, Mona finally spoke as soon as Mike was out. Are you perhaps? She didn't continue. I am what? Vanessa asked shamelessly. Earlier she found out that this method worked wonders with her stupid daughter. Are you interested in Victor's father? Mona asked with a blush after some hesitation. She couldn't believe her eyes earlier when Vanessa turned into a beach in heat as soon as she spotted Theodore enter through the door. She had never seen her mother act like this before. Who wouldn't be interested in such a dependable man? Vanessa asked. He is married, Mona said desperately. And so is your brother-in-law. You heard it from your sisters, their family is okay with polygamy. It is the norm for them, she said. Lately, after seeing how Mina and Manu interacted with the other wives, she began to think that polygamy was not a bad thing after all. She didn't like it, but she was not against it anymore. The most important thing was that Theodore was 100% her type. A strong, noble, and filthy rich gentleman who treated her as a lady. It was as if he came right out of one of her childhood fantasies. Although he is already married to more than one woman, she was a widow herself and she didn't mind sharing. Like Victor, Theodore was rich enough to support all his wives anyway. What about father? Mona asked in a low voice, finally, feeling a little out of sorts. What about him? May his soul rest in peace. I am sure he is feeling happy for me at the moment, Vanessa said, making Mona almost explode. She was sure her father was turning in his grave. Mina and Mana, who were listening to the conversation, had a strange looks on their faces as they examined their mother and then looked at each other. It seemed like Soul Wine's effect on Vanessa had not worn off yet. She was at the moment showing her real character. Still, they didn't mind what was happening. If Vanessa were to marry Theodore, they would not only be Victor's wives but also his older stepsisters. Father, are you perhaps interested in Vanessa? Victor said as soon as they entered the study. He had been trying hard to cook Mona slowly, but it seemed like Vanessa was also cooked by chance. Call her mother-in-law or stepmother. Theodore said as he sat down, stating his point. You are aiming for that third triplet anyway. It would be much easier if she was your stepsister. He added as he relaxed. True. Victor sighed. He was not really interested romantically in Vanessa, but the situation felt weird. Let's discuss something else. First, where is the diary? Theodore asked. It is here. I already finished deciphering large parts of it. I included them in the separate notebook. Victor said, taking out the diary and a slim notebook from his ring and placing them on the table. Theodore frowned, then took the leather-bound diary and began to flip through it. It was in an ancient language, and Theodore could feel the ancient air around it. Since when can you read this? Theodore asked as Mike entered the study and quickly sat to the side. I can't read it. I needed a lot of dictionaries, and had to pay a lot of people to help me with the tough parts. Victor quickly explained. In fact, his notebook contains several mistakes on purpose. I see. Theodore said as a smile crept on his face. He gave Mike the diary to take a look at it, then checked the notebook before he put it in his ring, then watched Victor take out a bottle of pills. Blood-purifying pills? Theodore asked as he watched Victor take a second bottle. One of them is the normal type. The second was a result of a lucky accident during the preparation process. Lara took one of those. They not only help the awakening, but they even upgrade the bloodline. Victor said, the only condition is that you must take them before awakening your bloodline. What? Really? Theodore asked as Mike finished checking the diary and then returned it to Theodore. Yes, Victor said, suddenly releasing a small part of his bloodline's power, making both Theodore and Mike almost fall to their knees and then look at him with shock. You took it too? Theodore asked in shock. It was the same feeling of suppression he got from Lara. Yup, Victor said. Sadly, I could only create those 20 pills from the ancestors' blood drop. Victor said. 10 of each kind. It is okay. They are more than enough, Theodore said as his eyes began to twinkle. Those were some very nice ammunition to use in the family council. Is this the surprise Mike said the two of you have prepared for me? Theodore asked as he pocketed the pills. No, it is not this. We will have to wait until after dinner to show you, Victor said mysteriously. You are not going to tell me what it is about? Theodore asked, raising one eyebrow. Not yet, Victor said, but it involves Grandma's birthday present. He added, winking to Mike, who nodded. If they were to tell their father now that they were attempting an awakening ceremony, the bastard would surely force them to try the awakening artifact on someone else, as he had zero respect for Mike's twin wives. He didn't hate them, but didn't like them either. I see. Theodore frowned. Well, as long as it does not take too long, I am fine with it, Theodore said. Planning to leave early? Victor asked. Not just me, but the two of you will come too, Theodore said. The family has ordered that all elite members should return to the island by tomorrow. What? Victor and Mike asked at the same time. Wasn't Grandma's birthday next week? Victor added. This is about something else, Theodore said, sighing. Is it the blood moon? Victor asked. You know about it? Theodore asked, raising one eyebrow. Ah, a little, Victor said, deciding to only tell Theodore about the Blood Moon dungeon after presenting the awakening artifact. It is a part of it, but that is not the main issue. I can't talk about it now. You will see when we reach the family, Theodore explained. Can I not go? Victor asked. He had a ton of problems to sort out before next week. The most important one was Bianca's problem. If he left now, he would not be able to go back until Grandma's birthday ends at the very least. This would take 2 weeks. No, it is a family supreme order. You have to go, Theodore said sternly, and take my advice not to bring any of your wives. The situation might be dangerous there, he added, not explaining any further. Ah, can I bring Lily? Victor asked. He was not sure what this was about. He was not even sure if something like this happened in his past life. He was not an elite back then anyway. Since she is a family agent, she would be fine, Theodore said, sighing as Victor nodded, then began to rearrange his plans in his head. Oh, by the way, I forgot to give you the gift the family prepared for you after the wedding, Theodore suddenly said. Right. I almost forgot about that, Victor said as he watched Theodore take out a gilded folder from his ring and present it to Victor, who took it and slowly opened it. Holy shit, Victor exclaimed as he stood up in shock. Why the hell would they give me this? He asked. This gift was too big. Someone in the family may have some plans. It came from the council, Theodore said. I delayed giving it to you just to check on it, but I could find nothing. Just be careful, he said as he watched Victor look in shock at the paper in his hand. Chapter 376, The Vault. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. WHODIDIT. Caspian yelled as he looked around at the empty base. He was furious. WHO dares, he screamed, making the entire dungeon shake. He had just returned from attending the preliminary tournament where he acted as a judge in his pervert father's place. He was hungry for some snacks after a long day. Reaching here, he discovered that not only his snacks were gone, but even his hell silver vault where he kept his demonic sword and armor was nowhere to be found. That thing was supposed to be impregnable, but someone had the audacity to grab the entire thing that weighed several tons. We saw nothing, Master. We just hid outside the cabin like you told us, and no one approached or opened the door, one man said. He was one of the two who were tasked to guard this place. It is not our fault. The alarm at the trapdoor didn't trigger either. There, the second said, didn't continue as he and his friend suddenly found themselves without heads. Useless scum. Caspian snorted as he took a silver-colored talisman and put it on the floor right in front of the vault. Whoever took it must have stood right at this place. The talisman burned. Then nothing happened. Failed? Caspian frowned. His tracking talisman never failed before. This meant that whoever was here was simply too powerful. Caspian thought for a moment and then took a different talisman. This one was vastly different from the other one. It had all kinds of strange symbols all over it as if it was not something a human would make. It also looked very old. Caspian placed it right under where the vault was, then stepped back 3 feet. This time there was a response as the talisman burnt in an ominous green fire. Its smoke slowly reformed into 3 symbols, 2 faint ones and a very visible last. Dark, space, and corpse. Caspian frowned. The ones why? He wondered. I can't leave with you, Lily said directly. She was sitting with Victor and his harem in the study having an emergency meeting. You have other plans? Victor asked. He had just informed the girls of his departure with his father and was giving them their roles for the next period of time. Yes, my family will come to take me in a couple of months at most, and I need to get a few things ready before I become full under their supervision, she explained. If your family visit took too long, I will miss this chance. Victor frowned. Lily was keeping very vague on purpose. Dungeon diving? He asked. Yes, and some recruitment too. She nodded after some hesitation. Can you take Elise and Monica with you? He asked. He wanted the girls to bond a little and at the same time use the chance to level them up a little. No, it is too dangerous, she replied directly. I see. Just be careful, Victor said as he turned toward the twins. Do you plan to stay here or go with your mother when she returns home? He said. She has already reserved a ticket for next week. We will go with her. We will work with Alpha to save Mona from those bastards who were scamming her, Mina said. Good, then take Thetu and Ruby with you. I will give you a map to an unopened F-rank dungeon near Cloud City where you will be staying. Take Mona and her stupid justice ring there and make them players after you finish, he said. I will keep in contact with you through our link, but you also have to be careful. We understand. They nodded as Theta looked at him. You want me to start the Players Guild there? She asked. Yes. It was far enough from Vane City to not arouse any suspicion. Can you do it? He asked. Yes. She nodded. Good. Make sure to recruit Mona and her friends to your cause, Victor said. He couldn't keep protecting the girls, They needed to get stronger by themselves. Although it would be dangerous, it was something they had to face sooner or later. And it was not like he didn't give each of them a ton of defense talismans and a protection artifact. "Can't I go with you?" Lynn asked. "My father's orders," Victor said. "And you will be taking care of the Bianca girl. You are the only one available that I can use my power through at the moment." He added, "Margaret and Myra in addition to the assassin girls will be your support." He said Lynn was strong enough to defeat any enemy, so the task of impersonating Crimson Pearl was left to her. "I understand," she said, pouting. She really wanted to use this chance to get closer to him without any of the girls there. "Arya, I will leave the company in your hands. If there is anything you want, just contact me." He finally told Arya, "Make sure that the movies go on as planned. And also make sure that Hilda doesn't go too hard on the girls." "I understand." She nodded. "Monica, I will be leaving Lara in your care. Report to me if anything were to change with her, and consult Elle and Yin if you find anything strange." He finally told Monica, who nodded. "Now you girls can go. Margaret, Elise, and Lily, you stay," he said, sighing. The girls looked at each other, then sighed and left. They were feeling a little left out and jealous as Victor didn't tell them everything. Still, they decided to just trust him. He had too many secrets, and many of them already regret knowing some of those. "Is there anything else you want to tell us about?" Elise asked as she watched Victor remain in his seat. "You seemed really annoyed when you called us here earlier. Is there anything wrong?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "You know that my family had supposedly prepared a big wedding gift for us," he said. The girls nodded. "Well, using my connections with the Elder Council, I wanted them to grant us an island, one of the many they control around the world," he said. "You were planning to build a base?" Margaret asked. "Yes, the one here is too conspicuous and many spies are already all around it, limiting our capabilities," he explained. "So, did you get one?" Margaret asked. "I got this," Victor said, taking out an envelope from his ring, then throwing it on the table in front of Margaret, who couldn't help but rush and open it. Inside there was a map, a property deed, and a few scenic photographs of a long sandy beach surrounding a volcanic island. HSSSSSSSSSSS. Lily gasped. "That hellhole belonged to your family?" she asked in shock. "Apparently. Now it belongs to me," Victor said with annoyance. He had no idea. His family really had uncountable properties all over the world. And Victor had a feeling it was the world's will that led him to this place. It couldn't have been just a coincidence. "What is that place?" Elise asked. "The island seemed just like a nice tropical retreat. In the reckoning, that entire part of the ocean will form into a giant vortex that will become a space gate straight into hell, the demon's original world," Victor said, making both Margaret and Elise look at the map of the island. "It will be one of the invasion points, and even after humanity retrieved most of the land, that place remained very hard to guard against," he added. "They called the Watergate. The world's emperor had to build multiple bases nearby and station a gatekeeper super scions there all year round to keep the demons from getting in. Isn't this good? Can't we just build a fortress there and use it to fend off the demons and get the gate for ourselves?" Margaret asked. "The gate will be 60 miles wide. The island will be completely eradicated when the gate opens," Lily comments, making Margaret imagine a smaller gate retreat. "The island's location is near the center of the vortex, it might even be its very center." Lily paused as she and Victor jumped up from their seats and looked at the map showing the island's location. They were focusing on the numbers on the margins, the longitude, and the latitude. "Margaret, you may have a point there," Victor said as he looked at Lily. "The gate, there might not be a coincidence," Elise said. "Do you know how gates are born?" she asked. "While it is possible to open gates to other worlds, they are very fragile and usually collapse in minutes," Victor said. "The imperial family back then believed that the 4 gates were the work of nature," he added. "The 5 gates," Lily corrected him. "The imperial family kept a secret 5th gold gate. That's the reason they built their capital in that stupid place." "Oh." Victor, who had no idea, nodded. "Anyway, it could be that there is some artifact or ruin on that island. It might be what opened the gate," he pondered. Then, What if it was someone, not something that is there? Elise asked. Do you mean that giving me that island was not a coincidence? Victor asked. Elise nodded. I am not sure. Did the other gates also connect to that hell place? She asked again. No, just the fire gate and the water gate. Lily replied, then paused, getting the little girl's point. Demons? Margaret asked. Victor didn't reply. He paused thinking about something before he quickly took his phone and sent a letter. He got the reply straight away, and it made him frown. Whose idea was it? Elise asked. Who chose the island? Anne, Victor replied. Did his grandmother make some deal with the demons? Impossible. In his past life, she passed away before the reckoning and she didn't have to resort to such means. Why would she give him, specifically him, that specific island to begin with? This didn't make any sense. He was just a stupid brat to her, nothing important. Let's wait until you return from your current mission before we go exploring, Lily said. Whether it was a coincidence, the world's will, or a scheme, it will all be clear once we get there. Let's do that then, Victor said, as he stood up. Is this over? Margaret asked as she began to stretch. No, I have one more thing, Victor said as he took out a vault from his storage space and placed it on the ground with difficulty. It was super heavy. I remember seeing this in your father's office. Do you know how to open it without activating the protection mechanism? He asked Lily. Is this Caspian's? She asked in shock. She knew how precious this vault was. Even her cheap father decided to use it for himself to keep one of the shards after it was retrieved from the heavenly sect's ruins. Yup, that demonic Prince Armor he hides in there will be perfect for the Nutcracker. It will make it extra authentic, he said with a devilish smile. Even high-ranking demons will have to grovel at my feet when they see it. You can't equip that, you know. Only real demons can, Lily said as she began to examine the vault. I have my ways and I only need it, Sora. Don't worry, Victor lied. Tom rubbed his hands as he looked at the huge vault in front of him. He was currently in his separate meditation room where no one would enter and disturb him. He usually spends his time here, trying the system-supplied toys under the pretext of meditating. System. How to open this baby? Tom asked with a depraved smile. Calculating. Use the pin code. IT should be 31415926535897. After opening IT, move to the side. The system detected a defense talisman. I understand, Tom said as he began to slowly turn the dial according to the system's instructions until he reached the final digit where he heard a clear click. Stepping to the side, he slowly turned the knob and opened the vault's door. From there, a vortex of flames erupted and hit the exact spot Tom was standing earlier in front of the vault. The system was right once again. Inside, waiting for him, was a golden sword and rolled-up scroll that Tom couldn't help but unroll and look at. It was the painting of a pretty lady in some very lewd position. Careful looking at that painting. IT will increase your libido. IT is an evil artifact that is used to distract enemies. Oh. Tom quickly rolled the scroll back and then took the lavish-looking sword. The Justice Bringer. Increase damage plus 10%. Oh, this sword is not bad, Tom said as he looked at it. Why would Caspian lock up such a good sword? Tom asked. Because IT is stolen. Caspian doesn't dare to use IT. The system quickly replied. Then how am I going to use it? Tom asked with annoyance, then almost gasped as he watched the sword as it changed shape into a normal-looking one. The whimsical system felt your frustration. Due to the system's whimsical nature, IT decided to change the sword's shape for you free of charge. Thanks, Tom said as he began to swing the sword around. It was really easy to use and he really likes it. The system reminds you to get rid of the safe as Caspian might be able to trace IT. Preferred method, system dissolve. Just put IT in the storage space and the system will do the rest. Cost 10 system coins. Can't we just keep it in the storage space? Tom asked. Possible. Cost 1,500 coins per day. IT is just too heavy. Just dissolve it. Tom said. He really liked this sturdy thing, but apparently he couldn't keep it. Chapter 377, Theo. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After leaving the study, Victor headed upstairs to his room for a long goodbye session with his harem. After knowing that he would be leaving, they demanded it. So after leaving the exhausted girls to wonder about the tornado that just wrecked their very existence, he took a shower and then headed downstairs toward the dining room where Hilda had already prepared dinner with the help of the little maids who bowed respectfully when they saw him. "Where is father?" Victor asked Mona, who was discussing something with Elise, who shot him a glare and then looked away bashfully. She wanted to join the goodbye party upstairs but was kicked out by Margaret. How the hell should I know?" Mona snapped as she looked away at Mike, who was sitting on the other side. "He was here a moment ago." Mike shrugged. "Are you asking about me?" Theodore, who was adjusting his suit, said. "I was in the restroom," he said as he took a seat at the table. "Will your wives be joining us?" he asked to change the subject. "Probably not, they will rest until the morning," Victor said, making Mona shoot him a glare as a few maids prepared the dishes. "Sorry, I am late." Vanessa, who seemed to be also adjusting her dress, suddenly entered the dining room and took a seat in a hurry before she stood up abruptly. "Mom. Is there anything wrong?" Mona asked. No, I thought I saw a spider but I was mistaken," she said as she sat down, slowly this time, not forgetting to glare at Theodore, blaming him for being too rough. Let's eat," Victor said. "Where is Mina and Mana?" Vanessa asked. "They decided to rest early. We are saying our goodbyes, you know," Victor explained shamefully for the second time. "Oh, good. I need some rest myself," Vanessa said, fully knowing what he meant. "Do you really have to leave tonight, Master Theodore?" she asked. "I told you to drop the titles." "You can call me just Theo," Theodore said. "And yes, I have to leave. Family orders. I will make sure to come to visit you in Ring Cloud City later after I finish with my current assignment," he said, winking to her. "Oh, Theo, I will be waiting," she said bashfully, blushing a little, making her daughter, who was watching her, almost break the fork in her hand. "Damn perverts." The dinner finished quickly, and after an evening tea, Victor, who seemed to keep looking at his watch, invited Theodore, who was wondering about the surprise his sons prepared, to follow him. "Are you planning to add Vanessa to your wives?" Victor asked directly. "Couldn't you wait a bit before hitting a home run?" Well, you see, with both Luna and your mother pregnant, I was feeling a little." "Mom is pregnant?" both Mike and Victor asked, interrupting their father. Yes, after your wedding," Theodore said, victoriously clearing his throat. "He should take his wives to more weddings." "I see," Victor said as he frowned a little. This never happened in his previous life, so he had no idea. He really did change many things since returning. "So, what is this about?" Theodore asked curiously as they reached their target after walking for 15 minutes. They were standing in a field that, although inside the grounds of Victor's mansion, was a little far from the building, near the property's northern edge. In the original plan for the building, this place was cleared to be a golf field, but the project didn't move on after Nick took over the building management, and Theodore, who was promoted to an elder back then, didn't care less as he began planning for a bigger mansion. It was now lit brightly by an array of lights, revealing a strange setup of mirrors that one girl was preparing. If he remembered correctly, her name was Hannah. According to the reports, she was the girl bought at the von Geldstadt auction a while back. That girl Victor called Theta was the two assisting her. Those two girls seemed to have become good friends. He, Victor, Hannah, Theta, Mike, and his slut twins were the only ones here. Just relax. We will finish in a while, Victor said as he guided Honey and Bunny to sit on a couch placed in between the mirrors. Theodore frowned, then watched as Victor kept looking at the sky and his watch, then stepped back with Mike. "Get in position," Victor said, "in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Victor pressed a button to turn off all the lights, then grabbed a rope, and pulled to remove the cloth that covered one large mirror. Theodore frowned, noticing that there was a heap of gems right under one of the mirrors. They were so neatly arranged that Theodore didn't discover them before. But now, after the lights were off, they began to give that unique faint light, allowing him to notice them. Before he could ask about those, the gems disintegrated, and the surface of the mirror above them began to shine before two beams of light shot from it to hit the twins right in their eyes. It all took 1 second, making the twins lose their consciousness for a second before they regained the clarity in their eyes a moment later as Victor turned the lights back on again. Was it a success? Mike, who seemed a little worried, asked as he hurried to check on them. "Ah, yes, we have become players," they said excitedly as they threw themselves at him. "I am a healer. I am a potioner," they reported. "What just happened?" Theodore, who took a few minutes to realize what happened, asked in shock as he looked at the mirrors, at the twins, then finally at Victor, who was writing something. "Ah, well." Victor hesitated. "Father, Victor found this awakening artifact when he conquered the moon dungeon a week ago." Mike quickly said, "What?" Theodore asked, then looked at the small mirror that shined earlier. "Is that it?" he asked again. "Yes, it uses the power of the stars to awaken players. I tried it on Myra and then at Elise before and it worked. Didn't you see how Elise was healed?" Victor said as Theodore just glared at him. "Today I decided to test if we can focus the stars in a way to allow more than one player to awaken, and it is a success," he added. Theodore kept looking at Victor and Mike, not knowing what to say. He was absolutely shocked. "We plan to present this to the family," Mike said. "Mike will take all the credit," Victor added as he looked at his father, waiting for him to grasp what they had just told him. It took Theodore 1 whole minute to say anything. "What are the conditions for its use?" he asked. If this thing had some crazy conditions it would be useless. He had heard of some artifacts that only worked on virgins. Maybe this one required sluts. Victor quickly brought up a piece of paper and presented it to his father, making the latter, who was frowning, gasp again. 100% activation rate, 3 days cooldown, high authority. What is the authority you two got? Theodore looked up and asked the twins. 7. They replied nervously, making Victor nod. He was still not sure on what principle did this artifact allocate authority. "How much did Myra get?" Theodore asked Victor. It was rude to ask another player about their status, but Theodore was not a polite man. Not privately anyway. R.10. Victor lied. Myra now had 11 authority points after he buffed her up like the rest of his harem. Holy shit. Theodore gasped again. "We can't give this to the family," he exclaimed right away. "Why?" Mike asked. "Because this will change everything. The existing power structure will be ruined," Theodore scolded. "The elders will never agree to allow the new generation of heirs to be more powerful than them. The two of you might even lose your elite heir status," he explained. In the world of players, authority was everything. I think this will take a few years to happen, and we are not sure if every contestant will really get high authority," Victor said. "Idiot." Theodore scolded. "The family is already boiling due to the internal fighting. Even if 1 out of 100 gets 10 authority points, they will be the prime candidates. We can't simply hide it. Our family is already in a mess," Mike said. "We only need to secure some exclusive usage right to use it when we present it to the family." He spoke as Victor told him. "We need to raise our own people," he added. "Oh." Theodore pondered for a moment. He was contemplating hiding this mirror and using it to build his own army, but Mike was right. If they were to hide it for a while, it would be dangerous. If this were to be discovered by the family, and it surely would, they would surely not forgive them. It would be far more beneficial just to give it to the family while keeping the right to use it. It was an awkward silence. "You plan to give this as a present to Mother on her birthday?" Theodore asked. "Yes, if the esteemed grandmother were to be the one who owns it, the family elders would not be able to forcibly grab it, and I am sure she would give us the conditions we want," Mike said. "Exactly." Victor was the one who got it? Theodore had to ask again as his head cooled down and turned to look at Victor. "Yes," Mike said. "Yup, I found it in a hidden corner in the moon dungeon. But I want Mike to take the credit. This will help him in his bid for the patriarch position. Victor quickly clarified, indeed, with the Linda scheme, this will be perfect. Theodore nodded. Is the moon dungeon really closed? He asked. After going back in the records, the family had figured out the way of entrance and had been preparing to send a team there when it should open a week later. Yes, I was swimming under the moon with Lily and Lynn when we were dragged inside. Victor said. Apparently, it was some ancient test zone or something. Later some crazy self-proclaimed emperor conquered it, saying it was a demon bastion or something as he killed a bunch of evil rabbits by flicking his fingers. What? Theodore asked, frowning a bit. Do you know what that means? He asked Victor. No idea. Seemed dangerous. That guy even killed some people whom he claimed were demons in disguise. Victor explained. I bet he just didn't like them. Prepare a report about what happened, then give it to me when we... He paused as Victor presented him with a stapled stack of papers. You already prepared it? Theodore asked. Yes, Victor replied. I always like to be ready. He added, telling the truth for once. Thanks a lot, Alex. The girl said, blushing a little as she hugged Alex from the back. Don't worry about it. Alex said as he carried the girl on her back. Next time be careful when we hunt wolves. Those beasts are very cunning and tend to attack in packs. She said. Ah, I will. She chuckled, then turned to face the two other girls who were following and smiled victoriously. Both of them look at her hatefully then look away. She had won this round. How long until we reach that inn? Alex suddenly asked. An hour or so. Don't worry. We will be able to reach it before dark. Ah, are you sure there is a phone in there? Alex asked. Of all the places on the planet, she was cast off to this wild location right after leaving the moon dungeon. She had been trying to find a way to contact Victor ever since. But this place is really too backward. Thankfully he managed to meet those girls and helped save them when they were in trouble. They have been traveling together ever since. According to them, this place was a large ruin forest under the jurisdiction of the Sword Sect. They were here to hunt for the rare silver blood herb for one of their elders, but they were cornered by some wolves when Alex appeared and helped them. Yes, the other disciples who come from the outside usually go there to contact their parents. Good. Alex said. Is there someone you really need to contact? One of the girls behind suddenly asked. Yes, it is my friend. He was with me at that dungeon and I wanted to check on his safety. Alex said. Oh, is that friend a male or a female? The other girl asked. A male, of course. Alex replied, wondering why the girls kept asking her such stupid questions. Chapter 378, Herbal Tea. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Mona sighed as she sat on the mansion's porch and watched as Victor's maids carried on with their morning training. Both Elise and Margaret were sitting with her. It was still early for breakfast and the girls seemed to have something in their minds. Especially Margaret, who was still in her super expensive silk pajamas and had dark circles around her eyes. She seemed to be struggling to drink some kind of herbal tea from a large mug that she had been holding for the last 15 minutes. Last night was tough? Elise asked. She seemed jealous. Don't remind me. That bastard left without even saying goodbye. Margaret grumbled. When I woke up it was already 5 a.m. The rest of the girls might not leave bed until noon. She spat as she drank some of her tea with difficulty. Mona looked at her and sighed. She didn't know what to think. Mistress Margaret, there is a phone call for young Master Victor. One little maid suddenly walked from inside the mansion and said to Margaret, Is it important? Margaret asked. Victor left last night with his father, and at the moment he was flying to the family archipelago. It is Alex. Oh, give me the phone. It was Lily who answered as she walked out of the mansion. She was well dressed as if she was preparing to go out. Alex, where are you? Lily asked, making Mona wonder who Alex was. I am in Tula. I am not sure exactly where in it, but they call this place the Bloodwolf Forest. It is a ruin zone under the Sword Sect jurisdiction, Alex said. Mona could hear a whiny voice over the phone. What? Tula? That place is closed up by snow most of the year due to the rough terrain. Lily exclaimed, How the hell did you get over there? I don't know, I just teleported here after the moon dungeon ended. Can I speak with the young Victor? No, Victor is not here. He has already left on a family mission and he will probably be out of contact for a day or so, Lily replied. Ah, then can you help me? Send me a helicopter or something. This place is literally cut out from civilization. Even my satellite phone refuses to work. Phones can't have a signal inside ruins. Lily scolded. And helicopters don't work there. You are talking to me using a landline phone, right? Yes. Ah, then what should I do? If I want to return on my own this would take forever. Then you better start walking. Remember that Victor can't have anything to do with you officially. We can't use family resources to help you. You have to find a way on your own. Lily said mercilessly. Don't you have some money? They don't accept Twyron Principality currency here. Alex said, whining like a girl. Oh, then too bad. We can't really do. Lily said. Wait. Did you say that you are near the Sword Sect? She suddenly added as if she thought of something. Yes, a ruin. Yup. Is it supervised by the Sword Sect or owned by them? Supervised. Oh, good. Still you better be careful. Although supervised ruins are open to all players, some sect's disciples might think that it is their private property and try to rob you. It's fine, I already met a few Sword Sect disciples when I was sent here. We became best friends, Alex clarified. Oh, interesting. Do they know your real identity? Ah, I am using the ID Victor prepared for me, Alex said, whispering. Perfect. There is an easy way to get back, and at the same time to do a mission for Victor. Lily, who seemed to have thought of something, said, What? In fact, this is very important. Victor was really troubled about how to find an agent near the Sword Sect. It seems like you were very lucky. If you did this perfectly, Victor will owe you big time. She added, causing Margaret, who was drinking her tea with difficulty, to look at Lily and raise one eyebrow. It seemed like they had another scammer in the family. Really? Alex asked. She was tempted. Yes. Listen up, this is very important. There will be a huge tournament in a month or so, right? Yes. The girls here keep talking about it, Alex said, causing Lily to raise one eyebrow. Good. Before the tournament begins, you have to enter the Sword Sect, and find one of their elite disciples, then become friends with them or at least a part of their entourage. This way not only would you be fulfilling Victor's mission, but you will also be able to leave Tiller easily when you come with them when they leave for the tournament. Ah, right. What is the mission exactly? Find a girl named Jasmine. She would be a servant belonging to one of the elite disciples. What should I do with her? Make her fall for you, then impregnate her, Lily said with a serious face, making Margaret, who was listening to the conversation and had just happened to take a sip from her mug, spit everything in her mouth. Impersonate her? Impregnate her. Lily said it loudly this time. Ah, what? Can't you do such a simple thing? Ah, no, I think that is a little unethical. I am not telling you to rape her or anything. Aren't you a man? I am. But your request doesn't go with my principles, Alex said after some thinking. Like you have any? Fine, just make her fall for you and put her in a position that she will have to follow you once you leave. Lily said. She is just a maid there. I think we can provide her with a better life. Ah, but do as I told you. This is vital for Victor's future plan, Lily said before she directly hung up, then looked hatefully at Margaret, who kindly handed her a napkin to wipe the tea all over her hair. Do you really think this thing will help you? Lily asked as she smelled the herbal odor of the tea. You can never know, Margaret said, ignoring Mona's curious looks. You must know that the higher the bloodline is, the harder it becomes. Victor's bloodline is one of the strongest and purest. I don't have any bloodline. Margaret shrugged. Whatever. Lily sighed. Now, where are you going this early in the morning dressed like that? Margaret asked, checking Lily. She was dressed in a formal tight suit. She seemed to have dropped her stupid silk veil, intending to use a normal medical mask to cover her face, just to do some business. Lily said. Is there something you want? Nah, you look like some wife who was going to cook her husband. Margaret replied as she began to sip from her mug again. Maybe I am. Lily smiled evilly, putting on the face mask, Oh, I will be taking the train. Is it in the garage? Yeah, the key in the car, and it already has a rope, a shovel, and 2 spare tires in the back, Margaret said with smile. Perfect. Lily sat then walked out confidently. Mona watched all this with a frown. What the fuck were those two talking about? That's when she heard the sliding door behind her open. Why is that girl dressed as if she was going to meet some secret lover? Isn't she Victor's wife? It was Vanessa who asked. She seemed to be a little drowsy and was walking slowly with a cup of tea in her hand. Who knows? Girls can't be trusted, Margaret said, thinking about something. Mom, are you okay? Mona asked, feeling that her mother was a little unnatural. I am. I must have drunk a lot last night. I can't even remember what happened yesterday since we left the restaurant, Vanessa said, holding her head, making Margaret raise one eyebrow as Mona looked at her mother and then at her. You don't remember what happened last night? Margaret asked weirdly. Nah, I always had low alcohol tolerance. Damn it, I am sure I asked that waiter for a non-alcoholic beverage. Vanessa said. Did I do or say anything weird yesterday? She asked, looking up at her daughter. No, we just returned here, had dinner with Victor's father, and then went to sleep, Mona said, biting her lip a little after saying that. Really? Vanessa frowned. She remembered nothing. This headache is killing me. What kind of herbal tea is this? Why is it so bitter? She suddenly asked. An old recipe that will definitely become really big in the future, Margaret said, then paused for a moment. You should drink some more of it. It is good for your headache, she added as he slowly left the porch to refill her mug with a strange smile. Vanessa was definitely affected by the soul wine they used on Mikhail the previous day. Although the dosage was very little, she seemed to be the type of person who gets drunk really fast, and the soul wine must have made her let go of all her self-constraint and act like a beach in heat. Margaret was unsure if Vanessa would remember what happened yesterday, as they never tried the effect of such dosage on memory, but if she ever did, they would surely find her digging some hole to bury herself in. Victor slowly opened his eyes and looked outside of the plane's window. He had just instructed Rita, who was overseeing the girls in the cauldron. He planned to let them go, but now that he had been delayed, he decided to let them work a little more for him, constructing a village inside the cauldron. Who knows, it might come in handy. He sighed as he switched between his blood slaves. First was Victor's favorite toy, Tom. He was training with his new sword. That thing was 100% genuine, and Victor found it in the moon dungeon with one of the dead participants. After emptying the vault of its real precious treasures, Victor placed it in there and then let Tom find it with the scroll. Next was Lynn. She was doing her morning makeup. Next day Niall. Nothing. As a student he was just in class with Lara at the moment. He was beginning to check her up, but Elle, who was sitting beside her and seemed to have been busy explaining something, suddenly turned back to look at him. She smiled and slid her hand on her neck before pointing at him. He looked away, feeling a little scared. When did Elle become a bully? Strange. He should check on her very soon to remind her who is the boss. Next was Poe. He was sucking up to some elder. It seemed like he was still on the island. Maybe Victor should go meet him. This guy has never done anything suspicious ever since he took over the body. It was as if he was waiting for something. Finally, Alex. She was in an inn, talking with Lily over the phone as 3 girls who stood beside her kept shooting her some lascivious looks. Victor decided to pause and listen until the call was over, and Alex hung up and began to bite her lip nervously. What was Lily planning? Jasmine? Victor never heard that name before. He sighed. He had long realized that ever since their wedding night, Lily had changed. She must also have her own plan. It must have been something she didn't wish to tell him, something so big that he couldn't handle it. Still, Lily's plans were not something he couldn't predict, like the things she was planning to do before the end of the month. It didn't go with his principles, but he was not really against it. At the end of the day, no matter what, he trusted her. She owned a part of her soul and she owned a part of his after all. Still, if she ever decided to try anything funny, he would make sure to spank that butt of hers into oblivion. Why are you smiling like that? Theodore suddenly asked. Just thinking about my harem, Victor said, shamelessly. You know that many of the elders in the family are really upset that you disregarded the family rules and held a wedding like that. They were the ones who wanted me to marry both Lynn and Nova. Victor said. The mass wedding was the best way to give up Nova without getting humiliated. I know. You did good. Theodore said. If you told me your plan earlier, I would have arranged a few more wives. After your elite status was announced, many people have contacted me about wanting to present their daughters to you, Theodore said. You already told me that, Victor said, remembering Harper. That girl must be on her way to the heavenly sect now. Alpha's girls must intercept her soon. I did. Yes. When you told me about Nova, Victor said. Right. Theodore nodded. Anyway, you better prepare. I will tell those guys to start sending the girls to you after the tournament. Tournament? Victor asked. I already heard many elders speak of that, even Master Harvey mentioned it once. What is this about? Victor said. It is a big event organized by the Players' Council. Mike, who was sitting to the side, answered. Yes. It is very important for the family. Theodore nodded. It is conducted once every 100 years. And only those elite members of every family who are younger than 25 years old can enter. The winners in this tournament would not only get a lot of benefits, their order would also decide the ranking of the powers and who will be the controlling members of the Player Council for the next 100 years or so. Theodore added, making Mike, who didn't know about this, also tune in. Chapter 379. Blackstone Island. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Julian sat on the edge of a main street looking aimlessly at the rich passers-by who totally ignored him and the empty cardboard box he set in front of him to collect donations. How the hell did that happen? He wondered as he looked up at the tall buildings that surrounded him. It was a week ago when he was using the money he got from Alice to rent an apartment. The building owner sent his daughter to show Julian around. But as soon as they reached the apartment, a group of policemen appeared out of thin air, pushed him to the ground and accused him of selling drugs to minors. Apparently, there was some kind of a mix-up with the previous apartment occupant. Things were quickly cleared up when the scared young girl told the cops that Julian had just arrived here to see the newly emptied apartment, but by the time it was too late, the cops had already found the money Julian was stashing in his trousers. That was when Julian heard the term civil forfeiture for the first time. The cops who hurried to stuff the money in bags told him that it was drug money and it had to be taken to the station. The cops didn't even care for his pleas as they took every last penny he had. Seemingly, there had been a nasty female officer in their unit before, and she had been stopping them from flexing their muscles for the last few months. Now that she had been transferred away after wrongfully accusing some big shot of raping her, they began to return to their old methods again. After going with the cops to the station to clarify things or demand an explanation, he was shocked to realize that what they did was completely lawful, and to get his money back, he had to spend nearly the same amount in legal fees. So, without understanding what happened, he was left on the streets again without a penny. James Strove had told him that he might be unlucky for the next few days due to the curse the bastard, Caspian, placed on him. But Julian couldn't believe it would be this severe. He could only sit at the side of the street and beg for now. The test will soon be over, he reminded himself. After that, he would show those smelly cops, and then go grab Alice to reveal his identity to her. He couldn't wait to see her reaction. Ah, if it is not Julian, someone suddenly said, making him look up. It was none other than Lulu, who was dressed in a very short skirt that boldly declared to the world what the girl did for a living. Are you still alive? Julian asked. He was genuinely surprised. The last time he saw this beach, she was getting dragged kicking by the guards at the wedding. He was sure they were going to kill her and then burn the body, but it seemed like the Von Weiss family's ways were not as thorough as his own family's. Shut up. Don't remind me. Lulu, who seemed a little bit thinner, cursed. Why are you here anyway? Did that rich beach you clung up on to dump you? She asked with disgust, changing the subject as if she didn't want to remember what she had been through. This does not concern you. Now, if you don't mind, stop blocking the honest business I am trying to run here and move back to whatever hole you crawled out from. Julian said coldly. After spending that night with Alice, He realized how blind he had been even considering dating Lulu before. "You call begging a business?" Liu, who didn't seem to want to leave, said. "It is an honest job at least. Not like a certain someone, who only knows how to sell her body."